All right, good morning, everybody. Glorious morning to you. Oh, perfect timing, Lord Brown Bear, and welcome to N1 YouTube. Glad to have you all here. Another glorious day of Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Begins book 2. I'm a bit busy, so I can make time to read the original AP adventure as of now, but I do remember my own experience as a player quite well. Oh, good. Ah, morning. Welcome, Kataka. Another day of Nat 1s. Hey, I mean, we've had like, what, 3 stream sessions in a row where the very first roll I make is always a 1. I don't know what's going on with this game. Who knows? It's like it knows. Let's go ahead and reload back into here. I do love the music in this game. Okay, so one thing I did see with Darren, most of the builds that I read for him all had one thing in common, regardless of the direction that we take him in, which is taking a second mystery and taking nature, because that opens up the ability for him to take a pet, which is very, very powerful. And when you actually look at the type of pet that's recommended for him, I actually think very lore flavorful. He takes a wolf with the bully subclass. Ancestor? I mean, it does give good buffs, not gonna lie. But the thing that mainly people have suggested with this one is this gives better crowd control. It gives a few buffs, things like feather step, bark skin, but it has a bit more control. It has a bit more debuff. And again, the real benefit is that it brings a pet who can do trip constantly, which, as we saw with the wolf in Kingmaker, is actually really good. Also, I have no idea. What even is the final remedy? Full route actions do not alter. You are cleansed of all poison diseases. You're restored to full hit points and heal all ability damage. Oh, okay. That's not bad. What does the ancestor get? Upon reaching 20th level, you become one with the spirit of your ancestors. You gain a bonus on will saving throws equal to charisma modifier, blind saves up to 60 feet, and a +4 bonus on your caster level for all divination spells. Well, I can see where that's part of the problem, because if I recall, divination does not have much in the way of actual good spells. You can cast Foresight as a spell-like ability once per day. Spell grants you a powerful 6th sense. Once Foresight is cast, you receive instantaneous warnings of impending danger or harm to the subject of the spell. You're never flat-footed. In addition, the spell gives you a general idea of what action you might take to best protect yourself and gives you a +2 insight bonus to AC and on reflex saves. Oh, okay. But yeah, we're going to go with the nature build on this one. As I said, if I need to, I'll change it later. F saves are mind reading spells. Yeah, I figured. But yeah, we're gonna go with this, and we're gonna mainly do it to unlock his ability to take the pet, which we will be getting later. Again, I'm just kind of playing some of the builds by ear. If I need to respec people, if I recall from what I read, the main thing you just want to have to avoid is having to respec your main character, because the Mythic path class interactions can really cause some bugs, but the companion characters are far better as far as not triggering stuff that can cause problems. All right, let's actually... Oh, right, inventory weight is too great. By a lot. Holy shit, we are carrying about 1,500 pounds of too much equipment. Oh, okay. Shit. Okay, well, we do have a lot of cheap shit that we can drop. That's 81 pounds right there. Do you even lift, bro? I do not. Ulbrig does. Ulbrig fucking does. Wenduog kinda does. Sela does. But me, Woljif, and Darren sure as shit don't. Alright, admittedly, some of this stuff is really, like, it's not worth that much. Like, yeah, 45 pounds for 8 gold. No, that's not good. Those, we drop the glaives, we drop the light mace, quarterstaff, bucklers. Hey, thank you, Lord Brown Bear.
Just take everything and go to the next book. You'll be dropped off at a camp where you can move and sell your junk.
Okay, that's great, Lord Brownbear, but I can't. We have to go through the area exit. You cannot travel. Your party's inventory weight is too great. It doesn't give me the option to leave. I would love for that to happen, but it's not giving me a choice. I mean, I guess I could just use Toy Box and turn off weight. Actually, that's not bad. Pretty sure there's supposed to be a button. Drop everything until you can travel and accept the take everything option. Doesn't that just prevent you from traveling again? Okay, well, hold on. Let's actually do this thing. I do this every time. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, shit. Ulbrig, you fucking transformed back. You can do this permanently now. Just stay in Griffinfold. There we go. Otherwise, we have to leave even more stuff behind. Alright. We're getting. Those, that. Oh, there we go. Alright. Oh, you're right, Lord Brownbear. Huh. That seems like an oversight, but we're going to be doing that from now on. Holy shit. I didn't realize. There we go. And now we get the whole celebratory scene.
Make way. Warrior Queen coming through with a round for the heroes. Whoa, the heart is packed. And you considered nixing this little shindig, Beth?
Nala, sell everything? Yes. Yes. We are at that stage in the game where it's like, a lot of this trash shit ain't worth much, but I need every gold piece I can get. When Anevia reaches the long table that your party is gathered at, she heavily flops onto a bench and starts handing out tankards of beer.
I did consider it, and I am still considering it. It hasn't even been a week since the last demon was booted out of Canabris, and we really should be in a period of mourning for all the city's fallen. But the people deserve to celebrate, and he deserves to be honored for saving the city and possibly all of Mendev.
About to say, Lord Brownbear, didn't you say that the city lost like 75% of its population or something? Like the pre-invasion population was like 13,000 and the post-invasion population's like 3,500. That was one hell of a fight.
One hell of a fight calls for one hell of a party.
According to the Watch reports, there has been no demon activity whatsoever outside Canabris. I get the feeling the fiends are as shocked by what happened as we are. What happened in the garrison, what you did, it was a miracle. I truly believe that the gods remembered us and decided to intervene.
Beth, come on, you agreed. No serious business today.
All right, I'm done. No more. Who would have thought we'd be celebrating a successful attack on the Grey Garrison, our own fortress, and that we'd blow the roof off the place?
It's simply unforgivable.
Comes the cheerful voice of someone sitting at the far corner of the table.
While we're on the topic of the roof, there's already a rumor going around that you have been blessed by Iomade herself. And it was her power granted to you that destroyed the garrison's walls and roof. And it turns out the people want a little piece of that blessing for themselves. The townsfolk are gathering chunks of the garrison's rubble as souvenirs and talismans. And I'm sure they'll hit the black market soon enough. Oh, yeah. Here, breathe on this for me. For good luck.
Anevia pulls a piece of gray stone from her pocket. Breathe on the stone. I guess we need all the luck we can get.
Nice. I'll put it on display at home. Or maybe I'll make a hole in it and wear it as a pendant.
Yeah, Anevia strikes me as the type who's very like, I don't actually believe this, but I'm also not going to take the chance and not do it. What is the corollary to Murphy's Law? Respect all religions and faiths in a combat zone. Take no chances on where you might go if killed.
Nevi! What are you on about now?
Irabeth mutters.
What do you mean? Do you see many people at this table who've been personally blessed by Ayomide herself?
I mean, technically, all paladins qualify as that, but given the reputation of some of the paladins in Canabras, I'm not surprised Nevia doesn't really count that.
Well, a couple perhaps.
Says the same mirthful voice that joined in before.
Iomede's blessings are not conveyed through stones, and as public officials, we really shouldn't.
Irabeth looks to the end of the table where the separate voice originated, and her eyes widen as her words trail off.
I feel a little chastened after what you
And
said
there
about
she
public
is.
officials. But I myself have acquired a few pieces of stone, and also wish to ask our hero to breathe on them for good luck. So, what now? Are you going to toss me out of this fine establishment?
The woman dressed in unshowy finery raises her eyebrows. Hello, Queen Galfrey.
Your Majesty.
Yes, it is I. I made the journey here to deduct the cost of repairing the garrison roof from your salary. We have not been introduced. Galfrey of Mendev.
Did we actually read her description? I think we did. Yes, because it mentions the Sun Orchid elixir even. The woman rises from her seat and approaches you, holding out her hand. Well, we're not romancing her, that's for damn sure. It's an honor, Your Majesty.
And for me also. So, this is what he looks like. The one all Mendev is talking about. News of your deeds reached me even before my messengers could.
See, I gotta admit, I know what some of her dialogue and stuff is later, so it almost really feels like she's trying to play you in this first scene. Like, she's going to cause us a lot of problems. She's going to help us a lot, but she's also going to cause us a lot of problems. You can safely assume my main character glazing, the main character glazing is Alcat at it. Yeah, Galfrey also makes an appearance in book 2. It's less casual. And for the announcement of the 5th Crusade. Yeah. I mean, that's coming up once we get to the camp itself.
Your Majesty, we were just... I'll have them arrange.
Irabeth, finally recovering from her shock, bolts to her feet.
Calm yourself, Commander. I deliberately came here without any fanfare because I did not wish to draw attention away from our honored hero here. My personal guard and the force I brought with me are standing watch outside the city. I ordered all your sentries to stand down. They also deserve a break. Every person who tirelessly fought to save Canabras will enjoy themselves today. And my reinforcements will ensure peace and order.
See, this is the main problem with Galfrey, is I know some of this is Alcat writing in their own dialogue because they want to flesh out the character, obviously. But she is going to ping pong between lawful competent and lawful stupid with nothing in between. Either she's like actually lawful neutral like good, or lawful good like competent, or she's just lawful stupid paladin. Like, there's nothing in between. And I don't know why they chose to go in that direction. Will you be joining the celebration, Your Majesty?
Please, don't Your Majesty me. We are in a tavern, not my court in Nerosian. Address me as you would any comrade in arms.
Though I think part of that is just she is a queen who's lived for almost 200 years, so I don't think her ability to connect with people, I think, has been permanently damaged, which might explain why she has many issues going forward.
Concerning the celebration, as you can see, I already invited myself. I couldn't pass up the chance to meet the new hero all the Crusaders are talking about, and soon, not just Crusaders.
Well, I suppose we'll all need to get some rest at some point.
Because grand new deeds lie ahead, yes?
Your Majesty, my dear cousin.
Count, I admit I was surprised to learn that you valiantly joined the ranks of the city's defenders. Pleasantly surprised.
I live to please you, my queen. My first thought when Daskari cruelly robbed us of noble Tarendalev and half of Canabras' crusaders in one fell swoop was of you, my queen, and of how these events would weigh heavily on you. No one could have foreseen the demon attack, and we have so successfully held the defense here for 4 heroic crusades.
See, I do feel that there is something to Darren when he says stuff like this, because he did go on for quite a bit when we were talking to him earlier about how he doesn't like how the Crusades have changed Mendev's culture. And in a way, his cousin, the queen, is the only other piece of it that's still left because she's still the queen. Look about it, RP chatter, very full backlog. There's a scene where we gained our mythic tiers where I try to spare our Magus in melee combat. Bro knocked me down from 71 to unconscious in 1 round. What happens when the non-martial class tries to step to the martial class and doesn't have their spells prepared?
I'm going to drown him in the nearest well this very night.
Oh, Irabeth, calm down.
I value your dedication and your eloquence. I hope you will continue to aid our soldiers.
The queen gives him a genuine smile.
Not a chance. You know that I am not made for the front lines. Excellent bash, but alas, I really must go. Important matters to be getting on with. A new shipment of wine from Keonan, and 3 beautiful creatures of the same provenance. But I will most assuredly come to say my farewells before your army departs on its campaign, which, wherever it may lead you, will undoubtedly be crowned with victory.
I shall hold you to that, Count. And now allow me to devote some time to the hero of the evening. I did not come here solely to give you this chance to celebrate, but all serious discussions and official announcements can wait until tomorrow. I have big plans for all of you, especially for you. But I want to keep you in suspense for a little while longer, so I shan't say another word. Let us mark this victory. My first toast is to you, the hero of Canabris. Now, what are we drinking?
The fires of Canabris have died down. Now the army's path leads to the walls of Dresden, a fallen citadel that the Crusaders have been trying in vain to reclaim for 70 years. The new piece on the board might give their efforts some added momentum.
There we go. Takes us out to camp. Is that him? The hero who saved Canabris?
Rise, warriors.
Oh, did they give her a new in-game model?
Today is a day of sorrow and pride. Sorrow because we weep for our brothers and sisters who perished in Canabris. Pride because despite demonic treachery, our heroes repelled the attack and saved the city. I, Queen Golfrey of Mendev, declare this day the first day of the 5th Crusade. And I am glad to introduce the one who will lead the attack on the forces of the Abyss. The hero of Canabris, Knight Commander of the 5th Crusade. Your leader from now unto victory or death. And now it's time to rest. Everyone is dismissed.
You heard the queen. Dismissed. Everyone return to your camps.
There. The troop review is finished. I'll give you some time to look around the camp, and then I shall expect your presence at headquarters.
Yeah, I think they gave her a new model, because I could have sworn that in this first introduction she just uses the same plate armor that she was in the inn at the tavern inn. Commander, please allow me to join you while you inspect the encampment. Alright. Ah, here we go. The old elf smiles as he hears your approaching footsteps. Allow me to congratulate you on your victory, and on acquiring such mythical powers capable of casting down such strong demons. I managed to find a page of that work you were requesting from the Grey Garrison. The storyteller carefully takes the page from your hand, his fingers touching the ancient letters gently, examining them lightly and following their lines. I see myself, young, energetic, able to see. Gods, have I found at last the key of my past? I will begin to unravel what it is my own mind has been hiding from me. The elf's expression becomes withdrawn, The wrinkles on his face soften. I thank you, Savan. Please, follow me to my story. You have aided me, so let us embark on this journey together. The storyteller inhales sharply a few times and begins his story. They are leaving. The people of Kionin faced the coming Earthfall and admitted they were incapable of handling the disaster. Proud rulers, artful crafters, brave warriors, wise mages, skilled healers, all of them rushed to the gate, to Sovyarin. Looking around fearfully, a clean, safe world awaits them there, for my people have decided not to fight for Galarian. I am ashamed, and I am sorry for them. Their hearts have wavered in the face of catastrophe, but my will is strong. I am staying. There are many of my kinsfolk who look at me angrily. How dare I diminish their decision with my recklessness? To them, my choice makes them cowards, traitors of their home. One of them, my former mentor, looks at me far more bitterly. He hands me a notebook with a tree bark cover, in case you change your mind. With a heavy sigh, he returns to the long line of those departed. Forgive me, brothers and sisters. I watch the gate of the Syrian stone close, separating me from them. It is time for me to go as well. I open my master's notebook. There are notes about traveling between worlds, in case you change your mind. He hopes the burden that I shoulder voluntarily will be too much, that I will lose heart and find my way to Sovyarian. That will never happen. My mouth is set stubbornly. I tear my master's notebook to pieces. I use my forced pride as a shield against the fear of what is to come. Why did the elves decide to flee and not to try and fight? The storyteller's lips purse with disdain. They are afraid to lose what they have. We are rulers, long-lived and powerful. They valued their lives and the sunshine too much to enter the fight with the aftermath of the Earthfall. Right. Earthfall is the name given to the cataclysmic event, which a shower of meteorites impacted Galarian in 5293 negative. It resulted in the destruction of the human empires of Thassalon and Aslant, which were consumed by earthquakes and tidal waves, the creation of the inner sea. The cloud of dust thrown by the impact settled in the upper atmosphere and blotted out the sun for 1,000 years, creating the Age of Darkness. If your mentor is a mage of such power, then you must be one as well. I am an archmage, and the title is well deserved. I have acquired delicate mastery, succeeded in many areas of magic. Curiosity has pushed me towards new knowledge since the first day of my apprenticeship. What is the Sovyarian stone? It is a magnificent crystal bent into an arch by a mighty hand of the ancient divine creator. Our great gate to the other worlds. It breathes power. It dreams of eternity. And why are you so angry with your fellows? I spent centuries in Kyoto. I have always admired the way my kinfolk cared for the forest that was our home, but the rest of the world means nothing to them. I love Galarian, all of its places, all the forms it manifests. I have traveled widely, come home, and told my kinsfolk of the great wide beyond, but they are not interested. They care only about Kyonin, and their lack of desire to hear about the wider world has long made me sad and angry. What happened next? The Earthfall happened. At night, I stood upon the top of my tower many miles to the north of Kyonin, and I could see a blaze to the far south. I heard the rumble, the air itself groaning, giving way to huge rock rushing down upon the world, and then the blow. Vibration that penetrated everything in existence, reaching down into the bowels of Galarian and up to the vaults of the sky, crunching bone, blood from burst vessels filling my eyes with darkness, drowning in timelessness along with countless denizens of Galarian. Never before have the mortal races been so united in our fields. Fun fact, it is canon that if the PCs enter a failed state and the world moon expands to consume Galarian, the elves fucking bail. Yeah, not surprised. When I come around, the darkness remains. My first terrible thought was that I am blind. But no, little by little I begin to see the stone wall. I am alive, but why is it so dark? The answer is quick. The smell of ash everywhere. The great burnt sacrifice filling the air with incinerated particles of what was once just so recently the entire continent of Aslant. Great clouds of ash cover the sky, cutting us off from sun and moon, dooming us to dusk at day and darkness at night. My heart sinks with fear. Treacherous thoughts fill my mind. Why did I stay? Why didn't I run like everyone else when I had the chance? I clench my teeth and stand up to watch the rest of the earth fall proudly, as the last Archmage of Kyonin should. Will my world perish like this? Will I? No. No, that will never happen. I am alive and I can fight the earthfall and the darkness. I will not run from it in a blind panic like my kinfolk, like my cowardly teacher. What can I do? I will not stop the disaster. I will hardly be able to save empires from their destruction. What can I do? I am but one Archmage, both powerful infinitely and weak at the same time. What more can you speak of the Earthfall? Is it a disaster of untold proportions? An unborn planet dropped upon Galarian by blind fate or by someone else's will? It was by someone else's will. I know that much. It absolutely was by someone else's will. It was not fate. That shit was done on purpose to fuck over the Aslanti. And the guys who did it did not care about the second order effects. A blow so strong that the continent of Aslant is destroyed within moments, turned to ash white from the face of Galarian. Within this burnt sacrifice, clouds of ash and dust are born, stealing away the sun. Without the warmth of the star, the air will cool, the soil will go barren, dark creatures will crawl out of their lairs to rule, and the most frightening of all, without the sun, all hope dies in the heart. For this is the age of darkness. I actually wonder why they've never tried to do a adventure path during the Age of Darkness. That would be cool. Like, come on, like you can't tell me that doing like a grimdark Pathfinder campaign set in the Age of Darkness wouldn't be really fucking cool. What was that tower you mentioned? It is my retreat to the north of Kyonin. My home away from home, my observatory, and from its top I have watched the stars. When they are correctly aligned, the other worlds as well. Here in the northern wastelands, I found the highest mountain and built a grand tower atop it. On clear days, I could see the mist over the lake of mists and veils to the far east. Such was the height I was at. I bet at least one of the APs has time travel. Yeah, but if it does, I bet you just go back for a short period. I'm talking like set in the Age of Darkness, like trying to hold fast to something in the darkest days of Galarian. What are you going to do next? I don't know. I need to think. My opponent, the Earthfall, is so much stronger than me. Without noticing, the storyteller raises his voice to a shout. It is merciless. It does not simply destroy life, it kills an era. It ends the greatness of our civilizations. They will sink into oblivion and be forgotten as if they never existed. I must think. The elf suddenly winces, is silent for a few moments, and calms his heavy breathing. Forgive me. I should not have raised my voice. This story was much harder than many before it, because it was I who played the role in it. It is so strange to see myself, to feel these emotions tearing me from inside, those that I felt so long ago and remember not. It's like I split, like I became both storyteller and the main character. But that is as far as the story goes for that moment. I beg you, find the other pages covered in these writings on your travels. Bring them to me. I might be able to shed more light upon my past, to discover how this story ended, and maybe even why I forgot it. Thank you, storyteller. Have you decided to join us on the Crusade? I have decided not to, I'm afraid. My path and the path of the Crusade may lead in the same direction, but we are not yet one and the same. Once the demons were driven from Canabras, the path into the World Moon became open. It is only temporary. I am planning on using this opportunity to visit. The elf falls silent. I'm afraid it really doesn't matter now. I'd hate to bore you with details of my venture, which may prove totally useless even for myself. However, I will try to return to the Crusades and aid you in your next confrontation with the demons after I am done. I hope to meet you again, Knight Commander, in this world rather than the next. Well, a consistent thing about Pathfinder's adventures is that they're all set when the setting begins in the timeline, 4714. They tap on topics from the past, but all the adventures are about moving the setting forward. That said, I've straight up seen Age of Darkness homebrew adventures on Roll20. Yeah, like, again, it just seems weird. It seems like it would be the perfect opportunity to do a whole bunch of really cool shit. And even to do, like, weird character, like, class and race combinations.
Here we go.
Like, imagine letting a player play a Cyclops from what's left of their civilization, desperately trying to, like, hold on to their culture or something. Like, you could do a bunch of weird combinations is all I'm saying. That's all. Oh, Nenio, do you... No, right. Our companions are just talking. All right, we do want to check out everything, if I recall. This is mine and Anevia's tent. We're both used to traveling, but the Queen insisted our tent be furnished like commanding officers. Adventures of the Crusade. There's some random equipment in here. The massive bed is clean and neatly made. Only commanding officers are allowed such luxury during marches. And a half plate of vigor. This +2 half plate grants its wearer a +2 enhancement bonus to Constitution. Nice. To be fair, Golgon fell well before the Earthfall. Wasn't there the Splinter Kingdom, though? There was the other group of Cyclopses that left. I believe they did get wiped out during the Earthfall, didn't they? It began with a K or whatever. There was Golgon, and then there was another one. Alright. I don't remember what else was around. There is random loot I'm going to grab. Fair point, Cyclopean lore isn't my strong point. Yeah, no, I vaguely remember it because, well, we ran into so many of them during Kingmaker. Ulbrich, straighten up. I'm straight to your size. That's it. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, of course, he's going after the recruits for their physical standards. I shouldn't be shocked. Let's just keep gathering up anything that we can find over here. Wenduog. What are you looking up at the sky for? Think winged demons are about to fall upon us? Come on. And Wenduog's gonna say something in response. Play it, game. You useless uplanders. The most dangerous enemy is the one that attacks from above. This is why camps should be set up near caves. And here all of us are in full view.
Here we go.
Again, like, I know what one of the next big events is from playing through the first 2 acts multiple times. Her reasoning is not the best, but Wenduog is surprisingly capable as a tactician. I've seen so many happy faces today. So many of our own have perished. And for what? For us to keep fighting. For a day will come when no one else will have to die. You may recall the Order of the Sunrise Swords being mentioned in lore. They're crusaders obsessed with purity and will not accept members who drink, have casual sex, or shit like that. They're features as a minor antagonist in the Pathfinder Tales novel called The Whirlpool Gambit. Oh. So they go more for the, they actually invoke some aspects of, like, actual monastic living and, like, old school paladins with some of their oaths. Oh, there you are, you dashing troublemaker, you. Darren flashes you a self-satisfied smile. Our short acquaintance is coming to an end. Very soon you will depart on your crusade, where you'll scrape by on horrible rations and struggle vainly to fall asleep amid snoring soldiers, be rudely awoken by the freezing cold, and have to look upon the dour faces of many a self-righteous pig before you finally perish in the maw of some demon. I have a journey ahead of myself. I've just rented a sailboat in the south, and I've hired an excellent chef and a host of other entertainers. To each their own, I suppose. As I like to put it, properly made steel is meant to be flexible. If it's too rigid, it can shatter. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, at least with older paladins, like if you go back all the way to like 2nd edition, paladins actually had a mechanic where they had their generic like lawful good oath, but then they had additions on top of that, and the more oaths they took and kept, the more powerful they were. Even Dungeon Soup makes fun of this with Kevin, in their animations. The reason Kevin is actually able to fight things and have so many spells is because he took all those stupid oaths that he can't break now. They're like oaths against swearing, oaths against sex, oaths against drinking. Like, but in old school D&D, that actually made the paladin more powerful. So like, I at least understand I understand it both from a mechanics perspective and from a, how do we differentiate this group of knights from other groups of knights? Like, you want at least something. You don't want all the crusading orders to just be the same. Darren pauses, then suddenly adds in a more serious voice, "You know, I am genuinely sad to see you go. If it sounds like mockery, please forgive me. I can't switch off my venom gland on a whim, you see, but you have intrigued me. Oh, if only we could have spent a little more time together, but of course," he grimaces, "not under these conditions. Let the Crusaders and the demons have at each other. With any luck, they'll take this entire sanctimonious spectacle down with them." I'll be blunt, Darren, you don't intrigue me, at least not in the way you have in mind. But you're surprisingly capable, and you've been a valuable companion. I honestly do wish you could have stayed. Me? In this traveling Pardon, your army? Darren offers a doubtful smile. You must be joking. Of course I'm not going to stay. Who in his right mind would trade a luxurious and carefree life for this? There's a subsystem of taking specific paladin sub-oaths, so instead of restricting you, they specialize some paladin abilities. Yeah, I mean, most of the paladin archetypes in Pathfinders follow a similar path, basically. But again, like I know what you're saying about, oh, the you know, steel too rigid, it can shatter. But again, if you're going to differentiate this, you kind of have to. And also, it should be pointed out, most Crusader orders are not made up entirely of paladins. So you still do have some people who aren't paladins who still take those oaths, which still fits with the whole monastic tradition kind of thing. In any case, I wanted to wait at least until your army departed. After all, I do love a good send-off, especially when it's I who's staying and someone else who's heading off to meet a dreary and hopeless end. Sometimes it does one good to ruminate on the unfairness of life. Well then, Commander, farewell. I assume I will be your most precious memory of this most disgusting and exhausting road to the pointless slaughter of battle. Or, if not the most precious memory, then at least the most stirring. Darren smirks before instantly losing all interest in you, or at least pretending to.
Beautiful.
Yeah, but we all know what's going to happen soon. Nura Dendawire's tent. This is Nura Dendawire's tent. Seems she's brought a lot of unnecessary items with her. Elore and the secrets of the needle glens. On the nature of the divine, we've seen that one. Without a shadow of a doubt, the life and feats of Lord Axelor Tresbot. Right, she's got some scrolls. She's got some alchemist fire.
Let's see what we can do.
Doesn't look like there's anything else. The tabletop dive emphasized that any crusader taking an oath to Iomade, but by the fourth crusade, how seriously that oath was taken varies wildly. Yep. Nura, you can imagine how I feel about her. Yes, I think I have a very good feeling how you feel about her. This is the supply train, and our quartermaster, Wilser Garms. Go ask him for supply. The burly soldier with an impressive beard greets you with a broad smile. Wilser Garms, camp quartermaster, at your service. How may I be of help? Well, I'd like to know our soldiers. Tell me of yourself, Garms. The quartermaster looks away sheepishly. Ain't much to tell, really. Born in Canabras, humble family, got me an education. Taught myself to read and write, got drafted into the army, spent 3 years as a shield bearer in the first line of battle. Left after I did my time, joined the Stonemasons Guild. Moved on to the shipwrights, got to be a crew chief. Sailed to Yobaria twice, returned with goods, made some money, built a house, haven't started a family yet. Think I will after we're done with this war. You know, I don't think I ever remember reading that description very carefully, but now I am convinced he will be dead before the end of the game. That is way too close to, I'm just 2 weeks away from retirement. But a few years ago, something started gnawing on me. Got this feeling like I needed to go home, that there was a storm headed for my native city. And when there's trouble in Mendev, there's only one thing you can do. You go to the recruiter and you sign up for the army again. So I did. At first, they wanted to make me an infantry sergeant. They decided I fit better in our supply detachment. I can take care of army property and pretty hand around the warehouse, not to mention I know how to manage a band of helpers. That's how I became your quartermaster. Wilson gives you a shy smile and shrugs, as if this were all wholly unremarkable story typical of any crusader. What exactly are your duties, Mr. Gomes? A little bit of everything. What's an officer to a soldier? Strict father. What does that make a quartermaster like me? Something like the mum, that's what. Yeah, senior NCO. I make sure the lads have everything they need to defeat the enemy and come back from battle in one piece. Wilson starts ticking things off on his fingers. That means wood. That means firewood, food, medicine, tents, mended clothes, fixed weapons. The horses have got to be fed and watered. The camp's got to be fortified by the evening, broken up by the morning. I make sure the wages are paid on time. The wagon wheels don't squeak. Then there are the reports. Oh, gods, until you asked, I never realized how many things I actually had to do. And what do the soldiers think of me as their new commander? Mostly they're telling tales about your unusual power. They don't shy away from talking about you as a person. The soldiers are always like that. Iomade herself would descend from the heavens, but you bet they jabber on about how she grips her sword, or how good she looks in her armor. Word is that when you were a little kid, your babysitter was an Ifrit, or a Shaitan, or some other exotic lady from another plane, and that's the reason you can wield fire and do tricks no priest or mage can do. Show me what you have, Garms. Alright. So, price, let me see here. Nobody can use a scythe. Nobody uses two-handed axes. +1 flail confirms a critical hit. It deals an additional 1d6 positive energy damage. Nobody uses flails. One-handed war hammer. Nobody uses that. Mordant war axe. I don't have any. Actually, I remember holding on to this because I think Greybor uses dwarven war axes. And I think he starts with generic ones when you first get him. So we're going to hold on to that. The bulky pick. Nobody uses that. The malady. That's cool and all, but nobody really uses short swords. I guess I could save it for Woljif in case. We'll hold on to it. Falchion, nobody uses. And the rest of these are all default weapons. Away they go. Half plate of vigor. Masterwork spike shield. We don't care about those. Claws. Amulet of agile. No one's using amulet of agile fists. Nothing there. We'll keep magic items. Keep our scrolls and potions. Don't want to sell any of that. Alcohol and books. Sell it all. There we go. We're more than doubling our cash. 24,000 gold. What actually does he have on hand? The Black Dragon Fang. 75,000 for a +3 corrosive longsword. When it lands a hit on the enemy, it deals an additional 2d6 acid damage to all enemies in a 30-foot area. After this ability has been activated, it can't be activated again for 1d4 rounds. That's still really good. Lightning Rod is a two-handed long spear. On hit, it may release this energy on an enemy in a 30-yard radius. Ooh. Relentless Assault, that's a Dwarven War Axe. Nimble Edge is an Estoc. Ruse is a +2 dart. Whenever this dart confers a critical hit, the enemy becomes flat-footed for 1 round. Blade of Order is a scimitar. Puts a debuff on the enemy up to a -5. As you recall, this is when you get introduced to mass combat. It's also in the tabletop, but you start with an army of paladins and an army of mongrels. You assign each army a general, and their proficiency is based on their ranks of professional soldier. You can gain bonuses based on PC and NPC lieutenants you assign to the army. I personally led the army of mongrelmen. I suppose that also... I love how that's got to be one of the few times I've ever heard of Pathfinder taking advantage of the profession skill. It's basically telling, hey, yeah, you should probably have somebody in your party who actually has profession soldiery because you're going to be needing. Because let's be honest, profession is usually the skill that never gets used in most adventures. Plus, it lands a hit on a creature under any hex effect. It deals additional damage equal to the weapon's base damage. Okay, that's nice. It's just a shame it's a falchion. Will the Disciple, capable of heavily stunning strike. Axiomatic Quarterstaff, that's good. Bug Crusher. Axiomatic Punching Dagger. Corrosive Light Hammer. Opportunist Dwarven War Axe. Grants deals additional 9 damage on a successful critical hit. Grants its wielder the ability to cast the Flare spell twice per day as a first level wizard. Lord Protector is a dueling sword. Refuses to attack the one its wears sword to protect, imposing a -5 penalty to attack rolls against friendly targets. Oh, good. So if you get confused, it protects you. Later in our adventure, our Meg is deeply invested in downtime capital, and with BP he bought his own private army funded with his own BP gain. Oh, that is pretty good. Agile Estoc, Soft Sabers. Great swords, falchions, I think we're just in the mostly generic units now. When the wielder of this +1 sawtooth saber attacks a new enemy for the first time, the wielder can make an additional attack during a full attack action. Okay. Yep, just generic weapons at this point. Although, to be fair, do we need any generic weapons is the question. Let me see here. I don't need anything. Nenio has the quarterstaff of coercion. I don't think there's really anything for her. She has a rapier +1, so we don't have to worry about that. Darren has a weapon. You don't need a weapon. We need to find you an amulet of mighty fists. Or I need to find a way to get something for the amulet of power. It's better. Woljif has +1s. She has +1s. And we will... Oh no, Radiance doesn't get upgraded yet, does it? Shit. Does he have... I don't think he has a +2 longsword, unfortunately. No. We'd have to go for a +1 longsword, which is, I think, not even... Yeah, that has one more point of damage, and that's it, because the Cold Iron Masterwork means that the accuracy doesn't change, and the damage penetration doesn't change either. So, nah, that's not worth paying money for, honestly. 1 point of damage for 2,000 gold? No. Alright. Armor and shields. Adamantine full plate. Now that's looking a little bit interesting. That would get her 2 additional AC points because she'd be able to get her full dexterity. And adamantine is the damage reduction, which would get it 3 for being a heavy armor. Dawn of Life is a tower shield. Adamantine banded mail. A rock of nature. Painful remorse. Whenever the wielder of this +2 spiked shield uses a shield bash, it behaves like a vicious weapon, dealing an extra 2d6 points of damage to the opponent and 1d6 points of damage to the wielder. So Painful Remorse plus Adamantine Full Plate plus Sela. If we can get her dex a little higher so she can start shield bashing and attacking with her sword, that would be great. Most of the rest of this is not going to... Yeah, I'm not really seeing much else. We could grab a buckler +1 for Camellia. Yeah, no, that's all generic shit. Flowing scales, what are you? Scale mail? +2 scale mail gives the attack against its wearer a 10% chance of miss due to concealment. That's actually not bad. And Rock of Nature gives a +2 insight bonus against all attacks made with natural weapons, which is actually really good because a lot of demons have natural weapons. But still. Alright, Bracers of Rough Landing. These bracers give the wearer a +2 competency bonus to AC attack and damage rolls against flying enemies, which, if you know anything about this area and what gargoyles are, you know this is actually really good. +5 competency bonus to perception skill checks, and when the wearer uses the deadly aim feat, it provides an additional +2 bonus to attack rolls. The only person with deadly aim right now, I believe, is Wendua. The idea of putting her in a marksman's hat is kind of hilarious. Amulet of Jousting, that's for mounted knights. Ring of Protection +2. Opportunist Boots, grant their wearer the ability to make 2 additional attacks of opportunity per round. Amulet of Mighty Fist +1. Unfortunately, that's just a +1, so I'm not even sure that's really that good. Grants the wearer a +1 bonus to CMD against disarm attacks. If the wearer has the weapon training ability and is wielding a weapon, it gives a bonus to that bonus increases by +1. I believe the only person who has that is Wendua as well, because weapon training is a fighter skill. So she would get a bonus to her throwing axes. 13,000, 4,000. Let's see what else he has before we make a decision. Quiver of Flaming Ammunition, 20 shots. Flaming Ammunition deals additional 1d6 damage on hit. Ice Quiver does the same. For 80 per day. Oh, they do replenish. Good. And some apprentice lockpicks and a whole lot of alcohol. Of course he has. Okay, so what would be... Those are wrists, those are hands. He has both of those. Provides a +2 bonus to attack rolls. That would be the most valuable. For right now, get me the adamantine full plate for Sela. And the lesser gloves of dueling for Wendua, and we'll still make a small profit. Where's those items? There we go. So this should... Yep, that took her to a +13 on these and a +14 for her offhand. And then we go to Sela. This should take her to 31. Yes, there we go. And if we get that Ring of Protection +2, it'll get her to a 32 AC as well. Very nice. Half Plate of Vigor, half plate +1.
Yes, 3 chairs for the commander. Now answer my questions. Where are the mail shirts? According to the paperwork, we're supposed to have 50. I personally deposited the money for them into the army's treasury.
Of
Here
course,
we go.
Orcus is arguing. I don't like how long it takes for us to advance these. The Prestidigitator Golem is a godsend for conflicting styles. I bet if you can remember to, I think it should have been a case where it's like anything that you actually loot, it just remembers that you have that.
And why is there hardtack in the barrels that are supposed to be filled with corned beef? You're the quartermaster. I demand answers. The corned beef's in the cooking pots. Turns out it was from last year and needs to be eaten before it spoils. We're saving the hardtack for now. As for the mail shirts, they're on the troops. That's what they're for, aren't they? Not for me to rest my jacksie on when the lads are heading off in a battle suit.
Yeah, he's basically acting as the primary financier for the expedition, whereas Garms is the guy actually in charge of keeping track of it.
Good day. Do you remember me? I'm Jur now. We spoke in the Defender's Heart. I suppose you're the commander of the Crusade now. Erastil knows it's hard to imagine someone worthy of taking up a post of the savior of Canabras. May the good gods help you prevail.
I mean, we already know about this, so have you decided to join us?
Don't take it amiss, but no, I haven't. I have my own task. I'm still needed north in Chili Creek. Tiny hamlet, which due to some oversight has been without a priest for years. I'm about to set sail there. I'll be making my journey along Old Man Selling.
Well, may Erastil watch over you, and you.
Do you know what the Queen does to people who keep her waiting? I don't, but I know better than to find out.
Yeah, well, she told me to check around the camp, so we're checking around the camp. I don't think there's anything else over here. Nope. Did I miss another thing down here? What? Are you guys gonna finish your conversation so I can move on, or what? Like, I appreciate that you actually leave this on the screen long enough, game, but for the love of God, move on. There we go. I think that's it. I don't think Orgus is going to say that. All right, somehow I missed something. There we go.
I can handle it.
See anybody else over here? Okay, so we should be clear to go to the other side of the camp. Nope. What did she say? These are the Knights of Canabras, all that's left of the orders that were billeted in the city.
First Irabeth, now another upstart commander. Our Queen sure does like them wet behind the ears.
You want to say that to my face, buddy? There. Potion. What did you say?
Can't make the demons wait.
Nothing, Commander Tirabate. Happy to serve.
Sure, sure. That old iron longsword. Oh, those are actually worth... Yeah, that's actually worth decent money. Chapel tent.
We've outfitted the tent to be used as a chapel. Even the most pious of crusaders will come. Even the less pious crusaders will come here to say their prayers when the final battle is upon us. I've seen it happen in many a campaign.
Altar of Torag, father of creation, the dwarven god of craft and kin. Altar of Sarenrae, the healing light, goddess of the sun, healing and redemption. Altar of Erastil, old Deadeye, the god of hunting, farming, and the quiet pastoral life. Altar of Desna, the great dreamer, goddess of freedom, travel, luck, and dreams. This place has been sanctified. Yep. And then lastly, Altar of Iomade, light of the sword, the goddess of justice, valor, and the patron of the Crusades.
Beautiful.
That field medic, which I believe this is our field hospital. Alas, the clerics of Canabra suffered especially heavy losses, so we're in desperate need of healers. Search for joy, confessions of heretic. We are few, but the gods are with us. Prayers of good people around the world are with us. Vasile, you sell anything now, or are you just going to? Beautiful day, isn't it? Yeah, Camellia, sure. I'm sure you're helping out so much right now.
Dear lady, you've been standing here for a long time. Would you like to help us?
Me? No, I definitely would not.
Let me say, orthopraxy. It means things should be done right, not slapped down.
He's going back to talking to his apprentice. More recruits, more recruits. We didn't miss anything there.
Let's see what
Happy
we
to
can
serve, Commander. Yep, these are the fighters brought from the capital. Oh. A group of soldiers is talking loudly, laughing joyfully, and passing around a flask. So picture this. My sword's on fire. There's 2 goblins trying to snatch it. 3 more digging through the tent. And I'm sat in the bushes with nothing but a chain shirt on, wondering what in the hell's to do. An old mercenary taught me about the mail shirt. You can't sleep in armor. It's not so bad in mail once you get used to it. Too bad no one told me not to go into the bushes without my sword.
So what did you do?
What did I do? I barked like crazy. Goblins are afraid of dogs, you know, so they all went wild, started running around. I spot my sword, they spot me. I jump over the fire, wearing nothing but a mail shirt. I grab my sword and I yell in a big tough voice, "Oh, Inheritor, grant me the power to crush these filthy creatures." The sword's shining now, the goblins are screaming. I jump forward to attack them and they fight back. I fought them all off. But ever since then, I never take a step without my weapons. Sela takes a sip from the flask. And there's our first ad break. We'll hold here for a moment. I'll go run to the restroom real fast, and we'll continue as soon as the ad is over. Go get yourselves a drink or a snack or whatever you need. Do some stretches. We'll be right back. Get resituated here. We'll just wait for the ad to finish. Take the opportunity to take a quick walk. That's a good idea, Lord Brownbear. Never a bad idea to take a quick walk. Also, never forget, if you are having to watch it on mobile or anything like that, I'm going to have to say that Twitch's mobile player is not the best, and I would highly suggest maybe taking alternate stream if you need to watch it on the phone exclusively, but hey, that's just me. I have no luck with Twitch's mobile player. It fucks up for me constantly. And we're just waiting on the ad to finish. I always feel awkward when doing this, but it's better than making people miss
Let's go.
Also, you get to listen to the pretty good, in my opinion, music for this game. Like, I mean, it's no Expedition 33, but the composer did do a very good job for the Mythic. And the Crusader themes in general. All right, there we go.
That's some story. Hey, stop gulping. Leave some for us.
We've only just set off, and all of you are already drinking. With the Queen in camp, stop this at once. The knights quickly snap to attention, and Sela raises the flask and says loudly, "Right you are, Chimera to Tierbade, but we're drinking to the Queen's health." Take Sela's flask.
Give me a sip. To Her Majesty's health.
Irabeth rubs her forehead with the palm of her hand. Commander, are you sure this is the right way to train your... Never mind. It's your business. Oh, lighten up, Irabeth. Not all of us are paladins, thank you very much.
Is that a trap?
Ah, Canabras be damned. Anonymous pamphlet. I spit upon the streets of Canabras, upon its granite walls and its stained glass windows. If tomorrow the ground trembles, splits apart, and devours this cursed city, I shall not shed one tear. No one here, not a single soul deserves any compassion. Anyone who lives in the city is a criminal, and were there any justice in the world, every one of them would hang from the gallows. Prelate Halrun and Queen Galfrey chief among them. Ask anyone in the streets what they know of the Mongols. The answer will be dumb silence or the lowered eyes of a scoundrel who knows their crimes but doesn't want to think about it. Mongols, a disgusting nickname which the residents of the city have given to brave Crusader heroes who defeated the forces of evil but paid for it with their health. Covered in scabs and tumors, bloated and gnarled, they were no longer beautiful enough to be tolerated by the very people they had saved. As a reward for their heroism, the city dwellers exiled them to the sewers and the caves beneath the city. The author of these words went down there and spoke with them. And I'll have you know that the ugliest of them is more noble than the paladins of Mendev, not to mention that head-chopping prelate or the murderous queen. And if any pretend that today's city dwellers aren't responsible for the crime of their grandfathers, then I spit upon their faces. For the grandchildren of the exiled are still down there, crawling in the mud and eating garbage, and everyone who knows about this and does nothing, and everyone who should know but prefers blissful ignorance, I say they are all guilty and repeat the same crime every day. And as long as this doesn't change, any citizen who desires to fight the demon should take a knife and stab themselves in the stomach. For your city is already rotten, and you are no better than the demons. And if anyone would repent and right this terrible wrong, they should turn their weapons upon the prudish paladins who preach good, but defend an order that flies in the face of justice. Down with the paladins, down with Prelate Halrun, and down with Queen Galfrey. Would you look at that? Turns out we have some anarchists in our party. Or in our army. The well-dressed old dwarf is lecturing a motley company, shaking her ladle at them belligerently. Noticing you, she flings up her hands. Good afternoon, your commanderness. Do you remember us? We are the crew from the next door theater company, the one you saved in Canabras back when you weren't commanderness yet. As you can see, we are coming on your campaign with you. We have signed up to clean pots and to mend soldiers' clothing. Keeping up a theater is expensive, so we'll have to take a side job. But we won't stop doing what we're doing. We're also going to put on a play about your legendary feats. Of course, the crowd scenes are difficult. We can't find people to play the hordes of demons. We have decided against using a ritual to summon real demons. Luckily, we have Master Kem, and he's invented a proper way to solve the problem using sound. We caught a pig and some piglets who ran away from a burnt village. The glum and husky half-orc mumbles softly. We put the piglets in a box, and we scare them a little, and the sound they make is like an approaching demon horde. Ah, but the most important question is, of course, choosing the lead actor who will play the great knight commander. Ah, we had a right Barney over it, breaking a number of lances, as well as a shovel, a rolling pin, and a set of back scratchers. But we just couldn't decide no matter what. Maybe you can help us. We have 2 remaining candidates that are most suited to the role. One will have the honor of conveying your heroism upon the stage, Commander. I'm to be played by a gnome? Not a gnome, 2 gnomes. Rumbledum and Hierophant are twins. One of them sits on the other's shoulders, and they put on a long coat so they can play taller characters. They switch places every so often. So each gets their moment of fame, and that's why they only have to learn half the script. A Cyclops? Oh, he's completely tame, believe me. He has a few issues with articulation, but such a powerful physique. Oh, we'll make him such a nice costume, wash him up, brush his hair. What hair? Truth be told, in our show, you mainly just make short, heroic exclamations at the fateful moment, like, onward, or we will never give up, or my heart burns with courage, and Lambkin can definitely handle that script. Leona, welcome. I have had a chibi dropped on my head. Thank you. You don't have any other actors? None who even vaguely represent?
Well, we're a small and poorly funded theater. We only have a handful of actors, but they are all so talented. One of a kind, I assure you. I've chosen the ones best fitted for the role. Trust my vision, Commander. I have more than a few successful plays under my belt.
All right, I've made my decision. Use the Cyclops. At least it'll look intimidating.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm sorry we took you away from the most important things of being heroes and commanders that they do. We're off to rehearsal. I mean, once we finish with the pots. Then we're off to rehearsal. Come on, you lazy lumps. Don't embarrass old Grandma now.
Lambkin is my name. I am Actor. Yes, you are.
Here we go.
I don't think there was much else. I do like the idea that they use summon earth elementals to dig the trenches. That's actually kind of a...
Is that
I mean, they
treasure?
dig the trenches and they defend them.
I can
Because I'm
handle it.
assuming that if anything gets in the trench, it'll attack them. That's a nice little world building idea. You got anything to say? Nope. Anything else along the edges here? Nope.
Can't make the demons wait.
I think that's everything. Talk to Wolgrith, Olbra, Darren, Woljif, Sela. Been in there. We've been to the encampment for Nabra soldiers. Been to Eagle Watch encampment. We check this upper corner. It's the only area I can't remember. Yep, talk to Ember. You. Okay, I guess
Beautiful.
we're good. We did pick up some random basic shit. So hold on. Wilser. Oh. Your supply could do any wine shop proud, Garms. Does the Crusade really need this much alcohol? Garms smiled shyly.
Don't think I'm trying to encourage drunkenness among the Crusaders, sir. It's all in good fun. Just a good way to blow off steam. When soldiers can gather by the fire and raise a cup to honor the living and the dead, it reminds them that life goes on. But those who drink to excess or to the detriment of their duties won't get a drop from me. There's no sight more depressing to a Crusader than a drunk.
Let's go ahead and sell off these. These. You? You? Is there anything else we picked up? Yes. There we go. All right, another 1,600 gold. Thank you. Actually, no, that's too much for that. Yeah, those are too much. Those are too much. Not worth it. Not worth it. Yep, no. Let's just keep building up our war chest.
Let's see what
All
we
right,
can do.
let's go see what the queen wants with us. Theodore Hawkblade, Neurodendwire, Sociel. Oh, right, we get Sociel here. I forgot about him. Probably because he's a classic cleric, which means he takes way more fucking preparation to deal with than Christy. There's our commander's chest with some basic equipment in it. I'm going to drop off the short sword and the axe that we don't need. We also don't have an animal companion that we can use with the lightning harness yet. Did you have the full-on cutscene where you meet the NPCs? We're just about to do that. We're just about to do that. Drop you off as well. Use that. Oh, right. That means we still can't do this because the storyteller won't do it right now while he's in camp. All that stuff. All right. The Queen greets you with a stare. She has dropped the pompous air with which she announced the Fifth Crusade. The face of the ruler of Mendev appears calm and thoughtful. She has made her move and now awaits her opponent's reply.
Commander, I'm satisfied with the troop review, but I do not expect they will be sufficient for the task. You will have to prove yourself a shrewd leader and hire the necessary troops with the provided funds. I have chosen a target for your campaign, and that target is Dresden, our lost outpost within the World Wound. The Sword of Valor was kept there, a banner that was once carried by Iomade herself. Our greatest relic was lost when the city fell. I should make one thing clear from the start. The Sword of Valor is no mere symbol, but a powerful weapon against demons. The holiness of the banner weakens them and robs them of one of their most dangerous abilities, teleportation.
In Tabletop, there's actually an array of medals you can earn by accomplishing certain feats. Killing a demon in one round, shaking off demonic possession. Oh, so basically like achievements, but I'm assuming they actually provide some level of tangible effect in-game.
A forced march to Dresden awaits you. The Sword of Valor is kept somewhere within the Citadel. The demons probably think it's a hunting trophy. Its recovery is just as important as retaking the city itself. I hope the task is clear. I'm sending 2 specialists to help
Small
you,
bonuses each.
along with the soldiers. A historian, Nura Denduar, and a cleric, Soziul Vainik.
The queen nods to the human man and the young female halfling woman standing next to her.
One of the famous inquisitors of the Church of Iomade also wants to talk to you. The Honorable Leota, whom everyone calls Hawkblade.
I do not wish to keep you, Commander. The matter I must discuss with you is extremely important, but it is not directly related to the Crusade. You no doubt wish to meet your new comrades and speak with Her Majesty. Therefore, I shall leave you now, but I ask that you seek me out in the camp at your earliest convenience.
This is my favorite part of the game. I do remember Act 2 fondly because it really just does feel like you're constantly making progress, you're constantly gaining power. There's no, like, it's probably one of the most linear parts of the game, but it is actually really well done. So on Dresden and the Sword of Valor, the original AP Dresden isn't a significant prize, it's just Apanavicius's vacation home. What's of import is the Sword of Valor that they keep as a trophy, which the demons as a larger force may have kind of forgotten about. Yeah, I mean, Galfrey even kind of indicates as such in her own dialogue.
Hi! Listen, it's amazing here. It's like I'm in a ballad. There's knights in shining armor, deadly dangers, glorious feats. We are going to show those demons! I'm so tired of sitting in a library reading books about history. It's time I took part in it!
I do love how they go out of their way to have Nura remind you of Lindsay. Because, well, if you know about Nura, you know, but
I'm glad to help our cause, Commander. If you have some time later, I'd like to speak with you further.
Also, yeah, can I just say it, Lord Bramber? You showed me the artwork for Soziul from the AP path. He looks so much better in that. Like, I don't know, he looks very generic and just like, I'm a young priest kind of look here. He looks like much more of a capable soldier in the official art from the AP pack. He certainly looks more rugged originally. Yes. I don't know why they decided to make him younger and look more like I'll be very honest, like he's inexperienced and naive. Like that's what they made him look like, which is weird considering he's been here for some time.
You'll have plenty of time to talk. You're the Knight Commander's people now, his trusted advisors and companions. Now then, will you please leave us? Irabeth, you can go too.
When we met at the Defender's Heart, I don't think I ever imagined that you'd make me the Knight Commander of the 5th Crusade.
Some actions may be deemed bold, or even extreme, and beyond those, there are some you might call the Queen's last resort. I am not a simple monarch. I am at war with the Abyss, a war which has lasted over 100 years. I cannot allow myself the luxury of caution. In you, I see a chance, and I am willing to stake everything on it.
Curiously enough, the art they use for Nura seems to be using the 2nd edition concept for halflings where they have rounded ears, and the sketchbook sequence she still had pointed ears. Oh, I didn't
However,
realize.
you cannot blame me for putting you in charge of the Crusade. I only formalized what had already happened in the hearts and minds of many. People spoke of the power that descended upon you and helped you save the Wardstones from corruption and total destruction. Word of this feat quickly spread far beyond the borders of Mendev. There was no other person who could better fit the role of Knight Commander of the 5th Crusade.
Well, I have some questions about this mission to retake Dresden.
Of course. I shall answer.
I'm aware of Staunton Vane, but what else can you tell me about when the demons took Dresden originally?
That's a good question. Its walls were built by dwarf craftsmen, and the power of the Sword of Valor protected the city. Alas, where raging hordes failed, a single lying tongue was all they needed to succeed. The demoness Minago convinced a young and ambitious crusader named Staunton Vane that the banner belonged on the battlefield. He went on a daring and unapproved raid, and the banner ended up in the enemy's hands. The city fell soon after. Ever since then, for 7 decades, it has served as a citadel for the forces of the Abyss.
Staunton Vane. I'm afraid I saw him at the Grey Garrison. He's fully defected to the other side.
Oh, really? I wasn't informed of this. After Dresden fell because of Staunton, he was nearly sentenced to death. He deserved it. In wartime, men are hanged for far less. But you have no idea what a terrible sight it is. A raging crowd of crusaders baying for blood. Never have my fighters looked so much like the demons we are fighting.
Continuing the differences between the two, your March on the Wormwound isn't the 5th Crusade, it's a small part of it. Galfrey leads a larger incursion into the Wormwound as a distraction to assure Aponavicius isn't in Dresden when you take it. It's actually Erebeth that is the command. Interesting. Again, though, like, that is the difference between TTRPG and CRPG. TTRPG can afford to kind of... You can be the main characters without being the most important thing, but it's harder to do that in CRPGs.
I commuted Staunton's sentence and stripped him of his rank. Not just for him, but for my army and my country. We are not Hell Knights. We do not maintain discipline with public executions.
I'm afraid, my queen, that all you managed to do was punish him with a life of disgrace and humiliation, and that after nearly 6.5 decades, it finally broke him. It's sad, but I can't say I was really that surprised either.
Perhaps exile would have been a more merciful sentence than decades of service among those who despised him. I was hoping he might atone for his guilt with a heroic act, but he likely decided that atonement was impossible, and he might as well give himself over to evil.
I mean, yeah, he is a dwarf, so, like, if this was a human, he probably would have died, because almost 7 decades, he, at the very least, would have died of old age, most likely, but you gave it to a dwarf, which means he was still hale and hearty and went through 7 decades of just being constantly shadowed. There's an NPC missing from the entourage Galfrey introduced you. Leodor is an established NPC, but not much is said about him. Presumable he's there if you want to encounter the witch hunters in a degree. Canonically, in my game, once we took over Dresden, my character personally took steps to keep them out. Leotar is here. I mean, he's not sticking around as an entourage, but he is here because I know he's connected to Darren's companion quest. What forces do we have at our disposal?
Everyone we saw today at the parade. First among them, the Eagle Watch, who remain a powerful force thanks to Erebeth's resourcefulness. Also marching with you are several minor knightly orders, as the minor volunteer units like to be called. And finally, I have personally selected some recruits from Nerosian. They have little in the way of battle experience, but great determination and a thirst to prove themselves. I've always thought that an army benefits from at least one such unit.
Okay, and here's where Galfrey starts to grate on me. Because if you can read between the lines, all this really says is, if you win, that's great, but I've made sure that I've only given you units that even if every single one of you dies, it will not be that great of a loss to Mendev. Like, really, look at what she's given us. The Eagle Watch, who was not, like, that's the closest thing to an elite unit we have, and it's not much. The minor knightly orders, minor volunteer units, and then a host of new recruits from Nerosia. Original Socio is accompanied by Aaron Keir, his lover. This brings a canonically gay couple count to 2, 3 if you count Galfrey, because historically she's an item with Yaniel. In my personal case, it was 5, as our DM introduced 2 more gay couples, but more on Aaron. Mods the game to put a dunce cap on her head. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if someone's done that. So that even makes it weirder. So Social not only has been here, like, in the tabletop, he's been here longer, he has a more rugged look, he's already established as a gay character. Like, I feel like they really dumbed down Social just to shove him into the, we need a homosexual companion to round out our roster. Also, we need a cleric. Let's be honest. We need a fucking cleric. So I'm not surprised he became the cleric companion, but it is a bit weird that they go with that. They wanted Social as a gay romance character, designed him to make more appealing, I guess? It still feels weird. It feels like they took a character that had something more going for them and truncated their character design just to fit them in as a romance option, which is a bit weird, especially given that it's the gay option. I don't know. That sounds like there might have been some fighting in the writer's room over that, and they came to a very poor compromise.
These forces, as I said, are not enough for a march on Dresden. You will have to hire additional troops with the funds that have been provided to you. But for a brave commander, and I hope you are one, that is just the beginning. If you retake Dresden, recover the holy power of the Sword of Valor, and gain a foothold in the region, then new armies will join under your banner. The Fifth Crusade is only beginning. Many battles and victories lie ahead.
Him being a party member isn't odd at all. He's one of the long-running co-star NPCs. I'm not saying him being a party member is the odd part. I'm saying him being the party member and then them purposely changing a lot of his primary details that he's supposed to have when he first encounters you is a little weird. It's been decades and no Crusader force has managed to retake the city. Why do you think this will be different?
We have a chance now that we haven't seen in decades. But it's more than that. You created this chance for us by foiling the demons' plans in Canabris. The army who attacked the city came straight from Dresden. Demon hordes from the Abyss are usually encamped there, but many of them perished on the streets of Canabris.
How old is the queen again? She was in her, I want to say, mid-20s when the First Crusade occurred, and it's been 109 years since then, Tenwin. So she's, age-wise, she's in like her 130s, 140s. She still appears as she was when she first took the Sun Orchid Elixir. Aaron Keir is a siege engineer and a low Templar, down to having the prestige class. Low Templar doesn't show easily due to his relationship with Social, but he's addicted to a drug called Shadow Blood, a drug manufactured by the blood of an Invidiac. Very hard to get unless you have cooperation with a Shadow Demon. Oh, and that sounds like it causes all sorts of problems.
We must attack swiftly before they can restore their forces. When the city is free and the Sword of Valor appears before our soldiers, they won't be sending in any more reinforcements. Demons cannot teleport into an area protected by the banner of the goddess.
The Sun Orchid Elixir is basically an alchemical philosopher's stone that extends life massively. Especially for baseline humans, which Galfrey is. Because I know we did it, but I don't think anybody said Galfrey's name, so it's not going to show up in the logs anywhere here, unfortunately. Oh, wait, there we go. Yeah. Eager to retain such a valuable leader at the head of the Crusades, the Church of Iomade has twice purchased and presented to the Queen the rare and expensive Sun Orchid Elixir, which extends mortal life beyond its usual span. Thanks to this boon, the Queen has lived and led the Crusaders for more than a century. There we go. What about long-term goals? Do you have any plans to get rid of the World Wound once we've retaken Dresden?
Now you are talking like a real knight commander. However, answering your question is not easy. To win this war, we must bar the demon's way. There are a few planar rifts leading to the Abyss across the territory we call the World Wound. The best specialists we could find have tried to close them on separate occasions, with no success, as you may have guessed.
DM did not get into too deeply, possibly because we found it out quick. You know how book 2 goes, so you know there's an operating saboteur and a tactic that doesn't show here in planting Shadow Blood to try and frame it in taking it, and also trying to get Aaron to relapse. Oh, okay. If what you've told me is true about her view of actions, it seems as if she was a poor choice on the church. So I guess the best way to put it, Tedwood, is that Galfrey represents all the best and the worst of the Crusaders at once. She is tactically capable, a solid commander, very inspirational. She's a high-ranking and a very powerful paladin of Iomade who can go toe-to-toe with most of the powerful demons in the game. She's just shy of having mythic power, and in the tabletop, it wouldn't surprise me if she actually does have low-ranking mythic power. She's highly capable at leading warriors, highly capable at leading paladins. But she's also the worst of the Crusade. She's hidebound to traditional military tactics. She has to abide herself as a paladin of Iomade first, which means she can't engage in what one might consider the more clandestine efforts of warfare, because that would go against her oath. She has a variety of blind spots because of that same oath, and quite frankly, after over a century of life, and this is something that I know from reading on the Lich Mythic path that is not present if you do not go down the Lich Mythic path, she has quite frankly gotten sick and tired of living, for the most part. The passion that actually like fuels a paladin's willpower is actually mostly gone from her. She does this because it's the rote action of what she was chosen to do by the Church of Iomade. but the actual passion for victory is largely gone because she doesn't feel they can actually win. Basically, Iomede's great fear is that the Church of Iomede is just going to keep keeping her alive and fighting an eternal war forever. Which is very grimdark when you think about it that way. And to be fair, after almost a century of zero progress, I can kind of see it. Because again, remember, Galfrey is a baseline human. That we're not an elf, not a half elf, not even a gnome or anything else that has these long extended lifespans that has a mind more capable of dealing with century after century of life. She is an ordinary baseline human. She's not even an Aasimar, even. She is baseline human. And she's already approaching her second century of life, and it is weighing heavily on her. The Church of Iomede wanted to keep her around because they could not afford Mendev having any political issues at all while the Crusades were going on.
The World Wound is more than just a chain of portals to the Abyss. We do not understand its nature yet. The methods of rift closure known to magical science simply do not work here. However, we have a hypothesis, and a rather well-grounded one, that we must begin at the source of the problem, the place where the World Wound was opened.
And also, to be fair, Tenwin, she's usually pretty good right now. The real problems with Galfrey don't start to show until the next act. Because one, she tries to politically control you while you're setting up the defense of Dresden. And two, you'll see what happens when we make actual progress in the Crusade and Galfrey starts making really stupid decisions.
The main rift lies through the city of Iz and the Threshold Fortress, deep in the former lands of Socorus. We have never managed to fight our way so far and gain a foothold to allow the mages to explore the origins of the World Wound.
Mages? Did you really just pronounce it as mages?
The next step, after you succeed in Dresden, is an offensive push deeper into the World Wound, with the aim of reaching Threshold, the very threshold of the Abyss.
All right, no more questions in that regard.
Wonderful.
I must ask, my queen, did you know that the souls of angels are confined within the Wardstones?
I had guessed as much. Many angels fought alongside us in the First Crusade. Heaven was unable to mobilize its full might to aid us, but individual Celestials volunteered to fight for our cause. Then one day, they all vanished, saying that they were setting off on an important mission. Not long after, Iomede's herald erected the first wardstone in Canobris, and then the others in cities across Mendev. Even back then, I had nagging doubts, but my faith in Iomede easily assuaged them. It is for us to serve the goddess after all, not to question her works. Nevertheless, I am pleased that you solved the mystery of the wardstone in Canobris, and were able to save this gift of Iomede. It was a deed worthy of a knight commander of the Fifth Crusade.
Then you should also know that I received an unusual gift in the caves beneath Canabris. In a vision, I saw the death of an angel named Lario. Somehow, he was able to grant me the ability to reveal the light of heaven from my hands.
Lario. I knew him. He disappeared shortly before the World Wound grew, and Dresden fell into the enemy's hands. In the chaos, we had more important concerns than investigating the fate of a single angel. Even one so righteous and beloved as Lario. And afterward, matters took a turn for the worse. The angels left us to go on their special mission. It is so strange to hear the names I used to hear when I was young, like getting a message from the past. It is sad news, but it brings me back to the times when we strongly believed in our victory, and we rushed headlong toward it without fear. Could it be that such times have come again?
Our paladin muddled our investigation of the saboteur because the moment we deduced Aaron was an addict, neither him nor Socio was quick to tell us outright. The paladin immediately condemned him for ingesting a substance that had an evil aura, completely throwing off the investigation. Our DM just let it happen, so I also blame her. I mean, at the same time, though, if the player is going to jump to conclusions and make a poor decision, the DM doesn't have to correct them. Your paladin made a mistake, and your paladin kept making mistakes. That's... I'm sorry, Lord Brammer, but that is kind of what a DM is... Like, At most, you could maybe argue she should have provided a slight nudge in the right direction, but if the paladin still didn't take it, then that's on the paladin, not on her. And what are you going to do exactly, Queen Galf?
Overlooking a spot of insubordination just at the moment. However, I shall answer you. I shall prepare the defenses at Nerosian and all the other border cities and plan the future of the Fifth Crusade. Does that satisfy your curiosity, Knight Commander?
In my opinion, my queen, I think the queen should remain with us. The Dresden campaign is the hope of the entire crusade, and the blessing of Iomade that you carry might be decisive in the coming battle.
So I hear? A polite attempt to appeal to the conscience of an old sovereign?
The queen flashes something of a slightly astonished smile.
I don't know if you realize what you're suggesting. If our enemies in the depths of the wound were to discover that I was with your army, they would immediately send their most vicious demons to attack. They would stop at nothing to be rid of me, and thereby sow chaos across Mendev. But you are right. I shouldn't be sitting it out in the rear. I am a warrior queen, and a queen of warriors. Yet my fighters have forgotten what I look like. Fine. I shall join the crusade, but on my own terms. First, I shall assemble my entourage and lead the parade out of the camp. I shall catch up with you later, along with a few hand-picked bodyguards. We'll change our armor, and I'll become a knight of a minor order and join the troops incognito. Until we approach Dresden, no one should know I am among you. But before we storm the city, I shall show myself to the troops and join the battle. Let it be a surprise for the demons. I hope you won't complain of my company on the road, Commander, since you were the one who insisted upon it. Do you have any other questions?
None, my queen. The task is clear.
Splendid. Ah, yes. We have one final matter to attend to. It should be rather enjoyable. Count, there you are. You received my instruction?
I did, though I did not have time to read the thing before I was dragged before your majesty. In truth, I was readying myself to depart.
No matter. I trust you will forgive your sovereign for the rather brusque summons, especially when you learn what prompted it. As you are aware, he has recently been appointed my Knight Commander of the Fifth Crusade. I spent a long while pondering whom to appoint to the highly sensitive post of Commander's Field Attaché and Advisor Plenipotentiary without portfolio. Congratulations, Count.
See, this is what I mean when I say that you can see some of the family resemblance in moments like this.
It is a great honor, I suppose.
Darren's cool expression wavers, but he seems not to be fully cognizant of what is happening. That, or he is holding himself tightly in check. Because I love that she's literally just created a position that has no power and no authority. But as her vassal, he cannot refuse it without causing a massive problem for him, to the point of she could easily strip him of title, rank, and wealth if he refused. Back then, I blamed the Paladin too, but after 5 years, the DM established a habit of moving the scene along in games as a means of downplaying research and investigation. Oh, okay. I mean, again, that is still partially DM fiat. But yeah, if she does it consistently, then it's not just a case of the Paladin fucking up. Although, the Paladin fucking up that bad does make it very easy for the DM to do so. What a wonderful gesture, Your Majesty. I imagine our dear Count would have been inconsolable if you hadn't given him his chance to serve the common cause. That's a great idea. I'm just going to go with that's a great idea.
I knew you would approve, Commander.
The Queen bestows a smile on you and then brings her gaze to rest on Darren once more.
I had my doubts about whether you were ready for such a responsibility, Count. But your conduct in Kenobris has put my mind at ease. So, you will travel with the troops to Dresden. Only the commander may remove you from your post. But I trust that you will dutifully fulfill his orders and make a good showing of yourself. Especially since word of your appointment, Count, will reach the court at any moment. All of Mendev's nobility will be following your successes in service to the nation, including all of your devoted admirers. I even heard that one bard with whom you are particularly friendly has already begun composing a ballad to honor your heroic participation in the Crusade and your faithful service to the commander here.
I love that that also basically implies that she already told the court he was going to have this position before she even left. She knew this was going to happen.
Your largesse truly knows no bounds, dear cousin. I am most gratified by the honor you have shown me.
The Count offers a bow, either as a sign of respect or in order to hide his flushed face. Only the barest quaver can be heard in his voice.
Then let's get going. May Ayomide help us.
Yo. The Magus and the Paladin often wanted to move onto something tangible. I remember one of the red herrings she planted was a nearby crypt where a saboteur would be operating. She even expressed she was happy it worked when I didn't feel like it really worked on me. It's just the other players saw an easy place to put their effort forward and something to fight and went for it. If it's not obvious, I'm still bitter about it. I mean, yes, but again, it sounds like the DM did exactly what a DM should do.
Here we go.
And used your own party's proclivities against you. Like, here's the thing, Lord Bremer. I'm fully understanding that it's not the way you wanted the situation handled. But if the DM is used to your players doing that shit, and she just leans into it, that is something a DM is supposed to do. It sucks, especially when your ideas don't get listened to, but it is something that the DM is supposed to do. Anevia sweeps an inquisitive glance over you. So tell me straight, how'd that brawl in the Grey Garrison actually end? I've heard the rumors, that's my job. You've no idea what cobblers the Crusaders say about you. Some say that Iomade came to you and appointed you her herald. Others say that you died and an honest-to-God angel is now leading the army disguised as you. There's a couple that say it was an explosion of an alchemist experiment. And I'm the one spreading rumors about your powers. Gods, I wish. But you know, you have actually changed since the Grey Garrison. It's hard to describe. You've become more... Murder Hobo tries murdering the merchant is secret level 20, and now the Murder Hobo is dead. Yeah, sometimes the DM does have to step in. Like, that is the other side of the equation, Tenwin, is if a DM leans too heavily into that, the players that get the most psychological incentive might start taking things too far. That's always the balancing act that has to be dealt with. More dangerous? Yep, exactly. More dangerous. I have a gut instinct about this kind of shit, but if I didn't, I'd already be dead. You're just more dangerous, Commander, and by Desna, I hope you'll be more dangerous to the enemies and not to us, or yourself. Alright, we don't have anything else to drop off. We did pick up a couple of resources, or a couple of basic items, so let's go get rid of those. Ah, yes, and everybody gets moved around the camp. Wendewog, do you have anything for us? Master, how can I serve? What do you think of your new powers? I made the right choice when I decided to follow you, Master. The power you've given me, I always felt I was destined to possess such might. Her voice is soft and deep, like a cat's purr. That army of mongrels you promised would be really useful right about now. She shrugs. They would be useful in this campaign. If we had more time and weren't in such a hurry, I would go to Sol and show him the trophies we took from the demons. He'd stop shaking in fear and come and summon forth the tribe. But the way I see it, we don't have time to waste. We'll deal with Sol once we've conquered Dresden. I have this cup of tea for you. See, I'm not willing to trust her that far. Oh, right. More stuff spawns the second you reload the area. Commander. A tall man with piercing yellow-green eyes gives you a brief nod. Let me personally congratulate you on your new title and thank you for the time in advance. Leodor, the Hawkblade, Inquisitor of the Church of Iomade, Bringer of Light. I require your assistance in a delicate matter involving one of your companions, the young Count Darren Arnde. Not doing a Stalin. You're one of Prelate Haroon's Inquisitors, are you not? Leodor freezes for a moment. Yes, of course. And then I'd have to ask, what is your opinion on his actions in Canabras? Leodor is silent for a moment. Usually, people reveal such things about themselves only to their confessor, not to a serious stranger. Still, I am asking for your help, and that imposes certain obligations upon me. Let me put it this way, Commander. I've spent years at Prelate Haroon's side,
and I have learned how to keep him from going over the line. The prelate is an extraordinary man, but in recent years he's fallen prey to his own paranoia and monumental sense of responsibility, which has gradually eroded his razor-sharp mind. He has witnessed so much hideous darkness within Canabras that he now sees it in every shadow. But his strength was, and still is, a shield for all those people of Mendev. That is my opinion. His comrades and advisors are necessary to prevent him from making unforgivable mistakes. And where were you during the attack on Canabras, Sir Hawkwood? More recent examples in Book 2 of Hell's Vengeance, we were acting as spies. I frequently requested to rest at a separate place in town, so it wasn't obvious we were working as a group, but she frequently passed over as if she forgot and hand-waved it. Now, eventually, guards do come down on us, and I was caught up, and she even jokingly chastised me about never choosing another place to rest when I've been trying to do that whole book. Yeah, no, that is on the DM. That is entirely on the DM. Yeah, no, like, that is definitively on the DM. I was on the hunt, and a very successful one, but as often happens in life, this minor success was a mere harbinger of a larger failure. If I hadn't been so far from Canabras on the day of the attack, I might have been able to help my comrades and prevent a great number of deaths. Thank you for answering me honestly, Sir Hawkblade. It is not an easy topic for me, and I would prefer if we not have to discuss this again. Fair enough. What brings you to here? I'm asking you to assist the Church of Iomade in an investigation of the utmost importance. I understand that the leaders of the Crusade have plenty of other matters to attend to, but I ask that you allow me to tell you the details and explain why I'm calling upon you. The Inquisitor's open face instantly reveals his feelings. He frowns and looks through you, lost in thought for a moment. I suppose you have already heard about the story of Count Aronday, referring, of course, to the tragedy of the Heaven's Edge estate. By now, I think it's just one of her power gamer murder hobo contingencies. It's not a very good one. Yep. That can also be the case. I've heard the story, but why don't you tell me exactly what your perception is of the Heaven's Edge estate? 10 years ago, several powerful demons managed to penetrate the Wardstone barrier and commit a mass murder of all guests who attended the feast in the celebration of young Darren's 10th birthday. The unknown magical disease they had brought wiped out the entire estate in less than a day. That was not a unique case in and of itself. The demons have attempted raids into Mendevian lands before, but they never dared target such a well-protected place. The Aronday family is exceptionally rich. The estate was protected by elite bodyguards, and there were several strong and righteous paladins and clerics among the guests. Moreover, the revered Nestor, Darren's tutor, was one of the most powerful priests of Iomade in the region. All of them died. Nonetheless, save for the young Count, who had suddenly manifested outstanding sacred healing powers. Was that a divine miracle or a demon curse? That still remains to be seen. You're going to be investigating this old case again, aren't you? I am. I have several reasons to doubt the widely shared account of what happened in the estate and how it happened. Commander, I was among those sent to examine the estate shortly after the incident. I saw everything with my own eyes. I remember it clearly, even though it feels like it happened a lifetime ago. Heaven's Edge was a unique place that carried the spirit of old Mendev. Mendev before the Whirlwind, before the Crusade. Yet on that day, it turned into a labyrinthine house of horrors, like something only seen in nightmares. Apologies for the discretion. I wanted to tell you about my personal suspicions. Everything about the incident has always seemed odd. Why was the only person left alive a young boy with newfound talent for divine magic? Why did nobody send to Canabras for help, even though the agony spanned across hours? We found the demons dead, their heads cut off when we got into the estate. How were they defeated? How did the disease kill even paladins present at the estate, who are said to be immune to any such disease? And if the demons had found a way to penetrate the Holy Warrior's defenses, why was this never repeated since the tragedy? You are the only person who can help me here, Commander, because the only living witness of those events is currently serving in your entourage. The army's route will take you near the very site of the tragedy. The Heaven's Edge estate has been abandoned and sealed with potent wards throughout the years. Only the Count has the power and authority to break those seals. He is unlikely to invite an Inquisitor inside, and in any case, he won't like me sniffing around his family seat. But if you, as his commander, express your wish to visit the estate, you will be obliged to fulfill it, and I will simply follow you as one of the attendants. It's worth noting that ignoring immunities is a frequent theme of higher mythic abilities. Yes, I am aware of that. But he does make a good point that when you're not dealing with mythic demons, you do have to ask these kind of questions. And even if there was a mythic demon behind what happened, he makes a good point as to why have they not tried this again? There are 100 ways, 1,000 paths, myriad loopholes in human lives that the forces of evil use to gain their advantages. I am not sure which one led the demons to the gates of Heaven's Edge, but I do know that it was not some simple raid that we face every day. This incident has involved significantly more powerful entity, and it is why I'm asking for your help. We cannot be sure that such a tragedy will not happen again unless we uncover the truth. You've been to the estate yourself several times. What do you expect to find now? I was young and inexperienced when I was sent to investigate Heaven's Edge 10 years ago. My skills have improved significantly since then, and I have paid dearly for that. Leota makes a vague gesture, pointing to the scars upon his face. My arsenal includes many spells and techniques dedicated to gathering information about people and events. Almost all of them require me to be physically present at the place where the event happens. It's why I must return to the estate. Mythic abilities, even in tabletop, aren't common knowledge, so yeah, just assuming that your opponent can do that would be an out-of-pocket theory. Yeah. Why don't you just search the estate yourself? I don't understand why specifically you need me. The estate is abandoned, and as I stated, sealed with powerful containment enchantments that only the Count is authorized to lift. That is not the main reason. The main reason is that Count Arundel is not officially under investigation by the Inquisition. I couldn't just break into his house even if I found a way to bypass the spells. This is a serious matter. A matter that threatens the reputation of the entire Church of Iomade and the Inquisitors of it in particular. We have made more than enough unforgivable mistakes during the Third Crusade that we are still dealing with their consequences. Your presence will give my investigation the necessary legitimacy. There is more. In addition to getting official permission, I'd like you to bring an independent third-party investigator to this case. Someone independent, but well-respected. And you fit this role perfectly. And I'm assuming you've questioned Darren yourself. I have. But the Count insisted he couldn't remember anything about the incident due to shock. He saw the demons at the beginning when they appeared at the celebration to announce the onset of the plague and to mock their victims. He also witnessed the death of his mother, Countess Selena. That was all he told me. We had found the young Count sleeping like a log on the floor in one of the rear chambers, having drunk about half the family wine cellar all by himself. There is no reason to disbelieve him on that least. Do you suspect Darren is hiding something? That he might be to blame for the tragedy? I deliberately refuse to entertain any theories or suspicions so that it doesn't affect the investigation. There is a saying among my colleagues that suspicion is the mother of prejudice. Prejudice is married to failure. I can only tell you that Count Arundel wasn't suffering from demonic possession, the most common malaise in our country at that time. Prelate Haroun himself examined the boy right after the tragedy and did not sense anything awry with him. I will assist you. I will assist you. What do you need me to do? He bows to you with exceptional reverence. I thank you for that. All you must do is speak to the Count and tell him you wish to see Heaven's Edge. Do not inform him of my presence right away. I will join your escort when it is time to travel to the estate. When we get there, I will require your assistance during the investigation. You will have to follow me. Observe my actions as an independent witness. Thankfully, these Inquisitors don't operate on innocence proves nothing. Yes, thankfully. There were trolls to deal with, and the wisdom is to take a break. That is smart and done. Do not feed the trolls. If you have any other questions, I ask that you ask them now. I will remain here for a while. We already went over all of this. Why don't you tell me about yourself, Inquisitor? I need to know who I'm working with. I am Ulfin by birth, but I've lived in Mende for most of my life, dedicated to the service of the Inheritor. My warrior brethren mostly worship Gorum, but I've never been eager to fight for the sake of battle alone. Though I was a good fighter in my early youth and I could easily best most of my peers, I didn't enjoy it, showing off my skills. Victory on its own is bland. It is purpose that adds flavor to war. I cannot say that I have always been a faithful sword of Iomade. In my mercenary days, fate brought me to the borders of Mende many a time, where I spent quite a lot of time among the Crusaders, fighting shoulder to shoulder with more righteous comrades in arms and watching demons commit their atrocities eventually led to something I had been seeking my whole life, true purpose and faith. That is how I found my calling. Though it is hard at times, I have never regretted the decision.
Can't make the demons wait.
I think there's... oh, some stuff is in here. Some basic supplies. We have a glowing croissant recipe. So we need that. Yep. Nothing else in here. Socio will deal with you in a moment. Let's keep... Darren! There you are. So, how do you like your new role? chief plenipotentiary and attaché to the Crusader commander. Darren winces. You may enjoy poking me with that stick, don't you? Oh, imagine me a Crusader. If my dearest cousin hoped to teach me a lesson, she has managed it perfectly. An assignment that I couldn't afford without losing massive amounts of face. An idiotic journey leading straight into the demon's maws. Oh, I could have been on a pleasure boat right now with the loveliest songstress in Patax on my arm and the bottle of the finest Kionan wine to keep us company. Nura and Socio both talk for themselves quite a bit in their dialogue, so you don't need much expedition from me now. I can regale you with personal experience. Nura and my character got along right off the bat for a shared love of pranks and because she's cute, but that's obvious. Yep. I notice you also received a fraction of that unusual power. Oh, it looks like it. I genuinely hope that getting away from you would be the end of it. If your gift truly did come from Iode, then giving me a smidgen of that power was a very subtle joke on her part. I had no idea that our divine lightbringer of Mendev had such a sense of humor. Don't get me started on my many acts of sacrilege against her over the years. That obscene engraving, the truth about the test of the Starstone. Oh, that is the tamest by far. We're going to be heading towards Dresden. I've heard that Heaven's Edge rests near there. Perhaps we can stop by the Arendelle estate. Oh, I was just about to mention it myself, honestly. I've been thinking, now that I'm in the middle of this whole Crusade nonsense, I simply must devise new ways to have fun. With all the recent commotion, my birthday completely slipped from my mind. What if we were to celebrate at Heaven's Edge? It's not that far from here, and you'll get to enjoy a banquet in a bona fide haunted house. Darren seems to have trouble getting the words out, which clearly indicates how rarely he has to ask for anything. Of course, since you are my superior, and I am merely your advisor, I am obliged to ask your permission to leave for the festivities. And I want to invite you too, as I'm sure the commander could free up an afternoon while the soldiers are on leave. One fun prank we did in response to Horgus bitching over food, I took some normal meat rations and used my innate prestidigitation to make it purple, claiming it was a rare meal made from the shake of a first world deer or something to that effect. Did he even fall for that? Because something tells me he didn't. You really want to throw a banquet in the place where your whole family died? Darren purses his lips for a moment before replying in a bored drawl. Yes, what of it? Am I supposed to weep and quake with fear for the rest of my life? I've stayed away from that place for 10 years now, and now I'm going to return there, drink, dance, and be merry without a care in the damn world. You can keep your squeamish disapproval to yourself. Fine. Deal. Perfect. You'll have a ball. I'll make sure of it. Something strange flickers in Darren's smile. Despite my proclivities for pranks, that I had a high bluff skill and the special ability of the trickster trade to get an automatic nat 20 once per day by spending a mythic point. So, of course, you used it on a fucking prank. I've talked to Darren. He's going to celebrate his birthday at Heaven's Edge. We can go there as guests. Celebration? That's far from ideal. It'd be rather inconvenient of me to conduct investigation with the guest room, but thank you nonetheless, Commander. When you decide to go to the estate, I will join you. All right, Sociel.
Hello again. I'm very pleased to meet you. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me.
See, I feel like they could have kept his original art, but used the younger voice, and it still would have gotten across what they wanted to get across without making him look, quite frankly, like a downgrade. The young cleric stands before an easel, his brush hovering over the canvas without touching it. Instead of painting, the young man is absently gazing at the sky of Canabras, which is still streaked with towering plumes of blue smoke. Finally, he notices you and smiles, shaking off his stupor.
It's a pity I wasn't there at the Grey Garrison to witness your feats of strength with my own eyes. The flash, however, could be seen miles and miles away. Some people were frightened of it, thinking that the demons had blown up the remains of the keep. I, for one, knew immediately that it was a good sign. The light above the city showed us that there was still hope.
I used it both on useful and not so useful scenarios. Of course, because why wouldn't you? You're a trickster. What are you painting? The cleric's eyes linger mournfully on the canvas. The unfinished painting depicts a temple crowned with a rainbow-tailed bird, the symbol of Shellen. 5 people dressed in robes stand before the temple, men and women, young and old. They all gaze back at you with radiant happiness and joy in their serene eyes.
My brothers and sisters in faith. They sent me for help, and then they saved my life, Commander. If the prioress hadn't ordered me to escape the city and seek help, I would have died right along with them. Instead, I met Queen Galfrey on my way to Nerosian, and hurriedly returned to Canabras, only to find my friends dead on the steps of our desecrated temple.
See what I mean? Like, if they had kept his original look, this would have helped sell it better that he'd been there a while and developed a great connection with these people who he then lost. By making him younger, it makes it seem like they couldn't possibly fit that into the timescale, and that he becomes overly connected to people too quickly. I honestly, I'm going to be very honest, Lord Bramber, I had a higher opinion of Socio before you showed me his original art, because now I just see his current art as a downgrade.
I want to draw them the way they live on in my memory. Wise, beautiful, and loyal to their goddess and their city to the very end.
Then you have my sympathies. Sorry for your loss.
Thank you. I will never forget that I owe them my life. Every minute of it, every breath that I take, is a gift they gave me. Now it's my duty to make sure my friends and tutors did not die in vain. I will honor their sacrifice by making this world a bit more beautiful and kind.
You think that's bad? His brother Trevor doesn't have art at all in the tabletop. He's just in a cave somewhere turned to stone, and he's grateful if you save him, and never saw him again. Wow. Okay, so at least they tried to make that a bit better for that, since he is going to be a companion. I guess it makes sense to turn his brother into the whole of his companion quest. What made an artist enlist in the army?
Perhaps I am a true artist, or simply an amateur who defaces canvases in my spare time. My goddess is a patron of art, so painting is part of my prayer, and I put all my heart into my pieces. But I am a cleric above all else, so I must also tend to others. I went to war because here's where I'm most needed. Sure, I could be painting idyllic landscapes and offering empty prayers to my goddess, but that won't stop people from dying. My goddess has no tolerance for false piety.
Right. Who exactly are you, and what skills do you bring?
My name is Sozio Vanek. I am a cleric of Shaylin, the Eternal Rose and the Goddess of Beauty. Yes, I know that many people would consider me useless in a war. This is not a usual war, though. Just consider our enemy. The Abyss and his demons are the very embodiment of everything evil and ugly in the world. Perhaps a disciple of kindness and beauty might come in handy. I have no doubt that we will win this war, Commander. We just have to. It is our destiny. My role is to help you, and all those standing by your side in this struggle, to survive and flourish. Everyone deserves the chance to find peace and happiness in the world that they are defending so selflessly.
By now, I've also learned my DM is not good at having NPCs be proactive and engaging with us, so it didn't interest us, it didn't happen. That's why Hordisword faded in the background. We never learned he was daring to wit. We had no in-character reason to approach him despite our interest in him. Ah. You wanted to discuss something with me, correct?
Yes. I have a personal request.
Oh, and there's
Before we undertake our journey and leave Canabris behind, I would like to visit Martyr Zacharias' cemetery for a funeral. It's not far from here, and it's important. I would like to pay my respects to my friends from the Temple of Shaylin who died defending the city. Also, if it's not too much trouble, I would like you to come with me to honor their memory. Their friends and family will be at the funeral, and perhaps the commander's personal presence will bring them comfort. I know that you are burdened by many cares right now, so I understand if you can't find the time. But if you could, I would be sincerely grateful.
Well, it was nice meeting you, but I have to go.
You must be rather busy indeed. Leading a crusade all by yourself is no joke. I still believe that you are up to the task. This war has been raging for 100 years, but you've given us a chance at victory.
Okay, we're gonna hold here, gonna run to the restroom. We'll be back in 2 minutes once the ad is done. Go get yourself a snack, get a drink, do some stretches, whatever you need to do. We'll be right back. Remember to check art. Okay, I can do that. I can do that real fast. Unblighted Arvashnial. Letters are Magus. Okay. Yep, some basic sketches. The green squat thing is Staunton, and he looks just wretched. Yeah, he does. He does. I do like his armor design, though. I actually really like the green, like, segmented, like, carapace-style armor. It does look kind of good. And the battle between Staunton and Irabeth. I mean, yeah, that looks about what I would expect. That looks about what I would expect. All right. There we go. I don't think he actually... Okay, we can... You know what? We'll save the rest of his dialogue for when we once we finish the first part of his quest. Oh, blacksmith. Do you have anything, or do you just have? I think he just sells cold iron masterwork weapons. Yeah, cold iron masterwork, all the way down. A cold iron masterwork spiked heavy shield, which is nice, and nothing else. Okay. Go ahead and bulk sell anything we don't need. Think there's anything else? Nope. Thanks for the 500 gold. Mysterious elf. Damn it, you again, soldier. Don't think Staunton speaks a word of the demon lord he worships in CRPG, but in tabletop he's an anti-paladin of Scary, and get this, he uses a giant fiendish wasp as a mount. I mean, that makes sense. What can I do for you, sir? Saw you talking to that girl hiding her face. Who was she? What did she want? Don't rightly know, Commander. Never introduced herself, but, I'm gonna take a bet that she's not part of the army. I know almost all of our soldiers by name and sight. Wilser frowns gloomily, his cordiality gone in an instant. She was looking for some elf volunteer, wanted to know which tent he was sleeping in. At first, I thought she was just a messenger from Mendev, but she definitely wasn't one of us. Now, with your appearance, I can see how it all looks mighty shifty. The quartermaster eyes you with concern. I think she was some sort of spy then. I'll keep an eye out for her. Thank you, Wilson. Woljif? Hey, Chief, want to talk? What do you think of my new powers? Woljif pauses to think, rubbing his chin. Oh, you mean everything you did back there? Well, I got a few ideas. We could send you to Patak's underground arena to fight, give you a scary name like the Swift Sting or something like that. Give you a great cover story. Enemies burn down your home, you're avenging your dead family. Trust me, the public eats that shit up. You'll wear a shiny eye-catching outfit, or a black one if you like black better, and we can split the prize money 60-40. 60 for me, of course. Arranging fights isn't easy. These people are tough. I'll be taking more risks than you, and after we get set up at Patak's, we'll tour different cities and make some real money. What do you think the sound of that? Do you have any helpful suggestions, Woljif? He grins and his eyes light up. Oh, I've got one more. Have you heard of Razmiran? Some land in the River Kingdom is ruled by a guy named King Razmir. A friend of mine used to live in Razmiran. He got out of there as fast as he could. Long story short, those people think King Razmir theirs is a god. He keeps his people under their heel. They're all terrified of what he might do. He sits on his throne wearing some kind of weird white mask and giving power to people. Come and take power from me, he said, so long as you believe in me. Woljif quickly checks that no one's eavesdropping. But that friend of mine, the one who fled, has a half-sister and an old man's side. On his old man's side, who's a cook in the castle, and a washwoman who the cook plays cards with in the evening told her a juicy rumor. Word is, Razmir isn't a god at all, and he's got no powers. Here's my point. You do have powers, and pretty scary ones. We can find a shabby little kingdom, we'll start some rumors, show off a few tricks to wow the locals, and bam, we'll make you a deity. But first, I want you to put in writing that I'll be your chief advisor. I'm not doing anything just on the nut. I've been there. People promise you mountains of gold, and when it comes to it, they're all get lost, or I'll set the dogs on you. So what do you think? Good idea? He's also on the Guardian Mythic Pass in Tabletop. I think I mentioned that before, but corrupting Crusaders isn't normally the MO of the Discarans, but he was offered to them as sort of gift by Jeroboam. Yeah, that makes sense. Call myself a god and deceive people. That's fucking disgusting, Wolf. Hey, cleaning privies is disgusting. Deceiving the entire kingdom? That's art. You're not appreciating what it is I'm offering, Chief. I don't make offers like that just for anyone. Need to know more about you. Oh god, we never actually talked to him about all of his shit, did we? Fuck. Okay, well, here we go. Are your whole family tieflings too? Oh, my family. Now that's an interesting story, actually, but I don't just tell anyone. See, my mother and father had a bakery. Their life was great, but the gods never blessed them with any children. One day, my mother went to the river to wash some clothes and saw a basket floating downstream, and inside that basket was a baby, adorable, chubby, and fast asleep. It was yours truly. In my hand was a note spritzed with expensive perfume that said, "Take care of my sweet little angel." And my mother brought me home, and she and my father realized right away that I was heaven sent. They raised me as their own, and when I turned 15, my mother showed me my baby blanket. It was embroidered with the coat of arms of an unknown kingdom, all in gold thread. Ever since then, I've been looking for my real parents. But it's not easy, and traveling takes money, so if you have a few gold coins, I'll pay you back. As soon as I find my real family, I give you my word. Woljif, I don't believe a damn word that you just said. Seriously? Ugh, usually everyone just believes everything I say. People love stories like that, you know? Oh, a cute baby, a basket, a blanket. What's not to love? They look at me differently, as if I'm worth more just because of the sheets that I spit on might have had a fancy coat of arms on. Woljif laughs bitterly. If I was really a prince, I wouldn't be sitting around here. I can tell you that. I've already gone to take what's rightfully mine, and then I'd come back with an army, so I could watch the guards and merchants who pushed me around all my life bow and scrape before me. But I know that's not going to happen. So, you want to hear the real story? The real story is boring. My family is human, my mother and my father. They used to live in a village nearby, don't even remember the name. When my ma had me, well, my old man got mad, he almost killed her. Pinned her to the wall, started asking questions like why his son had horns and a demon tail. Well, my ma told my mother my grandma used to fool around with a demon, and when he heard this, Daddy Dearest got drunk, trashed the house, and took off. Of course, I don't remember any of this. My grandmother's the one who told me. I was about 3 years old when my mother brought me to Canabras and left me with Grandma. She said to her, "You and your demon have ruined my life, and now you handle him." Then she left, and I haven't seen Mom or Dad ever since. She did leave a blanket, though. That part was true. Grandma burned it because it was infested with lice, and it wasn't even good enough to use as a rag. You know, you think after all that, my grandmother saw the light, felt rightly ashamed, kissed my horns? Ha! I wish. Woljif grins nastily, his yellow teeth flashing. People used to give her trouble for fooling around with the demon, and she wasn't welcome anywhere in the city. So she got angry too. Normal kids got bedtime stories, but the only tales I got were the ones told how worthless my dad was and how my mom was a slut, and how as a demon spawn that no one cared about. She only kept me around so she could help around the house and steal things when she needed, and that's the truth. His initial portrayal wasn't willing. Jerabeth presented herself as a warrior princess from Fiona, took advantage of Stalker's arrogance, convinced him the drones were protected. Yep, they're the head of an army and move into the World Wound. He was probably motivated by the Sky Sigil and the World Wound, their stats to back up the sword's use as an army. Yeah, I think we've been over this part of it, Lord Brownbear. I remember you mentioned this about Stomp. Is this just a repeat? Yeah, that's just repeat. And how did you go from being a tiefling to being a thiefling? He grins happily. Oh, I already was a tiefling, and life made me a thief. I've been in this business since I was a kid. Grandma used to say, if you don't work, you don't eat. She gave me as an apprentice to Jaeger. Eager? Iger? Yeah, the Y would be an I. Iger. A tiefling neighbor of ours. Cunning old geezer. He knew how to take a purse off somebody's belt, how to cut open bags undetected. Hell, even knew how to do a bit of magic. Used to climb through basement windows, open doors from the inside when I was small enough, and then when I grew up and stopped fitting through the windows, I decided I was done with my education. After he fucked up everything, he was forced to watch her rise and fall. She plopped in front of him, in front of Snake Mom, Vicious, and said, "Serve or die." Yep. I repaid my grandma for everything she'd done, which was absolutely nothing. Why would I feed her if she wasn't going to bring me any money? If you don't work, you don't eat, after all. So I took off. I got bored of my teacher, too, but when I was so much as hinted as leaving, he said I owed him for my education. So I just nodded and joined the Owlbears, the gang that ran our district, and told him that Iger was working their territory. I don't actually know what they did to him, but I stayed with the Owlbears for a time. Then their leader started giving me the cold shoulder. I mean, I did steal from him, but never that much. So I had to rat them out to the guards. Then I joined the Golden Hands. Oh, that was good time. Rich pickings. I would have stayed with the Golden Hands, but the Northmen promised me a bigger cut if I told them where they kept the loot. I'm no fool, of course, so I told them. After that, I only had one option, to join the Northmen, and then the family came. And at first, no one took them seriously, calling them thieflings and all that, but I felt it right away that they had power behind them, and they had more money, and I'm always on the winner's side, Chief. That's why I joined the thieflings. Oh, and right on time, too, because some thugs came from the capital and made the Northmen lead the entire city. The ones who survived are in the family now, too. And what can you tell me about the family? All right, I won't tell you everything, mine, but I can tell you a little. The Thieflings are Mendevian thieves. The gang was started in Mendev's capital by someone or the other, and soon after they'd spread after all of Galarian. They're also known as the family, because us Tieflings are easy to spot. Wherever we go, guards always hassle us, saying, "Oh, are you lost or something, Hornhead?" We usually say we're visiting family, and if they say, "Oh yeah, who?" you give them the name of the local Thiefling who confirms everything, even if they've never seen you before in their life. That's why we're all considered brothers and sisters. There are rules, of course, you know, who does what, who gets what cut. I mean, I won't say it's a lot, but they make it worth your while. They'll even heal you if you take an arrow. But the biggest no-no is you don't steal from the family. If you don't contribute to the shared pot, you get the cold shoulder, and you won't be treated like family no more. And then everyone will hear that you went to visit some relatives who live on a farm someplace. My best guess, the farm is some underground well beneath Canabras where they breed graveworms. If Sister Charisme, our boss, looked the other way more often, I'd really be able to spread my wings. So the only rule in your entire organization is not to steal from your organization, and you did it anyway. That seems a bit low.
Birds fly low before a storm. I'm just surviving as best I can. Woljif fixes you with a look. Imagine the situation, Chief. You're 7 years old, you come home and your own grandma, your family is lying there drunk and there's no food because she wasted it all that morning and didn't cook anything. And you know that she has a stash under the 3rd floorboard, so you take this money so you don't starve to death. And then when she wakes up, she beats you bloody because you shouldn't have taken it and you should have stolen some food. You're a waste of space. That's something that you, quite frankly, can never understand, Chief. You only care about the moral choices. You always know what's right and what's wrong. Brother, sister, grandma, mother. In real life, they're just words. Canobras after the fall is a very different city. It boasted a population of over 12,000. At the lowest point, 3,400 was all that remained. Even after those who fled the city returned, Canobras' total population rises to only about 6,500, barely half its original number. Yeah. And that's with the queen bringing a garrison with her, which means there probably weren't that many who actually managed to flee. What do you think about Canobras and Mendev? Oh, it used to be such a hole, but then the Crusaders and the refugees came here, things started looking up. I mean, it depends on who you ask. The witches better steer clear of here because, Iomede's followers are ferocious. Especially that Holrun Shapak, the local inquisitor. Tough old goat. Didn't see it myself, but a serving girl at the tavern told me that her second cousin's son from a 3rd wife is a paladin. And she said that Holrun takes an unsheathed sword with him even to the privy, and when he sleeps, he puts it on the pillow next to him. And when he's in his cups, he strokes the blade and whispers sweetly to it, "You are my one true friend. You are the only one I can rely on." Ha! Erebeth's giving us a hard time, too. You as much look at some nice little bauble, and before you can think of taking it, before your fingers even twitch, she's already on you with her nostrils flaring and her fangs glinting. Ooh, scary woman. But she's better than Sister Charisme, the boss here in Canobras the tieflings, of course, tieflings boss. If you get caught by Erebeth, it's all out in the open. You go to jail or you end up as worm food. But if you step on Charisme's toes, poof, you're just gone. Just like that, no one ever sees you again. All you hear is, went to the family farm, even though he's never had a family or a farm. I've got to ask, Woljif. I'm sure you've heard this before, but you do have demon. Do you feel drawn to the abyss? Woljif's tail suddenly whips back and forth, nervously raising clouds of dust. Why? Are you an inquisitor or something? What's it to you? If I've wronged you somehow, then just come out and say it. Don't try to trick me with questions. Look, I know how it happens. I used to know a fella, married to the sister of a guard. Some shady types got him drunk one night, started asking him suspicious questions about the gods, about the queen, so he wakes up hungover with a headache, someone mumbling something, he smells like smoke, and his feet are kind of hot. He looks down, there's a fire under him, and the prelate is reading out his sentence. Alright, moving on. The shadow trick that you pull, what kind of magic is that? Haha, ladies and gentlemen, roll up, roll up. No dark magic, no fraud, a trick without any deception. Woljif snaps his fingers and the blue flame engulfs him. The shadow that was previously lying calmly at his feet grows, floating in the air behind him, in the shadow of a huge horned winged demon with claws. Ta-da! It doesn't do anything, it just looks scary. I remember when I was little, an old beggar showed me and my friends how to make shadow puppets. You know, you put your fingers together in front of a light, it makes the shadow of a deer or a dog or a dove on the wall. I tried so hard, I wanted to make the best shadow, and then I did. It just happened. Woljif chuckles sadly. Funnily enough, that's the last time I had any real friends. They tried to stone me later, screaming at me and calling me a demon. A tiefling is always a demon to those wimps. Even the lowest ranking drunken gnome thinks he's better than me, just because he hasn't got horns or a tail. The poorest beggar in the filthiest gutter thinks he's better than me. Most people would never show their shadow again for that first time, but I didn't care. If stones start flying at me, I just run. I'm used to it by now. It's a harmless illusion, but if it's such a problem, then just don't use it. You know for a fact people hate what they don't understand. The blue fire disappears and the shadow becomes normal again. Oh, you're one of those people. Yeah, people are always scared of what might happen. You're not wrong, though. You better not talk to me in public at all or you get tarred with the same brush. I used to have a so-called friend, a human. He hummed and he hawed and he told me to steer clear of him. His neighbors didn't like me. Then I sent the owlbear gang to his house and, just one last visit to pick something up. I'd taken a shy to a nice pair of calfskin pants he had. Good lad like him wouldn't have needed them anyway. He found me later and gave me a hiding for my troubles, but that's another story. Let's keep talking about something else. I've got to ask, Woljif, after everything that's happened, are you actually sticking with us or are you just waiting for a chance to run? As if I could. There's demons and dangers around every corner out here. The tiefling stopped short. Don't you worry, Chief. I'll work off my debt honestly. I won't stab you in the back or go on the run with the money. If you buy my wares, I won't have to leave at all. Get some random loot here. Horgus. Horgus Squirm has been expecting you, thumbs sticking in his belt. There you are. I've been waiting. As you see, I have joined your crusade. I don't know how to swing a sword, but war is costly, and I have the funds. Besides, my intellect and business sense may prove useful, off the battlefield or on. Besides, I believe... Horgus shifts awkwardly from foot to foot. I believe I owe you an apology. The way I behaved. Rude. Ill-mannered. You are an honest and honorable person. You have clawed your way up from the bottom of society to the title of Knight Commander, and you are now comrades and friends with Queen Galfrey herself. Such persistence deserves respect. Horgus tilts his head in a brief acknowledgement of your merits. Please allow me to give you this magic amulet from my personal treasury. A mark of future cooperation. Are you afraid that your secret will be revealed? Are you threatening me? I've invested a lot of money in this crusade, and I will invest even more. You think to humiliate me, and yet you think to humiliate me. Huh, that's not going to work. If a scandal breaks out, it will be your word versus mine. And I've been known as Horgus Worm for decades now. I own a vast estate outside Canobras and a share of the local quarry. I will defend my good name to the end. Your claims would seem like vile slander. See to that. Horgus's face becomes blotchy, and his eyes nearly pop out of their sockets, but he calms himself with visible effort. I do hope it will not come to that, of course, Knight Commander. We're all here for common cause, victory over the demons, and I intend to see that business through. Why have you decided to support us now? With all due respect, that is none of your concern. I have my reasons. Perhaps I felt a rush of patriotism when Canabras was destroyed. Anyways, why would you think I never supported the Crusades, Perhaps I simply don't like to brag about my donations. Ostentatious charity attracts beggars. I'd wager that Irbeth has no idea whose money she's spending on drinks and supplies, or has been for years now. You've told me the story of Worm, but I've gotta ask, what is it like to live your entire life under an assumed identity? I told you, when I was a boy, I used to... we've seen this part. Yeah, and that day life was fair. The Gorm family will not be forgotten. I thought that was going to be different, but okay. Why did you hide the fact that Camellia is your daughter? I told you this is the mansion. Her mother, Iris, was the... Oh, this is also a repeat. God damn it. If I might ask, how did her mother die? Horgus pierces you with a long, heavy stare. That I am not going to tell you about. Some things ought to remain private. Fine. What can you tell me about Count Daron? The nobles of Canabra should at least be acquainted with one of them. He's a brilliant man with a brilliant pedigree. And that story of his, the nobility is the glue that keeps the society of Mendev together. I suppose that is why demons often choose their states as primary targets. Who would notice the demons' bloody massacres if they slaughtered only the poor country folk? The Arundel family share the tragic plight of the Gwyrms, along with many other members of the nobility. They fell victim to a treacherous attack led during a major celebration taking place at their family estate. I hadn't received an invitation, and I will be honest, I was slightly insulted by the snub. But it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. The gods have saved me from a terrible fate, as all the guests died that day from a magical demonic disease. But originally they didn't know who betrayed Dresden in order to cause it fall, hence why Tabletop started as a bit of a trick. Ah. I sympathize with the Count deeply. He has endured much, and it's no wonder he keeps himself aloof from me and others. I think that is due to the fact that Horgus Worm's fate so resembles his own. We both have to relive these horrible memories whenever we see one another. Alright, that's enough from you, sir.
Here we go.
Nura, hello. What do we have in here?
I
Nothing
can
else?
handle it.
We got it all? Alright, good. Knight Commander, how can I help? There's much I can do, just ask. Nura looks at you with eyes filled with enthusiasm, and you see she's holding a notebook and a traveler's inkwell. You've probably heard about the wound I have, the one that sometimes opens on my chest. I was wondering if perhaps any of your knowledge would know if it's a demonic curse of some kind. Oh, it's Tenwin saying wood now. Okay. Oh dear, Lord Brownbear, Tenwin is muscling in on your turf. Yes, indeed. I've been told of your affliction. Nura appears at the center of your chest. Can you will the wound to open? No, that's a shame. What do you think about it? Oh, difficult to say. I know of blades that leave never-healing cuts, poisons that stop wounds from healing. I've heard of witches' curses that reward their eternal wounds, wounds that seem to reopen and heal over time, over and over. I mean, in my case, it's obvious. I don't need to say anything. You know what I can say? Have. Your DM actually let you get away with that on the tabletop? Okay, fair enough. Do you know of any other cases like this? Let me think. 4671, Medevian armor corporal had all of his bones and cartilage turned to glass. No. 4700, Scribe and Canabras had all of her skin simply come away like she'd been boiled. 4638, oh, you don't happen to have any insects crawling on you. Locusts, rats? No, that's not gonna work either. Nura looks at you with genuine regret. Do you think it's dangerous?
It most likely is, but I mean, you're under the protection of Iomade, Commander. She granted you mythic power, as they say. Surely the Inheritor would not leave you to face this alone. Have you perhaps noticed that the wound opens at moments when you waver in faith, triggered by doubt, maybe? Frowning, Nura looks at you with sincere concern.
Thank you for your input, Nura, but unfortunately there's not much else.
I'm sorry I couldn't tell you anything useful. I'll be sure to study this matter and consult by a few of my encyclopedias.
Nura and our game went in a very unique direction, I'll tell you as time goes on. Interesting, because I know she is involved in the trickster path, and otherwise, well, it's probably not going to go well for her. Let's just put it that way. Tell me about yourself.
Oh my, I could tell you so many amazing things. You chose the most boring one of all. Oh, but all right, what about it?
Where are you from?
Isgir, small piece of land that proudly calls itself a country, though it hasn't been independent for a single day in all the centuries it's existed. They have a lot of national pride, but it's all borrowed. Always looking for a great day when they can at last be free from the rule of Cheliax.
I think we've read that. Yeah.
The Isgiri love talking politics. If two of them start bargaining over beats in the market, you can be sure that they'll end up arguing about whether an independent Isgir would be a monarchy or a republic. I've always found it funny to listen to, and a little disgusting. You see, there's a lot of halflings in the country, but very few of us are citizens. Most are slaves. I was lucky. I've always been clever, ever since I was little, so they sent me to a school instead of making me do grunt work. They taught me to count and write, and I was sold as secretary to Lord Axelar Tresbot. He's the one I left Isgir with. Never to return, I hope.
And how did you come to serve Queen Galfrey?
Oh, I was a slave to Lord Tresbot in Isgir, my homeland. What a man he was. Towered over his fellows like a rock among garbage heaps. A true hero. He bought me as a simple secretary, but he made me learn the history of the Whirlwind, every last bit of it, one volume after another. He hired tutors for me, even sent me to the most prominent historians. He didn't want a simple slave, but a slave with an impeccable education.
Tenwood's kind of right, though. Canonically, Nura and my character had a tryst on his birthday. If that sounds out of character for my character or Nura, again, I'll tell you more later.
Lord Tresbot was going to go on and join the Crusades. He firmly believed that the servants of the good gods were weak, and only a true follower of Asmodeus could stand against the demonic invasion. He took me along as his secretary, historian, and most importantly, he entrusted me with recording his glorious story for future generations. In the Crusade, Lord Tresbot performed many brave feats, but even he could not stand against the Whirlwind alone. In his final battle with the demons, when my lord realized he was doomed, his final act was to cover my retreat so that I could tell all the world of his great deeds. Some people have said that what he did was not heroic, just an arrogant moron puffing up himself one last time, but I say curse their tongues. A difficult journey ended in Mendev, where I found my freedom. There I published Lord Tresbot's biography, and I don't want to boast, but oh, who am I kidding? Of course I do. The book sold in great numbers and made me rather famous for a short time. That's what brought me to the Queen's attention. She invited me to join her court, and after all, she was curious about my deceased lord, and she was in great need of an expert on the history of the Whirlwind. I hope you'll find me very useful as well, Commander.
So you're not just a historian, but a writer. Will you be writing a book about our crusade?
Why not? As soon as we finish off the demons, I'll get right to it. Just take care that you don't end up like Lord Tresbot.
Do you worship any deity? She makes a wry face.
When I was a slave in Isgir, they beat me with a stick to force me to believe in Asmodeus. They hit me over and over and said it was for my own good. Ever since then, I don't like temples. I mean, I realize there are different gods like Desna or Caden who teach goodness and freedom, but as soon as I smell frankincense, all I see is the slave driver's stick. Maybe one day I'll be able to turn to a deity without cringing from a blow for not being reverent enough, but for now, I'll just let others pray for me.
Nura's smile trembles and finally collapses. Nura sounds sincere, but you feel that she's holding something back. Thank you. Why don't you tell me about the Whirlwind? I will say I took advantage of this lore detail in Hell's Vengeance among the glorious reclamation of our halflings and Cheliax who want to be free of slavery. My character took advantage of this exact excerpt of Nura's story to point out that Iomade will prioritize stability over freedom if it suits. Though he doesn't call Nura out by name, everyone knew who I was talking about. Yep.
Oh, I could talk about that for hours. What do you want to know?
Tell me about Old Sarkoris first.
It was an unforgiving country inhabited by numerous tribes of Kelid barbarians. Just imagine Numeria, but without the Metal Mountain, or the realm of the Mammoth Lords, but with a milder climate. That's Sarkoris. The country was ruled largely by priests of forgotten deities and small shamans. It is said that even back then, before the Whirlwind, the boundary between worlds was especially thin here. Since ancient times, Discari had sunk his claws deep into the minds of many of the locals. His cults thrived here for centuries. Aroden tried to stamp them out, but in the end, of course, he passed away.
And what can you tell me about the creation of the Whirlwind?
That happened the year Aroden died, 4606, just a little over a century ago. No one knows if the timing was coincidental or if there's some connection with Aroden's death. But I'll tell you what we do know.
Make sure your perception is high when you... I know, I've been looking around, but I don't think we triggered the perception check. But we will have more opportunities before the event.
The priests and shamans who ruled Sarkoris hated arcane magic and everyone who practiced it. Wizards and sorcerers were either driven from the land or worse. One of their prisons held a witch named Arilu Vorlich. We know nothing about her besides her name and the atrocity that she ended up committing. By some unknown method, she managed to harness the terrible power of the demon lord Discari, and together they tore open the barrier between worlds, opening a massive rift to the abyss in the middle of Sarkoris. The world wound slowly but mercilessly expanded, devouring more and more of its land. In a matter of years, Sarkoris was nothing but a memory. After a moment of silence, Nura adds softly, "Sometimes I think, what did they do to Arilu in that prison? Just imagine, she was ready to give herself to the abyss. If only the demons might devour her torturers along with her. To imagine such hatred, it terrifies me." Alright, tell me the history of the First Crusade. That began in 4622. It took the church and a few of the secular authorities nearly 2 decades and hundreds of thousands of lives before they decided to take a united action. In the meantime, Sarkoris was only supported by a handful of volunteers. Fun fact, Socio was the first NPC I heard the name Arushalev. Oh. By the time the crusade began, the demons had already started invading Mendev. The crusaders pushed them back and must have seen a total triumph at the time. The forces of good easily crushing the demons on all fronts. They built the fortress of Dresden on the lands they conquered, an indestructible fortress and the capital of the Crusader movement. And in 4630, 8 years after it began, the Second Crusade was declared a victory. It was the first triumph of the Crusaders, and unfortunately, was the last. And the Second Crusade? In 4638, the world wound suddenly started expanding and a new wave of demons appeared. The Crusaders were all but delighted. Last time they'd routed the forces of the Abyss, and they'd welcomed another chance to prove themselves. But this time everything was going to be different. Instead of scattered gangs, they faced a large and organized demonic army. Dresden was besieged, and the Crusaders lost everything that they'd won before. They had to retreat, and all that remained of Sarkoris was left to the demons. But while the monsters were devouring the unprotected lands, the Crusaders managed to erect a chain of ward stones along the border of the world moon. We have Iomade and her herald to thank for that. It was the Second Crusade's only victory, but it did halt the wound's growth. The catastrophe has become a stalemate at the cost of tremendous sacrifice. What about the Third Crusade? Roughly 50 years after the opening of the world wound, Discari found an ally. The demon lord Baphomet entered the war, a cunning and insidious demon lord who prefers deception to open conquest. He set his enemies against each other and lures the virtuous onto the path of wickedness. Traitors began to appear in greater numbers among the Crusaders' ranks and secret agents of his cult. For a time, no one suspected a thing, even as they watched helplessly as the Crusader movement fell into ruin. Where once valor proudly stood, now greed and dumb cruelty reigned, and outrage was drowned in apathy. In 4665, the church announced a new crusade, hoping to boost morale. It failed miserably, to put it mildly. Some fought the demons in earnest, and for a while they dared hope to retake Dresden, but the Third Crusade would be remembered as a witch hunt in every sense of the word. Inquisitors hoped to purge any cultists from the ranks of the fighters, but instead got into a barrage of denunciations, widespread suspicion, and innocent victims. It sometimes happened that two orders would denounce each other as traitors and spies, wipe each other out to the demons' delight. 3 years later, in 4668, the church put the entire disgrace to the end. Of all the crusades, it was known as the least glorious. And what about the Fourth Crusade? Oh, the demons had no intention of waiting quietly caged behind the ward stones. They went about attacking Canabris, trying to reach the stone and destroy it, or even just to scratch its surface. Or, if even that was impossible, to befoul it. Of course, the Crusaders drove the demons away from the city time and time again. The Fourth Crusade would last for 15 years and was an exhausting study in positional warfare. The demons attacked, were pushed back, the Crusaders went on the offensive, forced to retreat, all the while the losses on both sides were tremendous. The Fourth Crusade's only real achievement was that not a single wardstone fell. They didn't retake any land, to say nothing of Dresden, so many lives just to maintain a stalemate. You can imagine how that affected morale. Thank you for the answers. My pleasure. Just to remember to stop me. Go on about it forever. Yeah, I didn't even see a failed perception check, so I think I might have just not gotten it.
Can't make the demons wait.
We'll have to come back after I level up a time or two and see if we can get something of it. See if that can work out a bit better. Oh, hey, there's the Prestidigitator Golem. What is this doing in our camp? It's under my supervision, sir. Since the day we were blessed with this shiny chatterbox, may Shellen brighten and vivify its day. There have been 16 attempted thefts, 2 of those by those I had entrusted to protect it. Normally, you just assume it's a you got it when you talked about religion. Normally, you just assume it's a painful topic. Ah, okay. I thought you meant it was in the tent itself. You think we should have left it in a ravaged city to some smart aleck to chop up? No, it's now property of the Crusade. It means I'm going to stand guard over it, even if I have to keep this beautiful oaf in the command tent. Happy to be of service. May Shellen brighten and vivify your day. You'd think there'd be some way we could reprogram it to assist in combat, but apparently not.
Commander, allow me to say something. Irabeth looks even more serious than usual. Before you, this wasn't really a war. It was an agony drawn out over decades. Ever since the Third Crusade, no one had really believed in victory anymore. When the demons attacked the city, for some it was relief. The end had come. Some of them I saw lay down their weapons and surrender or die without a fight. I will not deny that I felt the same thing. I somehow got through it on stubbornness and the vague hope that if nobody found Inevia's body, then there may be a miracle she survived. Thankfully, that miracle was you. You've returned my beloved to me when I nearly lost all hope of seeing her alive again. Then you went on a suicide mission to the Grey Garrison and won the city back for us. You turned defeat into a true victory. I know it wasn't easy, but you make everything seem effortless. You do everything just like that, she says with the snap of her fingers. The Queen believes in your power, but for me, you're just more proof of what I felt that day when I saw my wife alive, standing next to you. You are the miracle the Crusades have been waiting for. You're the one who will finally put an end to this war, and in spite of everything, deliver us the victory we so desperately need. Without you, I'm sure this crusade will achieve. With you, I'm sure this crusade will achieve what others could not. Irabeth's assessment here could be seen as more MC glazing, but there is a more generic NPC Fallen Paladin who shares the sentiment. You have to make a check you're going to stop griping, else he negatively affects the army's morale. Oh my god, work the shaft. Yeah, I know. If you're playing a trickster or something, I could easily see that as a response. I did find a scabbard with your family name on it in the Grey Garrison. Irabeth looks down. This scabbard held the solemn hour, a family sword. My father once fought with it. I took it when I left home to become a paladin. Alas, it was not stolen. I parted with that heirloom willingly to help someone dear to me. Inevia needed extensive healing, and having no other way to procure the money, I pawned my father's sword. Though I think he would have understood. He would have given up anything to help family. I had hoped to redeem the solemn hour eventually, but there was never enough money, and soon the sword disappeared from the pawnshop altogether. I have no idea who purchased it. It seems like I have to part with my father's sword forever. American healthcare, even in fantasy world. Is Inevia sick? You'll forgive me, sir, if I don't go into detail. It's a private matter. Suffice it to say, everything is fine now. The treatment was costly, but it was worth it. I could see you really love her. A delicate blush appears on Irabeth's cheeks, and she nods silently. Irabeth lovingly traces the name imprinted on silver in the scabbard's leather. My parents were loyal servants, but it was never enough to earn them a title or a coat of arms. No matter how humble our name might be, it is still worth something to me. I don't know if I will ever see Solemn Hour again, but at least I have its scabbard back. Thank you. So, the Queen has her head of counterintelligence watching me. I wonder why. You think the Queen doesn't trust you? If that were true, she would not have put you in charge of the Fifth Crusade. My main task is to be your advisor until you've gained enough experience as an overall commander. As for counterintelligence, Inevia and I were tasked with keeping an eye on your inner circle. You are not under suspicion, Commander. You're under our protection. We do need reinforcements. Can you get us more soldiers? When we began the march on Dresden, we chose speed over numbers. If I order more volunteers recruited, they won't simply arrive in time. Though we could pay mages to deliver the troops immediately to the front. Except I doubt that our army's coffers could afford it. If you could spare 7,500 gold coins from your personal coffers, we could see to our reinforcements. You have your orders, Irabeth. Bring them here. Consider it done. I must admit, Irabeth, it's hard to believe your origins are so humble. You've done more to deserve a noble title than many who inherit them. Irabeth's cheeks blush slightly. Thank you, Commander. It's an honor to hear that, especially from you. Every noble family begins somewhere. I'm sure you've heard the recent story of the stolen lands in the River Kingdom. Imagine coming from nowhere and making it to a royal crown in just a few years. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd managed to distinguish myself in such a manner. But then I push away such selfish thoughts, of course. We do not fight for rewards. The fate of the world is at stake. And yet, Irabeth's blush deepens and she falls silent. It is possible Irabeth isn't with you in this book, and thus there are no senior knights to assign as the army commander. So I guess the knight commander thing isn't impossible, but it's more evenly split among an entire party of NPCs. Yeah, it's the it's the difference between CRPG and tabletop. Ember is bobbing her head and humming a tune. She greets you with a carefree, cheerful attitude, and her wandering eyes linger on you for just a moment before darting off into the distance. Part of me feels that if a character like this would have been in Pillars of Eternity 2, it would have been revealed at some point they had something to gain from you. You talking about Irabeth? I mean, I guess. To be fair, paladins in Pathfinder and D&D are very different from paladins in Aora.
How are you handle over the top complimenting you? Oh, okay, I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying. How are you handling your new abilities, Ember? Abilities? The girl tilts her head to her shoulder. What are you talking about? Oh, the tricks you learned when the big gray house blew up. They're fun. Thanks for teaching them to me. Very Atsura vibe, if you catch my drift. Ah, yeah, no, I get you, I get you. The queen gave me the title of Knight Commander and put me in charge of the army. What do you think about that? The elf focuses her wandering gaze on your eyes, smiles, and shakes her head. I don't think you should believe in titles. All of us in the world are just children of the street, barefoot, hungry, scared, just a step away from death. Some imagine that they're strong and rich, more like the gods, but don't forget who they really are behind the title.
Beautiful.
I just want to check in on everybody. We do need to talk to Hiller because we didn't do that before we left. I forgot he even had a portrait. A tall, athletic man greets you. His hair is prematurely gray and shorn close to his head in a military style. He's lean and well-groomed with a monocle twinkle coldly in his eye. The bold set of his jaw and his large but agile frame attest to a man who is always ready to be on the move. Greetings. I'm Halor. Hilor, Venture Captain of the Pathfinder Society. Superior officer among the Pathfinders in this region of Mendef, though the Society is running almost no operations here right now. Besides me, there are no Pathfinders exist. Actually, I'm only stuck here because of an old feud with a demon worshipper known as the Spinner of Nightmares. I've had to work alone without the support of the Society, but I've made a lot of acquaintances among local mercenaries and daring fighters. If you need good fighters for an honest cause, talk to me. Do you know anything about a Pathfinder by the name of Finian Dismar? Halor rubs his chin. Dismar, let me think. I've definitely heard that name before. Of course you have. I'm a Pathfinder too. So you're the chief in these lands, eh? What happened to Lady Alri? When I left for the wound, she'd just taken up her position. Halor examines the talking weapon and chuckles sadly. I'm afraid Alri perished during the Third Crusade. Yes, now I remember. Finian Dismar. We marked him as missing in the wound at the end of the Second Crusade. His name's been on the list of the fallen for a while. Well, here I am, alive and well. You can adjust the list to know that I'm back, and soon I'll file a detailed report about everything that happened to me. Finian's voice is full of joy. I knew it was a misunderstanding, but now everything will go back to normal. I need to write to my folks. They probably think I'm dead too. Halor shakes his head sadly. Poor lad. Such is the fate of a Pathfinder. We face the unknown, but sometimes the unknown wins, and our minds simply can't take it. Who exactly are you, Sir Halor? What are you interested in? I'm a common Pathfinder. There's many like me. Fate and my orders brought me here. Well, how did you end up here? I was working on assignment for the Society, and then a demon worshipper named the Spinner of Nightmares abducted my daughter, Lori. For the past 3 years, I've been trying to save her. During that time, I've become a specialist in scouting demon territory. I have even planted agents amongst the cultists. Truth be told, pursuing the Spinner of Nightmares, I've been acting more on behalf of Queen Galfrey than the Pathfinder Society. It's a bit of a long story. I might tell you the rest of it sometime. He frowns grimly. The Spinner of Nightmares is a true spawn of the Abyss, and I've fought her many times, but I've never been able to seize that bitch by the throat. Your daughter has been captured by them? Halor smiles, showing his healthy white teeth. As a girl, Lori was just an agent. We lost her mother early on. She was left to follow my example in the Society, a drifter with little idea how to talk to a 10-year-old girl. But even with such questionable parenting, Lori managed to grow into a wonderful, brave, smart, beautiful, and entirely unbearable. She argued with me about everything. When she turned 18, she told me she was going to join the Pathfinder Society, and all I could say was, all right. I knew there was no use trying to talk her out of it, and she's been a fine Pathfinder. Halor's fist clenched with a painful sound of crack. I will never forgive that damn bitch, the Spinner of Nightmares, for taking my girl from me. What can you tell me about the Society? The Society is a global organization that unites opportunists, adventurers, and mercenaries of all kinds. We explore the world, uncover its secrets, travel, sometimes face down threats. In times of trouble, it is the latter that becomes our primary focus. We're driven by curiosity and the desire to make the world a better place, and of course, to seek profit or hunger for glory. But in any case, it's hard work. They can send you anywhere on a mission. Weaklings have no place in the Society. It's made of seasoned fighters. There are lodges in every major city. The closest one is in Narosi. They're each led by venture captains, lads like me. The Grand Lodge is located in Absalom, the center of the world, and the Decemvirate sits there, the anonymous council of our leaders. Given the use of the prefix dec from the Latin 10, I'm assuming the council is made up of 10 members. I have no more questions. Can you tell me about your confrontation with the Spinner of Nightmares? It all began when I was on task for the Society. I arrived in Narosi with a team to investigate the sudden death of a famous crusader, one Baron Falru.
We soon focused in on a small hospital for the wealthy where Fallen had been treated shortly before death. Turns out that a gang of Baphomet cultists calling themselves the Labyrinth of the Mind had gotten a foothold in the hospital. They were obsessed with twisting the minds of their victims and targeted fragile people too weak to resist. The hospital was filled with perfect victims for them. Isolated for weeks from the outside world, completely helpless. When they returned, they were different, almost normal. But the moment they heard a certain phrase, something dark awoke in them and transformed them fully into servants of Baphomet, ready to lie, betray, or kill. The Labyrinth of the Mind was using this to infiltrate the elite circles of all of Mendev, but Baron Falren put a stop to it. He was too loyal to his oath, too resistant to his spells. He fought for his freedom until the strain broke his very heart and body. We opened and cleaned the city of Baphomet's pit of vipers. Their den was a cradle of sin and filth. They cast spells on each other. Their loathsome fantasies steeped real into their minds of the worlds. They dreamt of horrible and forbidden things, and they fought like madmen. We burned the entire place to the ground and slaughtered every one of them. But the leaders of the cult managed to escape. They were set upon revenge. They abducted my daughter Lori, who served under my command in the society. They left me a note full of tart insults, mockery, and sneers, and from that note I learned the name of my enemy, the Spinner of Nightmares. A few months later, I confirmed that she was the leader of the Labyrinth of Mind. My hunt had begun. I would get my daughter back at any cost. Hillor grits his teeth with the bulldog's determination. Thank you for telling me. Good luck and watch your back. Only trust your closest friends, for the enemy is cunning and treacherous.
Let's see what we can do.
Alright, what else have we got around here? Where's Nenny? There she is.
Ah, boy, there you are. Very good, just in time. You'll be delighted to know that I need you for an experiment. The Grey Garrison stands ruthless. Demons are running for the hills with their tails between their legs. Mendev's queen, what's her name? It's on the tip of my tongue. Galfrey is scurrying to and fro, and all this is somehow connected to you, my loyal follower. Thus far, there is no scientific evidence of your exceptionality, if one discounts blind faith and divine intervention, which I do. We, people of science, refuse to believe in the inexplicable without proof. We are the ones who explain the inexplicable. Nenio punctuates her statement with an energetic sweep of her arm. And therefore, open your mouth and say, ah. Ah? Nenio peers into your mouth with a practiced eye. Your throat is fine. Tongue looks perfectly normal. Your breath... The smell is in line with regular functioning of the digestive system. Now for your teeth. She sticks one hand in your mouth and probes each of your teeth in turn with the skill of a seasoned dentist. No detectable alterations. You know, if you slightly change the pronunciation of boy, and Nenio's lines become very questionable. Again, there is a reason, there is a certain segment of this game's player base that like, and I say that with the largest of air quotes, Nenio. By the way, did you know that many individuals, while being wholly civilized representatives of the races, still have an amazingly powerful bite? As if suddenly recalling something, Nenio promptly pulls her hand out of your mouth. Are you really trying to find a correlation between fangling and civility? Nenio seems slightly embarrassed. For the good of science, I look for correlations everywhere and in everything. How can you prove there's no correlation if you don't bother to look for one? I suppose if someone got on my nerves, I could bite hard enough. Can you? Oh, we'll need to test that someday. But not today. Now we're conducting an experiment of a different kind. Moving on. All right, what do we do next? Ears. We need to check your hearing. Testing! Nenio suddenly yells right into your ear and nods in satisfaction as he observes your reaction. Hearing is fine. Was fine. But don't worry. It's scientifically proven that it should return to normal soon. Next. Nenio circles you. Eyes are clear. Posture is satisfactory. Limb length is standard. No lice. She stops, rubs her chin in contemplation, in a slightly dejected tone says, Boy, you are the picture of health. It's a pity. I was expecting to find some kind of anomaly. Oh well, let's assess your mental state. Imagine a hypothetical situation. You are a tree. 2 squirrels have found their way into your hollow and are now copulating there. What do you do? I'm a tree. I don't do anything. Unconscious active withdrawal along with a lack of trust in your own abilities, or just a healthy dose of pragmatism. Next question, another hypothetical situation. You are a tomato. You have just been picked from the vegetable patch and are put into a crate. You know that today the cook will use half the tomatoes from the crate to make soup. What do you do? I'm a tomato. There's nothing I can do. Unconscious active withdrawal again, or inability or unwillingness to see something bigger besides something small. All right, I think I understand. On the surface, it appears you don't really believe in your ability to change things. But in fact, you are a strong pragmatist who knows perfectly well what you can and cannot do. Your reasoning is that of a mortal, one who is capable of achieving a great deal, though he would deny that. On that note, I deem this experiment complete. Thank you for your participation. Nenio looks at you pensively and then gestures at you with a wide sweep of her arm. Yet you remain a puzzle to me. I do love puzzles. One of these days I will solve you completely, unless I forget. Now that I have time to answer your questions, ask away. And there's nothing else, because Nenio is fucking insane. Oh, there was an item down here.
We have been doing nothing but talking for 3 hours of stream now because this entire period. Because if we don't do this, I'm afraid I'm going to miss something. Who else is over there? Nope, just you. All right, let's go talk to Olberg. Ah, getting a workout in?
So you're the war chief now. Gonna lead us to free Sarkoris from these damned Fae.
Olberg nods his head with respect.
I felt it the moment I saw you. This one is special. But that you go and get yourself a whole army in no time, that I did not expect. How does your newfound power feel? Has it gone to your head yet?
You know we're fighting demons, not Fae, right?
Fae, demons, angels.
Olberg screws up his face and waves his hand in front of it like he's trying to get rid of a foul smell.
They're all the same spooks in the end. They could have stayed in their magic forests or outer plains, happy as a pig in mud. But no, they had to poke their funny heads into the mortal world. Don't change the subject then much. What do you think about being war chief?
It's an odd feeling. Now we have hundreds of people counting on me, and I can't let them down.
Yes, it's a scary thing being responsible for others, especially when you're not out picking mushroom, taking them to war. Even if you win, some of them won't make it home. You're the one who will have to bear that burden.
Olberg runs his hand over his beard and shakes his head in thought.
But I know you'll do just fine, and not just because I've seen you in battle, though I think you are worth a whole band of warriors in a fight. I know you'll make a fine war chief because you're not thinking about power or honor. You're concerned about the people you have to be in charge of. As long as you hold on to that, you've nothing to fear. All right, I didn't just come here to flap my gums. Since we're going to war and you're in charge, I better do this the right way.
Olberg lowers his head and speaks solemnly.
By my blade and by my life, they are yours, war chief. It's not like I need a blade. My talents of people do just fine, but the saying is that saying it like that is the done thing. My beak and talons are yours just doesn't have the same ring to it. There's something else. I can already see things are bad, but the tales of Sarkoris burning down and its people dying out, I just don't believe it. Can't be true. My kind, my people are not the kind of folk to be snuffed out like that. I know that I had kin in a village not far from here, Current Glen. Please, I ask that we go there and talk to them. Have them fill us in. They're smart folk. Perhaps they can help us in battle. Together, we'll clean up Sarkoris before you can say, anoint ye fire creatures.
Olberg bumps his fist into his palm with a chuckle of bravado.
All right, I'll prepare for the road ahead. Take care, war chief.
Oh, okay, so we've already got his first thing. Got a corrupted graphics driver yesterday. Oh, no. Caused blue screen every time I started my PC. Oh, that's horrible. I hate that you're even saying this, Tenwin, because suddenly it makes me fear that my computer's going to fuck up. I had to open in safe mode, remove the driver, and then reinstall it from the ground up, and now everything is slightly off and it bothers me. Horrifying. Horrifying. Ever since I started streaming, I'm afraid of exactly that happening.
Oh. Cheers! Olberg takes a drink from the flask he's holding. Don't know what this is, a dream, a fey illusion, or if I popped into another world, but at least you people know how to brew a good beer.
What do you think of the new powers?
I don't like them. Can't deny that they're useful, but this is the way of things. I'm accustomed to. Every power must have a name. The powers the druids and shifters have are fair. Gods and spirits grant them to us, and for only good reason. First, you have to earn your power, prove you're worthy of it, show you're grateful for it. Then you start using it. But this, who gave it to us? For what purpose? What do we have to give in return? It's one mystery after another. I'll up and tell you what I think. This power feels like ensorcel. In our lands, people could get sent to threshold for toying with powers like these, for everyone's safety.
I suppose that it is nice that we actually have a companion who's just like, I don't like the feel of this at all. Something's wrong here. I want to ask you something. Oh, right. We never actually got about the rest about this. You're from the Oles clan, right? What can you tell me about them?
Our clan's one of the oldest. History goes back to the time before Sarkoris was settled, when our ancestors lived in the mountains of the far north. Once their mountain home had become too small for the great number of us, they went down to the untrodden hills and forests and drove out the monsters and the giants. They were among those who founded Sarkoris. Even back then, we Oles were the first into every battle, and the first to found a settlement upon the land. People wrote so many songs about our deeds. If I were to start singing them to all you now, we'd be stuck here for a month. Who routed the Orcish invaders? Who seduced the Fey Queen and stole her tiara? Whose apples are the size of a hair, and whose cider made from those apples can knock a bear out? That's right, it's all us, the Olests.
If your giants lived in these lands before your ancestors came, you wouldn't really call them untrodden, would you?
You're a laugh. You say giants are people? Have you seen one with your own eyes? They can't even speak language. They just growl and fart. They may look like humans, but they're dumber than frogs. All they know is eating and fighting. And they'll feast on human flesh, that I'll have you know. So don't feel bad for those freaks. Our ancestors were right to cut them down. Okay, I've got to admit, so far I like Ulbricht's character. He's such an it honestly feels like whoever wrote him really took the time to be like, what would a true blue Kellid barbarian think of most of their surroundings? One who's actually intelligent enough to express it. Unlike, say, Amiri, who, let's be honest, was a bit of a blockhead. What was your role in the tribe? I was chieftain, not by right of blood like in most tribes. It takes more than just being born to the right family to lead the tribe of the Alesks. You have to earn that right from our divine patron. Arvar, the heavenly griffin, chose me. Ulbricht chuckles mirthlessly. Except as you can see, didn't do my clan much good. The chieftain's duty is to be with their people, in peace and in war, in life and in death. And what did I do? I abandoned them. There's no two ways about it. I missed everything. I slept through everything. I have friends who unironically had trouble liking Ulbricht because he resembled a real-life conservative too much. That's how they put it. Okay. Did these people forget they're in a fantasy universe and dealing with a lot of people who would have no concept of higher education? Especially from a nation like Sarkoris where everything was handled through a religious lens? Tell me about your patron, the divine griffin. Arvar. Yes, the griffin whose beak marked the sun, whose talons rake the moon. Rake with a K, Twitch. I did not say the word that rhymes with grape. Ulbricht crosses his arms in a ritual gesture. He is the ancient protector of our clan. From each generation, he chooses one who is worthy of wielding his power and leading the tribe. And ever since I woke here, he hasn't spoken to me once. No great dreams, no answers, no signs. His power is still with me, so he must be alive, but why is he silent? The man shakes his red mane helplessly. Thank you. Okay, so obviously his quest is going to be reconnecting with the divine griffin spirit. I feel like that's going to be very obvious. Some more stuff in here. I feel like we're...
Can't make the demons wait.
Hold on, who have we not talked to? Okay, there's stuff here. Oh, Camellia. She's standing over here. How did I miss her? Didn't make sense to me either. Yeah. Camellia notices you, looks you over pensively, toying with the snake-shaped bone amulet that dangles from her pale neck. Noticing your glance, she flashes you a cold, barely there smile. Greetings! It seems for a moment that she wanted to say something, but the pause grows too long. She slips back into cautious silence. Where could I stick this dagger? Yeah, pretty much. Camellia, why don't you tell me about yourself? We didn't really talk much while we were in Canabras. You want to know more about me than you already do? Why? Camellia arches a dainty brow. I talk to the spirits of this tormented land, and they guide me in battle. I will help you fight the demons, and I swear that you can rely on me in that. Is that not sufficient? Where did you learn to wield your weapon so well, then? I had good teachers, though they do not get all the credit, as I am a most diligent student. Camellia licks her parted lips. Your amulet that you're fiddling with. It's quite unusual. I've never seen its like before. Where did you get it? Oh, this little trinket? Nice of you to notice, but I assure you, the amulet is nothing but a bauble. Can a lady not be drawn to beautiful, useless things? You're much more relaxed during combat. Your battle cries are a bit uninhibited. She blushes slightly and lowers his eyes. Oh, so you've noticed. To be honest, I find it embarrassing. Being a shaman means having spirits of battle as my ever-present companion, and in the heat of combat, they become vocal. Anyway, as much as I enjoy our delightful conversation, the spirits are calling me, and I must respond. Please excuse me. Camellia turns away, watching you out of the corner of her eye. Well, we can just go back into conversation. Another fun antidote. The Saboteur tried to plant shadow blood in the Paladin's tent. He spotted it and showed me himself. I think this event caused the Saboteur to stop trying to be so clever with character assassination and stop planting drugs. My DM later explained that they didn't frame anyone else as showing the popular Paladins having a drug addiction would be most damaging, and an alchemist like myself could rationalize having drug contraband in the tent. Yeah, that would do it. Your speech definitely says you're of noble birth, even before I learned you were Hortus's daughter. Camellia laughs, her practiced musical laugh, as she watches you from under lowered lashes. You are most insightful, a fine quality to have. Her laughter ends, and the unspoken words hang in the silence. Noble birth alone does not give you the right to look down on others. I'd prefer if you focus more on your skills. Is that so?
Thank you for sharing your opinion with me. And about Orgus. Ah, you've discovered our family's most terrible secret. Father cares so much about the Gorm name that he raised me in our mansion, hiding me away from the whole world. I'll always be grateful to my father for everything he's done, even if men of society disapprove of some of his decisions. Would it be so insolent of me to beg your discretion regarding what you know about us? Camillea's words are polite, but her tone has grown cold and sharp. Let us keep this as our little secret, I assure you. My father and I appreciate your loyalty and decency. For both myself and my father, I thank you for your understanding. I found a number of... okay, I think these were added in because I don't remember being able to ask her about some of the stuff we found in the mansion. We did find a number of interesting implements and accessories when we went through the mansion. How kind of you to share that you've gone through the Gorm's dirty laundry and done some bizarre conclusions. If you value my company, Knight Commander, please refrain from making such insinuations in the future. And what do you think of the powers we've received? Camellia shrugs nonchalantly. People of noble descent were accustomed to ample opportunity. The powers I receive from you are useful, but I see no point in treating them with excessive piety. I'm glad that that was handled quickly. You guys don't have anything?
Beautiful!
Nope. Hey, Alon, right. We still need to find your campsite. Ugh. So much talking. So much water needed to be drank.
Should I?
Selah.
Hello. So, what do you reckon about everything that's come crashing down on us? All the responsibility, command, this new power?
Selah looks anxious and she's honing her sword, but her movements seem nervous. The girl doesn't even notice you at first, but when she does, she smiles cheerlessly and stops what she's doing. I'm going to be honest, Selah, it's a little overwhelming.
Don't be sad. Look at me. I'm sitting here worrying over my troubles, but you have it much worse than all of us put together.
Selah looks at you with compassion.
I'm still frightened by what happened in the Grey Garrison. Were we really chosen? By Iomade herself? You know, back when I was a snot-nosed kid who just started down the path to becoming a paladin, I imagined once or twice that I was going to do something heroic. The lights would shine down on me, the trumpets would sing, I'd hear the voice of the goddess, or at least her herald, you know? I'd be informed that I had been chosen for a great cause. But that's the point where my imagination always failed me.
Okay, there's the ad. All right, you know the drill. We're going to take a quick break here. I need to stand up and stretch. And we'll be back in a few minutes. Give us one moment, guys. We'll be right back. Okay. Everything's working good on the stream side of things. I do need to take a look at those builds at some point. Ah.
There we go. Just waiting on the ad to finish so we can continue. I will admit, I do like when Sela does... What Sela does, they really do try to sell Sela as, like, your friend when you're on the good path. Like, she actually shares a lot of your doubts and stuff like that. I just don't know. Like, some of her later writing, I don't remember being very impressed by. She's kind of middle of the road as far as companions go. Sounds unfair, but Armagus's perception was so high, he'd pretty much auto-succeed any opposing NPC stealth if they weren't invisible. Looking at how the saboteur goes about things, it looks like PCs are supposed to get a perception check to spot them and a sense motive check to grill them. I'm guessing our DM simply timed the drug planting so that there was no perception check. It frustratingly has a purely reactive ruling when it comes to sense motive. Armagus had a highest check in both these skills and would rarely use sense motive because he was never prompted.
Somehow, it really happened. Without all the trumpets or the herald or even anyone explaining what I had to do. Though it's clear as day, my place is here, in this demon-ridden wound. Quite a lovely war going on, in fact. Endless, I hear. I'm gonna need some time to wrap my head around this. Spare me an hour and I'll crawl into some dark corner and whine about my hard lot. What can I tell you? I cry easily.
Is fighting demons really all you want? Are you not looking for something more? How about covering myself in glory and becoming the hero of 100 ballads? Or at least a dozen if they're really good ones. Sela's eyes shined cheerfully. Anyway, to be more serious, the area around the Whirlwind is the best place for a paladin who wants to defend the weak and serve the good. Being part of the Crusade is reward enough for me. But there's something that has worried me. I don't want to sound like I'm criticizing my brothers in arms, but the Eagle Watch and the other orders are focused on just one thing, the war against the Whirlwind. That's why they can sometimes overlook the smaller things, the ordinary misfortunes, you know? The sense motive ruling is BS, but I guess skipping the perception would be rationalized. But then again, this was only Tier 1 Mythic. Magus' high perception was purely of his own doing. I always liked being a wandering knight, because any moment I could get up and go help some poor rat folk whose family had been kidnapped, or an old woman whose favorite dog had gone missing. So here's my answer. I don't have a big important goal. I'm just happy to help those who need it. A little bit here, and a little bit there. No, we never actually really got to talk. I'd like to know more about you. Of course. I'll answer honestly. Where are you from? A little bit from Geb, a little bit from Katapesh. Mostly from the Knights of Iomade. I was accepted and began my training at 14. I belong to their ranks more than I belong to any place. Nonetheless, you must have come to Mendev by some long road, right? Oh, a very long one. Sela looks at you cheerfully. A traveler is expected to have amazing stories, and unfortunately, I've only got 3 of any real interest. I'd like to save them for our next feast. Otherwise, I won't have anything to show for myself when it's time to start bragging, and that just won't do. Especially since I'll win the night with my cautionary tale of a battle with the chupacabras. Chupacabras. Fascinating. I've heard they drink their victims' blood during combat to gain strength. Oh, yes. Her face grew serious, and they do it fast. They latch onto a victim, suck out all the blood, and then strike the next victim quick as lightning. But now you've tricked me, and I'm going to have to start telling the tale to do it justice. So, picture a small town in Kadira, and down in the dungeon, there's 2 murderers waiting to be executed. The gallows are already built for them, the rope's been bought, but sometimes life takes a surprising turn. Suddenly, a paladin of Iomade appears in the doorway and offers the murderers a deal. They go with her to fight some monsters, they get to live. They survive, that is. There's a big difference between imminent death and probable death with a glimmer of hope, wouldn't you say? So here we are traveling the desert, me and my friend, a priestess of Sarenrae, along with a little rat folk fellow who asked for our help and 2 cutthroats. We get to the rat folk village and see the bodies lying around all drained dry. We figured we're going to be fighting a vampire. That's how the little rat folk described the monsters who attacked the village after all. That's why we went in all brazen, like the sun was high and there's no way the vampire could attack until dusk. But we never got a chance to look around. Black shadows, quick as the wind, attacked us from all sides. Not vampires, chupacabras. One of the lads we pulled from the gallows got taken down right away. The second one just ran for his life. That left me, the rat folk, and Kyra. That was the name of the priestess. We all steeled ourselves for the fight of our lives. And just when we thought the end had come, when the chupacabras surrounded us like a pack of dogs around a bear, our rat folk friend, wounded and down with the teeth of the quickest of those blasted monsters clenched in Kyra's shoulders, right then, when all hope is lost, that other lad from the gallows suddenly came running back. He stabs the beast attacking Kyra. I'm sure you know what a turning point in a fight looks like. That was it. The moment before, we were all lost. And a moment later, we had the whole fight back under our control. The chupacabras start dropping dead one by one. The
little rat folk is reunited with what's left of his family who were hiding in the basement. The priestess and I closed the eyes of that boy from the gallows who saved us. It was a shame he didn't survive the fight. May the gods keep his soul in its journey through the afterlife. There's a Pathfinder comic of this very event. I mean, makes sense. So it sounds like an interesting low-level event, although actually it sounds like something that should be a way higher-level event, depending on how dangerous the Chupacabras are. That's a good story. Could have died in disgrace on the gallows. Instead, he died a hero. Yeah, I'd fancy the stunt earned him a few points in his final judgment. It's smart to remember that our journey doesn't end in death. Had it not been for that mercy, Milos, that was his name, would have been hanging from a noose, and me, Kyra, and the ratfolk would be dead in that village. Someone told me that a kind deed done by an unkind person is 100 times more precious. By the same token, an evil deed done by a noble soul is 100 times more horrifying. That's what I wanted to say. The Chupacabras are just a good starting point. Chupacabras are CR3, as I recall. The context was Kyra recalling an event in her past. Ah. Hey, Jin, welcome. How are you doing? How finding paths in Pathfinder? We're doing great. Aside from, we're in a bit of a lull in the action between Act 1 and Act 2, and it has been nothing but talking to NPCs right now, so I have been chugging water this entire session. Ah. What made you become a paladin of Iomedae in the first place? Sela's gaze sharpens momentarily, and then she sighs. That's a serious question, and a good one. You should ask it of your other companions. But it's a long story. 12 years ago, I was nothing like the person I am now. I roamed the streets of the town of Solku with the other homeless orphans. I stole, I fought, I even worked as a hired sword for a bit. Not exactly an origin for a paladin. Back then, Solku was a city of orphans, widows, and widowers. The gnolls decimated the city on the regular. My parents were among the victims of the last fight. People there heard about new deaths before they'd finished mourning the previous ones. One day, a group of knights of Iomedae brought a glimmer of hope to the city, but while others saw them as saviors and protectors, I was just busy pricing up their noble horses and all that mithril armor, wondering just how much one of their pretty swords would fetch. Chillin' and made a little day off from streaming after ending Tenchu Stealth Assassins for the second time. Can't wait till I start Tenchu 2. Ooh, nice. Which by lore is a prequel of the first game. Ah. Sounds good, sounds good. Hopefully the second game goes well for you. A thief lives one day at a time, that's what I would say. I was the type that never thought past the next job. Anyways, I snuck into the knight's camp to steal one of their mithril helms. Sela pauses, her voice suddenly sad and measured. And it was right then that the gnolls attacked the helm's owner. Akemi was her name. And she took a blow to her unprotected head. A gnoll, like all the others who'd fearlessly driven from the gates of Solku. That one blow was fatal. But who was really to blame for her death? The gnoll attacker or the young thief named Sela? I can only expect that stealth will be more challenging. I mean, if I remember from what I do know of the Tenchu series, yes, I can only imagine that's going to be what happens. Even a seemingly small misdeed can have terrible consequences. You're right. You're right 1,000 times over. And I hate to say it, but I just didn't see it back then. And if I'd never gotten that lesson, my eyes probably never would have been opened. Who knows what would have happened to me if it wasn't for Akemi and her bravery and her death. Maybe the world would just know Sela as a bandit and not as a knight, protector of the road of those in need. There's a saying I like to remember. People rarely find redemption on their own. Someone must show them the way. But you were asking what brought me to the ranks of Iomedae. We all choose the paladin's path for our own reasons. Some are guided by nobility of spirit, others to fight injustice. I became who I am through penance and a debt unpaid. The day Akemi died protecting my city, I wanted to kill myself for the guilt I felt. But then I realized that wouldn't make the world any better. And I decided that instead I'd try to take her place. I'd become who she had been. Protect the innocence that she could no longer be able to protect. What are the principles of the Paladins of Iomedae? She smiles. I'll tell you. After all, I like to recite our code. I've said it 1,000 times, but it never gets old. There's strength in these words. After a pause, she begins, her voice slow and meditative. I will learn the weight of my sword. Without my heart to guide it, it is worthless. My strength is not in my sword, but in my heart. If I lose my sword, I have lost a tool. If I betray my heart, I have died. I will have faith in the inheritor. I will channel her strength through my body. I will shine in her legion. I will not tarnish her glory through base actions. I shall be first into battle and the last to leave it. I will not be taken prisoner by free will. I will not surrender those under my command. I will never abandon a companion, though I will honor sacrifice freely given. I will guard the honor of my fellows, thought and deed. I will have faith in them. When in doubt, I will force my enemies to surrender. When I am responsible but I am responsible for their lives. I will never refuse a challenge from an equal. I will honor worthy enemies and contempt the rest. I will suffer death before dishonor. I will be temperate in my actions, moderate in my behavior. I will strive to emulate Iomede's perfection. I'm glad Sela doesn't have that much dialogue early on, because good lord, I'm getting tired. To be fair, the sooner we get all this handled, the less we have to deal with it later. There was nothing else Darren need to mention. Oh, for Autumn Haze. Right, you're here. Forgot about you. Didn't we? We already talked to... Yeah, we already talked to you about this. How did you end up on the battlefield? Yep. Abadar rests his soul. Kato is your apprentice of Rastil. You change your inventory, though, when you get here. Don't. This robe grants the wearer an additional +1 bonus to AC whenever that wearer is under the effects of a mage armor spell. We do want to get that eventually. Ring of Blur. Wearer is under a continuous blur spell effect. That is very good. The Red Salamander Ring is also very good. I remember, if I remember correctly, they suggest putting that on Darren to give him some offensive spells that he doesn't have to worry about. Specialist Bell, +1 to caster level when they use a scroller potion. Unfortunately, a lot of this stuff is very, very expensive. Grants its wearer a continuous shield spell effect. That's actually really good. Arachnid Goggles. The wearer uses all the crystals as eyes, gaining all-round vision and cannot be flanked. Cape of Pest Control, +2 resistance and DR5 against swarms. Conman's Ring for a +5 competency bonus on perception and trickery. The War Kilt of Serenay. Why does Serenay have a war kilt? Favorite item among the dervishes of Serenay, this skirt of overlapping brightly colored silks is magically reinforced, granting you increased durability and mobility. It grants its wearer a +2 natural armor bonus to AC and a +4 competency bonus on mobility checks. Ring of the Beast King. That's the +2 strength and dexterity for an animal companion. Blessed Signet. Cast Bless 3 times per day as a first level cleric. Headband, Bookward's Headband is a +2 enhancement bonus to intelligence and immunity to all compulsion effects, but take a -2 penalty to charisma and a -3 penalty on persuasion. Enhanced Summons, +2 enhancement bonus for weapons on summons. Another Icy Protector, even though I think we already... There's no way that stacks. There's no way having 2 of those stacks. Headband of Inspired Wisdom, Headband of Alluring Charisma, Cape of Fainting. Might grab... Ooh, but I need... Oh, Lesser Connect Diadem. Part of Cerebray's aspect of good is the confrontation of evil. It's not unusual for have sects of worship that are notably warlike. Yes, but specifically it being a war kilt. That was more what I was wondering about. A war kilt. Oh, Pearl of Power. This seemingly normal pearl of average size and luster is a potent aid to all spellcasters who prepare spells, such as clerics and wizards. Once per day on command, power enables the possessor to recall any one spell they had prepared and cast that day. The spell is then prepared again as if it had not been cast. The spell must be of a particular level or depending... Where is it? Depending on the pearl. So this is Pearl of Power, 2nd level, 2 spells. So we can restore 2 2nd level spells. Okay. One of her followers clearly like to let him breathe, yeah. Point of Protection grants any ally damage resistant 5 for 1 minute once per day. We already grabbed the Empower Metamagic Rod. He has some more scrolls and some more... Oh god, he's got a lot of shit. Holy crap. Okay, yeah. He's got a lot of shit. A lot of shit. Diamonds, Dinosaur Bones, Going Croissant, which we have. More Diamond Dust. And First Aid. Okay. That's a lot of shit. Now, we need to find Cressira. I don't remember where she disappears
Here we go.
After you spot her in front of the Quartermaster. Where did she go?
I can handle it.
No, seriously, where the fuck did she go? Because I know she sticks around the camp somewhere, I just don't know where.
Can't make the demons wait. Is that a
Oh,
trap?
what? Hey, some barding. Some basic stuff. Okay. I know she goes somewhere. Where is she?
Beautiful.
Maybe in the... No? Nobody there. I don't like that he pops up like that every time. It's annoying. Makes me think something's going to happen.
Let's see what we can do.
I know she's around here somewhere. Where the fuck are you? Oh. Basic supplies. Recruit. Area exit. Oh, but we can... Oh, no. That's a recruit. I know she's around here somewhere. Where the fuck did she go? We need to find her because I know you need her in order to continue her and Thorn's story. I just don't know where the hell she disappeared to. Which I suppose is the point, but still. Or am I thinking of a later time when she appears? I don't know if she does this right now. But, oh, Jana, Curl, you guys have anything to say? No. So, that's fine. No.
I can handle it.
Where did she go? I know she's... Again, I don't know if it's something that I have to wait for slightly later in the game, or if she's... Galfrey, she's... No. Kasira, the drow. Her and Thorn's story, because she was standing next to Garms, and then when we approach, she disappears. And I don't remember if she goes somewhere else or not. Or if she shows up later. I can't remember. No, nothing there. She pops in and out as you leave and return to camp.
Our base is under attack.
Hey, Prophet Oh, Prophet welcome. Welcome. Hot damn. Thank you for the raid, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I am Sovani. We'd be raiding for the cookies. Unfortunately, I have no cookies to offer you. I am so sorry, Prophet. If I'd known, I would have prepared some. Welcome, welcome. Let me go ahead and give you a shout out. Give me 1 second. Prophet Oreo. Please work. There we go. Shout out given to Prophet Oreo. Welcome, welcome. Been a while, man. I hope you're doing all right. Shall I open the airlock? I mean, not while they're standing in it, Lord Brown Bear. Don't be spacing our friends. Thank you very much. But welcome. I am Sovani. I am your smuggler dragonfly VTuber. I may as well get out the full claws while we've got some guests here. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Hope you all are having a great weekend. Hope you had a great stream, Prophet Oreo. Doing good. We are in the middle of Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Beautiful. I have played portions of the beginning of the game. Haven't been streaming very much in the last 3 months. I understand that. I've gotten pretty good at my schedule, but I know the real life can... Dealing with PTSD treatment. Well, I hope you're getting everything you need for that, man. I hope you are. That's some serious shit to deal with, and I'm glad you're getting help for it. I hope it all works out for you as well. But yes, welcome, welcome. Thanks, buddy. No problem, man. No problem. Your mental health is more important than any streams. Like, even professional streamers can point to that. Gonna run to the store. Well, I hope you drive safe and whatever you need to get it quick. But yes, welcome. Thank you. I am Savati, the Dragonfly VTuber. I am a smuggler. I am a spaceship captain. And I enjoy playing CRPGs a lot. We're in the middle of Wrath of the Righteous, which I've played the beginning of quite a few times, but never actually made it past Act 3. So once we get to that point, there's going to be a lot of stuff that I have never seen before. I'll put the claws away so they're not taking up too much of the screen right now. I guess we'll just talk to Thorn and get his input, and then we'll go from there. The elf before you casually rests his bandaged arm on the weapon at his side. He bows his head with dignity. I congratulate you on your new rank, Commander. My hunt demanded that I travel with your army. Naturally, I won't burden your forces with the need to care for an outsider. I'll provide myself with all my necessities. Okay. So he doesn't have an update despite us having seen what's her name. Some more random gear around here. That's fine.
What's going on here?
All right. Let's actually make some progress because we have spent the last 3.5 hours sitting in camp doing nothing. I don't think we need to rest or anything. Everybody should be good to go on their spells, right? Yes. Okay. The only thing I need to do real fast is take a look at our people here. Let's go with that. He gets access to some additional 3rd level spells. Haste is absolutely needed. And do we have any other illusion spells that work good for her by any chance? Vengeful Comet, Lesser Enemy Dead, Explosive Rune. No, she doesn't like Abjuration. Right. Stinking Cloud, Spiked Pit, Sea Invisibility Communal. Sea Invisibility Communal is probably a good idea. Invisible enemies are surprisingly common. Go. I won't use her mythic levels just yet until I'm sure what I want from her. And then we'll go ahead and bump up her religion. Alright, she does have Protective Luck, Vulnerability Curse, Slumber. So now we want to get Cackle, because now she can extend those hexes better. And as for her 3rd level spell, Deep Slumber is 10 hit dice with the target. Still not that good. Dispel Magic isn't bad. Heroism is nice, but not the best. Nature's Exile. What is that? Makes it inimical to the natural world. All animals have initial attitude of hostile towards the target. If the target has an animal companion, it does not become hostile, but as long as the target remains cursed, the animal companion takes a -2 penalty on all attack rolls, skill checks, and saving throws. The target takes a -10 penalty to Lord Nature skill checks. This really doesn't help for the most part. Like, it's cool that it's there, but it really doesn't help for the most part. Summon Monster 3, Vampiric Touch, Stinking Cloud. I mean, Stinking Cloud's a nice debuff, but a lot of demons are immune to Nauseated, so it's not that good. She's going to get a fire spell because she got Burning Arc and Scorching Ray from being a Stigmatized Witch, so she's going to get some kind of burn spell for 3rd level. Burning Entanglement, maybe? A creature that begins its turn entangled by the spell takes 4d6 points of fire damage. Successful reflexes save halves the damage. Creature that begins its turn in the area but is not entangled takes 2d6 points of fire damage. Smoke rising from the vines partially obscures visibility. Attacks made in the smoke or against anything in the smoke must contend with concealment. When the spell's duration expires, the vines burn away entirely. Really, this doesn't... Oh, it does say movement impairing. Good. And it's a 40-foot burst. So yes, we're going to grab that. There we go. And Melia, let's go ahead and get you your next level as well. Let's keep the trickery score high. Oh, you got nothing else for that level. Really? Yeah, no, this is a... Level 6 for Shaman is a dead level. You get no class features whatsoever, and you get no feat. And you don't go up in the amount of spells that you have. You get a 1 3rd level spell more. That's it. Okay. That's all she got. Okay. Honestly, probably gonna go ahead and grab... At this level, even low-level Animate Dead is still really good, because Cannon Fodder is so useful. Let's go ahead and put a haste there. Also, did you get any additional spell slot? You did. You did. Okay. She is usually going to be on the front line. She already has protection. She has ways of getting that. She's already got Bark Skin. False Life might be a decent backup spell to give her a little more stuff. And some basic heals are still pretty good for 1st level spells. As for Nenio, let's go ahead and grab... Mirror. Oh, she already has Mirror Image, so Blur. And then 1st level, Grease, Magic Missile, and Color Spray. That works fine. Anybody else? Oh, Socio, right. Okay, Neither of his abilities there are very good. I guess we'll take Protection from Evil. Unbreakable Heart and Bless is fine. 3 things of Restoration Lesser, plus Protection from Evil Communal. That's not the worst. Is there anything that might actually be good here? Effortless Armor might be decent. Our Wounds, Blessings, Arrow of Law, Aid. Protection of Alignment Communal is nice. We'll have 2 of those. 3 Castings of Prayer and a Dispel Magic. That's actually not the worst, honestly. I will also go with 1 Archon's Aura, which we can swap out as well, since he's actually going to be built as a pure spellcaster, so bumping his Wisdom is not a bad idea. Also, what are you even carrying right now? Oh dear, you have a regular glaive. A regular glaive. Oh no, that is not going to be. He does have medium armor, I want. No, he has 0 dex. There's no reason not to put him in heavy armor. There's 0 reason not to put him in heavy armor. There we go. What is that? Whenever the wearer of this amulet uses a hex, the DC of the saving throw is increased by 1. Okay, well that's going in amber. Or wait. No, I mean, no, that's still good because slumber is still incredibly powerful for her. So anything that boosts that is going to be good. Plus, Camellia can't wear it anyways. I need to remember that. You can't fucking remove this stupid bone amulet. So what I would like to grab then, do you have a sort by... Okay, that's not helping. I need a glaive. Where's a glaive? There we go. Cold Iron Masterwork glaive. Thank you. Because otherwise, you're kind of useless, Socio. You're not even going to be able to hurt most things. There we go. And I believe the glaive is the chosen weapon of Shellin? Yes, it is. Okay, that works. Why does he not have Mythic? Oh, does it not unlock until we do that first part of his quest? I think it doesn't unlock until we do that part of his quest.
Here we go.
We're going to go ahead and rest to make sure everybody gets their spells and stuff back. Go with... Why does it keep saying like it removes people? Obrig, you can help make them the food this time. Eating a glowing croissant fully restores your HP. I guess that does make resting to heal a lot easier because you're not going to be wasting time. Longer before fatigue, +1 to saving throw. Give me just the hearty meal. Skill checks are still the most important right now. Game only gives Social his tier when you hit the world map, although thinking on it, a little story bit where you infuse him with your power would be cool. Yeah, like to me, it would make sense that you go and help him with seeing to his dead friends, and that's when he gains the power. It would just, thematically, that would kind of make sense.
It pains me to think that any living creature could be so dull and predictable. Tell me, Soziel, do you have even the smallest secret? Something unusual that you keep private from the world?
The only thing I hide from the world is my fear, and my desire to throw up my hand and say, someone else can do this. I am not ashamed to admit it. Now it's your turn.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to like his story, Sosil. I'm pretty sure he's going to pick the worst one just to fuck with you.
I can handle it.
I don't think there's really anything else we can grab from here, so we'll hold on to that for now. Oh, that just takes me outside. It doesn't actually... Oh well.
Can't make the demons wait.
Let's just head for the exit. Okay, how do we want to do this? Hold on. Take everybody out for a second. So I know Social is like right next to where we're at, so we're probably going to have to do his stuff. So you, and you. So Social's going to be our only major spell caster for while we're there, but otherwise we should be fine. Ugh. Yep, there it is. He now has the Mythic path. Him I'm going to have to actually look up because I hate building clerics and I don't do a very good job of it without a guide. So where are you, Social? I have a guide for you pulled up. There we go. It's a pure cleric class, pure level 20. They suggest Impossible Domain Community, right? Because community gets a huge buff, if I remember correctly. So it was under Impossible Domain. There we go. Pull OBS back up. I personally turned Social into a Dispeller Abjurer. Interesting. I mean, if I recall, this build mainly just doubles down on clerics being buff masters. Let me see here. Calming Touch. You can touch a creature as a standard action to heal for 1d6 points of damage plus 1 point per level of the class. This also removes fatigued, shaken, and sickened conditions, but has no effect on more severe conditions. That's still good. Removing fatigued is very good. 3+ your wisdom modifier. At 8th level, you can create a ward that protects a specified area. Creating this ward is a full round action. All friendly creatures in the area receive a resistance bonus equal to your wisdom modifier on all saving throws and an equal competency bonus on all attack rolls while inside the warded area. The ward lasts for 1 hour per level in the class that has you access to the domain. You can use this ability once per day. Okay, and then Guarded Hearth. Oh, that's the name of the ward. Okay. Okay, I can see how you would do this. You would, once you get Guarded Hearth, you would drop this on boss fights right on top of where the enemy is, basically. And turn it into a massive buff zone for your entire team. I get it. Alright, but we're going to go ahead and grab that. So we have the Martyr Zacharias Cemetery and the Houndheart Camp. Oh, you can now control armies on the global map. Winning battles against demonic forces provides a number of benefits, such as resources up your economy, relics that can be turned into powerful items, captured enemy fortifications that previously blocked your advance. These fortifications will be rebuilt into forts for your own troops. Enemy armies differ in strength, which is displayed as a number next to the army name. By hovering over the enemy's army, you can learn more about its position or composition. You can switch between party management and army command modes by clicking the banners at the top of the screen. In army command mode, you can select armies by either using the panel on the left or clicking figures on the map. Much like your party, armies use roads to move around the map. To move, an army must spend movement points restored for the rest of the day. So yeah, you usually want to move your army first and then start moving your counter. Wow, we start with... Oh, right. Okay, there are two groups. How do I... There's a way to combine them, isn't it? I don't... I thought there was a... No. Oh, merging and splitting units. If two of your armies stand next to each other on the global map, you can transfer units between them by clicking the button that appears next to the army's name. Clicking the I button next to the army's name on the left will take you to the army management screen. You can select starting positions at the beginning of combat. You can also split your units by holding Control or Shift. Okay. Clicking the I button next to the army's name. Okay, so hold on. If we... Wait. Oh, because they're not... Right, they weren't... There we go. Okay. So we'll combine these. We now have 200 infantry, 50 archers, 20 clerics. We're going to assign a general. If I remember correctly from when I played this game before, mage generals are quite literally worlds better than non-mage generals by like a truly monumental fucking gap. That's not even funny. So we're going to grab Setsuna. That's going to take 500 of our finance points. That's fine. And it's because they get damage spells, which are amazingly powerful in the Crusade. We're also going to rename this army. Give me something thematic. We need an army. We need a name for the first army of the 5th Crusade. It's probably going to be our main army now that I think about it. I think in the past I used to do them themed on whatever mythic path I was taking, but I haven't decided on that yet still, unfortunately. So I also don't mind if you want to go a little bit funny with this, as long as it's not like too out there. Otherwise, I'm just going to name them pretty generically, because I'm not, I don't know. What was that? I thought I heard something. Something of the Last Ward? Order of the Last Ward, maybe? That could work. Crusaders of the Last Ward, Order of the Last Ward. Avengers of the Ward, maybe? Maybe. Because I'm assuming Ward is based on the Ward Stone. So something to that degree. Maybe... Last Host of the War. There we go. We might change their name later. TLDR. Thank you. That was what's going on here. We are playing Wrath of the Righteous, and we finally got into the Crusade map in Act 2. It's taken long enough. Right, morale system. Each victory over a demon army adds 4 days to the time the banner of victory stays green. Each victory over a demon army on the road to Dresden adds 10 days to the time that the banner of the March on Dresden stays green. Okay. And that'll keep our morale from slipping below the 0 mark, which is good. Now, the question is... does this actually affect how they show up on the map when we fight? Because I don't know. No, we don't want to split. Infantry in front, archers and clerics behind. No, do not dismiss them. How do we recruit? So we have 1,500 resource points. We have some archers and some infantry that we can get. Never played this game, so don't ask me. What got you into streaming? Partially just a backlog of games that I wanted to play, and the big VTuber boom of the last few years kind of convinced me to finally stick my toes into the water, so to speak. We designed our own night press using the sword of Iomade over the symbol of cold iron. However, someone pointed out that the alchemical symbol for cold iron kind of looks like a beetle. Spoiling that idea for the book, I went back to myself later. I could also imagine how a beetle would not look so good for Crusaders who have constantly been fighting Discari for most of their lives. That probably didn't go very well. So yes, let's just go ahead and grab everybody that we can right now. Alright, I should have grabbed all the archers rather than the infantry. Oh, I did not mean for that to do that. There we go. Move up. The archers are more valuable than the infantry for pretty much the entirety of the game. The beetle thing was only noticeable because of Vagarg. Never played this game, don't ask me. AFK children bug me. Well, take care of your kids. That's always more important than just watching a stream, man. Like, yeah, does this affect how they spawn on the field? I don't think it does. But maybe I'm wrong. Whatever. Alright, so we'll send our army forward to go deal with the first force. We get 600 finance points, and that'll wipe out this band of cultists. Gonna hop off early. It's already 3:40 a.m., so I'm a slumber. Have a great stream and take care. Thank you, Leona, and thank you for being here. Have a good night's sleep. Characters assigned to perform protective rituals. Perform a spectral ritual every 30 minutes of travel by making a low religion skill check. Check is successful, the party's movement speed temporarily increases. The DC with every the DC increases with each consecutive check. Different locations also have different skill checks. Characters assigned to Night Watch increase the party's range of vision on the global map based on perception skill. They also make a perception skill check, which, if successful, increases the chance of meeting a crafted merchant. Characters assigned to Camouflage make stealth. Okay, this is interesting, but this should be when we're resting out in the overworld, not other things. Have a chance to find useful ingredients while traveling on the world map. Oh, wait, did they add that? I feel like they added that. I don't remember that being a mechanic when I first got this game. Okay, so cultists and cultist fight. I don't know what I just did. Did I just set it to auto? I think I just set it to auto. I don't want it to be auto. Stop! Okay, well, the game has decided that I don't have a choice. Alright. No, just attack them. They're right there. How did you not kill them all? There we go. Alright, that was on me. I think we lost, like, one dude. Yeah. One guy got injured and immediately got healed by our clerics, and we killed 20 cultists. To be fair, they were outnumbered 10 to 1, so I'm not surprised. The morale stat reflects the general mood of the Crusaders. Positive morale increases resource income and the number of troops available for recruitment, while negative morale decreases both of these. Morale changes depend on the morale banners. When special conditions are met, the banners remain green and increase morale by 1 per day. If special conditions are not met, the banner turns yellow for 3 days, but will still increase morale by 1 per day. Then the banner turns red and begins decreasing morale by 3 per day. Your army is currently carrying 2 banners, the Banner of Victories, which we've already read, and the March on Dresden. Each unit has its own combat morale, the starting value of which depends on the Crusader morale. Various combat effects and spells can change combat morale until end of battle. Positive combat morale grants the unit a chance to perform a second action on the same turn, while units with negative combat morale have a chance to panic and lose their pardon me, I burped there. Lose their action or even flee. Undead units, as well as some others, do not have combat morale and thus are unaffected by any effects that increase units. Having defeated a band of cultists who had driven the captives from Canabras and made the ruins of Valar's gift their temporary base, the Commander's army celebrates its first triumph. Unfortunately, the demon worshippers have killed all the citizens and gathered belongings into a huge pile in the middle of the camp. This does allow us to accumulate some finance points, though. Which means we can go back and hire the rest of these archers, which I do want. Yep. There we go. Find enemies. There we go. We now have a full... This is about as strong as our army can get right now. So we do not want to clear this army until we've finished exploring down here, because that is progress story-wise. I do remember that. However, what are we dealing with over here? Crest of Malander Linz, the Fallen Knight. Find the lost relics of Crusade. We've got more demon armies made up of demonic insects, and clear the road to the river crossing. Well, we do want to deal with these guys first, so let's save over here. These enemies are retreating. Pursue them and fight. Yes. All right, let's not auto battle this time because I like to actually control what's going on. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and Scorching Ray to deal some damage to these guys. Okay, your army is engaged in battle. The enemy army is displayed on the right, Crusader army on the left. Battles are played out in turn-based mode. The turn order is displayed at the top of the screen. Yep, high initiative act first, of course. And a new round begins once everyone's taking a turn. You can move, use a ranged attack, use an ability, take up the total defense to boost its AC, or wait, postponing the action. All soldiers in the attacking unit make a damage roll to determine base damage. The damage multiplier is determined according to the formula. Damage multiplier cannot be less than 0.25. Base damage is multiplied by the damage multiplier, resulting in the full damage rate. Go ahead and weaken this one. There we go. Then Smite Evil. Unit has a bonus to attack damage and AC equal to charisma against enemies. Go ahead and then I need to go down here and send in our infantry. Let's go ahead and engage you. There we go. Nice and weakened. We do take some casualties from them. Almost nothing from them. Go ahead and open fire. And then we'll send in... Go ahead and lay on hands you. Get our guys back up. Kill them. He gets to go. Does almost nothing. And then we shoot. Yep, lost one man who was immediately healed in the infirmary. Get fun. One thing I'm sad about is outside of our Magus, we didn't get a lot of room to personalize our armies. Again, DM tended to fast track and hand wave stuff to our detriment. That's unfortunate, because that's some of the things that really should be taken into account. All right, this new victory has brought you more finance points. We can use strength in your army to recruit new units. Click the recruit button on the panel left at the bottom of the screen. Recruited units will appear in Canabras, and new units will be available for recruitment at the beginning of the week. The site of an old battle between Crusaders and demons is still strewn with thousands of old corpses. The stench of death hangs thick in the air, while the survivors lurch around the battlefield looting what they can. The dead, after all, will not need the trinkets and keepsakes anytime soon. Another 1,000 finance points. Now, unfortunately, I actually don't think we can easily take on this force just yet, because we can't recruit anybody just yet. So I think right now we're going to take a little bit of time and deal with this. I want to enter this location. Yes. An elderly man limps towards a grave and clumsily throws a handful of soil inside. How unfair. They were all young, had their whole lives ahead of them. They sacrificed themselves so that a cripple like me could still live. An elven woman with her face bathed in tears steps towards the grave and whispers, "Painting. It burned like everything else in the house, and there's nothing left for me to remember you by. Nothing." Another young man throws a handful of soil onto the open grave, standing next to it for a while lost in thought, before finally sighing and stepping back. Social also throws a handful of soil onto the grave in front of him. He takes a breath and prepares to speak, but it seems he cannot find the right words. The cleric wipes his tear-filled eyes, gathering his resolve, and says in a gentle voice, "I wish you a warm welcome in Shellen's realm. We will win this war, I swear to you. We will banish this ugliness and evil. We will make the world richer and let peace blossom in it. We'll make sure nothing like this. He breaks into a sob mid-sentence and falls silent without finishing his declaration. You fought honorably and held steadfast to your duty to your very end. Such deeds will not be forgotten. Socio is too absorbed in his grief to hear you. The other mourners aggressively raise their fists into the air, inspired by your words.
Glory to the heroes of the Crusade. Never forget.
What is that? The elven woman shrieks in horror, disrupting the atmosphere of silent mourning. Her trembling hand points at something moving inside a grave, and suddenly one of the corpses climbs out of the ground, wafting a horrible stench from its still rotting body. It's a zombie! Run! And here they all come. Yep. And then they go wandering.
We won't fall here. I swear it.
I'm pretty sure this summons up a lot of those. Yep, there they are. Ulbrich, give me a hand. Let's go ahead and start conjuring up. Is there a reason why my character is not doing anything? Is there a reason why my character is not doing anything?
The light, take you.
Wendowog, just start swinging.
No match
Socio,
for
where
me.
are you? Please. Go help Woljif. Okay, is there a reason I'm not doing anything? Please attack. Thank you. Oh, wow. Was that? I think that was Wendowog who just four-shotted multiple enemies with that cleaving strike. Holy shit. Well, don't have to worry too much about this. We're only taking a little bit of damage. Hot damn, that cleaving shot is good. You weren't kidding about that, Lord Brownbear. With a heavy heart, Socio looks at the corpses of his friends, returned to rest by his own hand. What is this twisted mockery? Who could? Wait, what is that? He bends down towards the grave and recovers something from the ground. Look at this. Socio hands you a black onyx gem. Once precious, this stone is now covered in cracks, falling apart in your grip even as you examine the engraved Minotaur's head, the unholy symbol of Baphomet. The cleric's voice, perplexed at first, begins to fill with rage. Cultists! Simply murdering my friends was not enough. No, they had to come to the funeral and desecrate their graves. It appears that someone amongst the townfolk was only feigning their grief. Those demon worshippers are everywhere. I can understand why the Inquisitors of Canabras become so paranoid. But if the townspeople fled, the undead without knowing there was a traitor among them, they may be in great danger. We have to find them. Don't worry, we're working on that, Socio. Calm down. Thankfully, all the zombies are carrying masterwork weapons, which will sell quite nicely. Thank you.
Beautiful.
How does this... Oh, God. How does this have to set up? No, Ulbrich, you should definitely be in the front. I'm actually going to say Socio. I want you in the middle where your buffs can do better. Plus, you have a reach weapon, which means if need be, you can just attack past the frontliners. Woljif stays in the back so I can maneuver him for maximum sneak attack damage. Alright, we need to check around here to make sure there's nothing missing. Good.
Here we go.
Oh. Oh, somebody help me. Alright, Woljif, don't fuck this up.
This is my kind of work.
There we go. The half-rotten corpse of a woman shambles out of the crypt. She leers at you with empty eye sockets and croaks out a few words. Thank the gods and thank you. I knew this was going to happen someday. They buried me alive. Who are you? I am Baroness Niniel Bollard at your service. The dead woman bobs a clumsy curtsy, her legs barely supporting her. My estate is not too far from here. Let me assure you that all of you are always welcome, assuming you are properly attired. I don't recall Socio having much of an arc when I played, and the book mentions he can get depressed if something happens to Aaron. I don't even know if Aaron gets mentioned or if it's implied that he was one of the people who died here. I hate to break it to you, Lady Bollard, but you're already dead. How dare you? What utter foolishness. Do I look like a corpse? No, you forget yourself, and you should be ashamed to say such, The dead Baroness wags her finger at you in a chastising manner, but cuts herself short, staring at her own hand in horror. What? How? This cannot be. I shan't permit it. I'm afraid it's true, madam. I'm truly sorry. This graveyard was desecrated by a necromancer, and it seems that he has disturbed your rest as well. The dead woman covers her face with what remains of her decaying hands. So I did die. But even in death, the accursed servants of the abyss torment me. Can nothing be done? Perhaps
You could at least lay me to rest. I quite enjoyed my life in this world, but I know there is no place for me here, not in such a miserable form.
Do you remember anything from how you awoke?
Let me think. Yes, I woke because I heard a voice. They recited some poetry or prayer, though I suppose if it's a necromancer they were spells, then wouldn't it? That was probably your thrice damned spellcaster.
Do you need us to pass along any words to your friends or family?
Oh, that good-for-nothing band of hanger-ons? Most certainly not. Thank you very much. I am reasonably confident that they have already brought my estate to ruin and squandered the fortune that I bequeathed them. No, they will have to do without my missives. Spare us both the indignity and the embarrassment. I would still be in the company of those I truly care for, were it not for your discourteous sorcerer and her parlor tricks.
All right then, my lady. Rest in peace.
Thank you, and feel free to take any of the burial jewelry. These pieces are dreadfully out of fashion where I'm going anyway.
I do like kind of just how nonchalant she is with all that. And yes, a golden chain with diamonds worth 625 gold. I can complain about that.
Pretty good, aren't I?
Thank you, Woljif. And some more.
This is my kind of work.
Thank you. All right, let's go save people.
Can't make the demons wait. To battle,
Yep.
my friends.
I think that's the only one. Yeah, it's just the one. There we go.
What horror! I can barely catch my breath. Thank you for saving us.
Beautiful.
Well, get inside the house and pray that the zombies haven't made it in. Oh, hi guys. Yeah, let's go after you guys first.
God, they will break against
How many
our
we got?
resolve.
Zombie Lord, Zombie Lord, Zombie Lord, more zombies. That's fine. Oh, that's a lot of Zombie Lords. Social, I need you to prep to use channel positive energy. Let's see if they can. Yep, go ahead and use it now. Good, there we go. Woljif, how the fuck are you taking this much damage? Right, I need to buff him. Social, please. I know that they look like they're waiting for us. I know. There's an entire group of them. I am aware. They're even set up in such a way that it's going to be a big problem. So please do not aggro them. That would be great. There's a whole squad of undead guarding the door. Perhaps we should look for another entrance. Yes, but that would mean giving up the loot and the experience, Social, and I'm sorry to say, but we just don't do that here. Also, Jesus Christ, Woljif.
Don't mind me.
My will is
Social, do
resolute.
you still have the ability to swap in a healing spell? Thank you. Go ahead and cast that one, please. Thank you. And if you could also give us a quick heal. Perfect. Now,
Tail is restless.
Woljif, if you'd be so kind as to cast shit that actually keeps you alive, that would be great. Mage armor and shield. Thank you. There we go. Armor class of 25. That's much better. Owlcat majorly changed this encounter for some reason, including not pointing out the side approach and allowing Social to charge ahead in a cutscene. I'm still not used to the new version. I mean, it's nice because not having Social do stupid shit is helpful. Right, there is... Wait, it says there's something.
I will protect you
Oh,
with my
you were
life.
still here. There we go. Alright, grab this. Thank you.
Here we go.
And then we're gonna want all this shit. Alright, so okay, we're gonna turn on turn-based mode because I remember this place being a pain in the ass to get through.
I can handle it.
Alright, Zombie Lord.
Here we go again.
Unfortunately, I still don't have any AoE abilities.
Ask nicely.
Woljif, we're gonna go this way. Wonderlog, here. Social, can you give this a quick bless to top everybody off with some buffs? And you know what? Just go ahead and throw a no, we'll save protection from evil when we get inside, because I know there's more combat. Is there anything else you want to cast? Or the before some harm an ally. That's actually not a bad. Oh, that's only 1 round per level. Never mind. We don't want to use that then. Archon Aura, 1 minute per level, and you count as a level 6 caster. So that's 6 minutes.
The world has suffered enough.
Actually, does No, wait. Archon Aura is a will effect. Does that actually work against undead? Any hostile creature within 20-foot radius must succeed at a will saving throw to resist the effects of this aura. If they fail, they take a -2 penalty on attack rolls and saving throws and armor class for the duration of the spell, or until it successfully hits you with an attack. The creature has resisted or broken the effects. Okay, yeah, so go ahead and cast that for me, please. There we go. All right.
We'll win this, one way or the other.
Give me a long-range attack. We're going to try to hit them on its own.
Can we retreat already?
Yep, it's a whole... I wish we had AoE. God, AoE would be so nice. What do you mean you can't charge? What do you mean you can't charge? You're able to fly. Oh, right. You have to actually use it as a full round action. Right. Well, then there's no point. I may as well charge him in to inflict as much damage as possible. Go for the champion archer. That's the most... those are the things that deal the most damage. I remember that. Sela, I need you to move up and draw as much attention as possible. You. Windowog. You're just gonna have to move up because you have short-range weapons anyways. Woljif, start making your way over to these guys, please.
Cover me, all right?
Sauciel, move up directly behind the rest of them. Okay, some of them failed at least. And they get to go first. That's fine. They're attacking Sela. That's fine. We can deal with that. There we go. 3 attacks of opportunity. He goes down. Oh, and it's an ad. Perfect timing. So we're just going to hold here for a moment. Let the ad play. I'm going to run to the restroom, and we'll be right back in a moment. Alrighty. In theory, a charging flight should be possible in a surprise round, but for the purpose of this game, it's effectively an ability and not a proper charge maneuver. Ah. Still good for repositioning him, though. But yeah, once he's stuck in, we kind of just want him to attack. Because I don't think it lets him do a full round attack. He just does a single one. Yeah, you may make a single melee attack. I can see how that would be necessary. But let's go for the skeletal archers. They're the main problem. Oh, you missed, you son of a bitch. All right, give me channel positive energy, undead. Good, a little bit of damage on everybody. And then I want you to move up. Where can I move to? Yep, just I want you to stand right here in the middle. Zombie Lord is making a run for me. Great. Yeah, that's the problem. The fucking archers. Get sliced. Ow. Fucker. No, I really... Oh, God. They both beat out our initiative. Go for the one that actually took a little bit of damage, Windowg. I really need you to kill him, please. There we go. There we go. And she dealt damage to the other one. He's still shooting me. Why are they all shooting me? For fuck's sake.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
Fuck you, game. Fuck you. There was no reason for that. Please go after the skeletal archer. And you missed. Of course you did. Thank you. Sela, go after the other one. Windowg, go after take a 5-foot step, and then go after the one that you still get multi-attack against. Wow, we missed. Go. There we go. Alright, we'll just
distract them for me.
Shank. Yeah, I'm on the ground, game. Thanks for telling me.
I will bring down the divine wrath.
Thank you, Sociel. There we go. Alright, can I get up now?
Can't make the demons wait.
Thanks for that, game. That was so nice of you to have them all focus fire me the second that the fight started. Love it. Luckily, we're no longer at the point in the game where we have to worry about time limits as much, so I don't mind waiting to rest if need be. Alright. Let's take a potion as well while we're here. There. Alright, loot the bodies. Pretty sure it's mostly just... Yeah, they do have composite longbows, so they're at least still worth something. But I don't think there's... You received an item... Yes, I know, game. You've shown me this before. Like, I set the resets on the tutorials just in case there was something I missed. That doesn't mean you just show me the same tutorial 5 times, okay? There's no point in that. Also, apparently we've missed something back here? Oh, there's another undead.
Here we go.
All right. Now we take the side path. Because there's more stuff up here. Oh, make sure we always get the experience for doing both sides of the skill check. Good. We have more stuff down here. 80% lockpick. Please open it, Woljif.
This is my kind of work.
It's not much, but we need every last bit we can get. There we go. And do it on the way down as well, so we get all the experience. Thank you.
I can handle it.
Now, if I recall correctly, I think he runs ahead with this, so protection from evil. Thank you. Bless should still be up, right? Yes, good.
Can't make the demons wait.
Yes, he runs ahead with this. I forgot about this. Who are you? What do you want? All you have to do is die in the name of Baphomet. Have faith. I'm sure you can do it. Yep, and then Sociel runs down. One-shots 2 of them. Casts his channel energy, takes out another 3. Not that it matters, because I'm pretty sure Sociel usually gets like one-shotted here because he gets absolutely destroyed by the number of enemies that come down. Oh, they actually moved us. I could have sworn that in the original version you had to run down here in the first turn, which is annoying as hell. I won't let you harm the living or the dead anymore. Oh, it even moves Sociel back from the rest of the fight. Oh, thank God. You think I need your permission? All right, you bone bags, stand up and kill. Right, he revives pretty much all of the ones that Socio knocked down, and the rest of them, yep, the second force spawns over there. Luckily, I don't think any of them are the archers, so yeah, they're going to be wasting their turn getting, oh no, there is one. Son of a bitch. And of course he's targeting me. Fuck you. All right, target that one, Wendelwagen, please. And you missed. Wait, what? I thought her cleaving shot was supposed to deal damage to everybody. All right, whatever. Boy, I really wish I had AoE abilities. It would have been really nice if you'd given me AoE abilities by now, game, but apparently not. Oh, at least that one's down. Oh, they're all targeting me. Isn't that great? Literally 6 other targets they could be picking, but they have to target me. I fucking hate you, game. Well, Jiff, I'd appreciate if you went over here and stabbed this. No, wait. The Necromancer does still count as flat-footed.
Time to
Target
share
him.
your treasures.
Shank. Is he shooting me? Of course he's shooting me. For the love of God. All right. Ulbrig, start attacking. Thank you. And he's attacking me, isn't he? Yep. All right, just give me more damage to Undead Sela. That's actually better than what you usually do. That's fine. Yep. He's going to cast a spell and target me. Sociel, I'd appreciate if you did the same thing, please. Go. Good AoE damage. He's attacking me, isn't he? Yep, thank God. Okay, thank you. Windowog, take a 5-foot step this way. Okay, you still got hit, but fine. Deal with... Yeah, just deal with these guys. There we go. 4 targets down. Perfect. Let me go for you. Good. There are still multiple enemies down here that are still shooting at me. Well, Jiff, stab the Necromancer again. Thank you. Thank you. Down he goes. Ulbrig. Oh, I can actually use Death from Above to go charge you over here. Yes. How does that look? Oh, it actually... Okay, they actually did the animation. He actually did fly up into the air. Cool.
No glory without risk.
Thank you, Sela. Socio, if you'd like to assist her.
Call upon you.
Thank you. Windowog, take a 5-foot step. Finish off this guy. Yep. And then, am I going to be able to hit any of you? I can. There we go. Full power. Very nice. 28 damage. Ow. He's attacking Ulbrig. That's fine. Get down here and stab him. Yep. And Ulbrig finish him off. Perfect. I surrender. I surrender. Stop. Please don't hit me. The young man in black robes throws his hands up in a dramatic gesture. You damned rat. How dare you? Suddenly, Sociel acts like a totally different person. The artist's delicate hands clench into fists while his voice comes out as a menacing roar. He leaps at the Necromancer and breaks his nose with a single blow. You scumbag. I remember you. You came to our temple begging for healing just a month ago. We fed you. We shared our table with you. We took you in, and then you... I don't even know what I'm going to do with you. I surrender. You're... Sociel ignores the Necromancer's cries of pain, punching him right in the teeth. The Necromancer spits blood, but continues, fighting past the wild blows of his increasingly bruised and busted face. You're a priest of Shelyn. I've surrendered. You're supposed to spare my life. Your goddess demands it. You two know each other. We do. His name's Narty, a tailor apprentice from Canabris. We healed him after he was mauled by a dog, and he became a frequent visitor at the temple. He listened to the sermons, he studied the goddess's teachings, he praised her art. Socio grits his teeth. Were you lying to our faces the whole time? When we took you in, when we sat you at our table, when we broke bread with you? Were you planning to stab us in the back even then? The whole time. I suppose you understand it. Let's dig into the rest. The cultist curves his bloodied lips into an evil sneer.
I was hoping to lure you to our side. Didn't think it'd be too hard. We're everywhere, you know. Inside you. I think you know it too. You're not as like the other pious devotees. Sure, you pretend to be. Maybe you even fooled yourself, but we both see who you really are, Sociel. You've got that same demonic rage inside you. It's a pity I didn't have time to kindle it to a devouring flame. But sometimes you have to resort to a backup plan. Having you die at the hands of your dead friends would have been a good idea. Pity it didn't work. Shut up! Sociel swings his fist, but suddenly stops in midair, that clenched fist trembling as he stares at the cultist with an expression of pure hatred. You want to kill me, don't you? But you can't. You're a good boy, Sociel, so loyal to your goddess. You'll have to let me go or commit a sin so I win either way. Witness the genius of the Lord Baphomet. Shella doesn't revel in violence, but she's not going to espouse non-violence to oppose to pity. Yes, but he has formally surrendered, and he's out of spells. By Shellen's own decree, he has to be taken into custody. Sociel doesn't have to let him go, but he can't just kill him. Is he telling the truth? Your religion doesn't allow you to kill him? The Eternal Rose is known for her grace. She teaches us to show mercy for those who ask for it. It is one thing to slay an enemy in battle, but once they are a captive, you must try to save their soul, to show them the beauty of this world, to persuade them to abandon the path of evil. It is difficult, but the world is better for it. I'm just repeating your own sermons back to you. Come on, Sociel. Try to make me repent. Maybe your kind words will make me abandon Baphomet's teachings and run to Shellen for redemption. And I'll start knitting masterpieces of my own. The cultist smirks impudently. You really believe even a person like him deserves redemption? I don't know. Shellen, forgive me, but I've never had to struggle with this burden before. He looks at the cultist with visible disgust. I had no time to try healing the soul of villains. I was always preoccupied with healing the bodies of those who were hurt by them. The cleric looks up to the sky. Forgive me, Eternal Rose. You teach us to be merciful to our enemies and love them, but I am weak. I am afraid. Grant me absolution from this sin, for this kind of love is beyond me. If it is against your goddess's vows, then there is no reason to break them for filth like him. Sociel looks at the battered necromancer's face, and then at his own bloodied hands in disgust. He slowly lowers and unclenches his fist. Thank you for stopping me. I almost broke my vows because of this. I had no idea this rage existed in me. It is a shame, a disgrace. I enjoyed beating him. Forgive me for letting you see me like this. It should never have happened. Sociel wipes the necromancer's blood off of his knuckles and steps away from him. You are the commander. He is your captive. It is up to you to decide his fate. I surrender. You can have whatever I've got on me, but don't kill me. Execute him. I mean, the whole point is we convince Sociel not to do it. I will send a messenger with orders to imprison the cultist. His deeds will be punished to the fullest extent of the law, including execution. That is the right thing to do. Thank you. The cleric lets out a sigh of relief. Sociel examines the devastated graveyard, then diverts his attention to the terrified townspeople. I mean, to be fair, the local prison is Canabris, and Holrune is still in charge of Canabris. That man is not going to survive very long in that prison. Let's be very honest with ourselves right now. Sociel examines the devastated graveyard, then diverts his attention to the remaining terrified townspeople. It's all right. You're safe now. We'll bury the bodies again properly. This is a place of peace. We cannot leave it desecrated like this. The townsfolk are still terrified of even looking at the fallen undead, but Sociel's soft words reassure them, and they work together, and the graveyard soon regains its tranquil appearance. After a prayer, Sociel bows his head before the graves of his friends one final time. May the Eternal Rose grant them peace at last. Let us be on our way, for we have many more innocents to protect from the horrors of this world.
Beautiful.
I don't think there was anything else. Oh, right. All the fucking loot that we left. Oh, no, wait. We can just leave the area and we get it automatically. No. I'm pretty sure. It better. I swear to God. Don't have me losing loot for no reason. Okay? Yeah, there we go. That should be everything. But again, like Lord Bremma, there's no reason to execute him now because it would just get on Socials. Like, it would just make Social unhappy. Far better to just send him to Holrune because Holrune is going to kill him. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that man is going to arrive in prison. Holrune's going to question him, and then he's going to immediately just burn that man alive. And he's not even going to be wrong this time, is the best part. Oh. Wait, what? Message for you, Commander. A knight in simple armor lowers his voice. I'm one of the Queen's bodyguard. She sent me to tell you she arrived in camp incognito as planned. You can find her where the minor knightly orders are camped. Speak with her, would. I will come at once. Certainly. Give me 1 second to drop off stuff with Wilser here. Actually, no. Better to sell it to the blacksmith so it doesn't clog up other people's inventories. Because there's not much here that I actually need. 35 Masterwork Scimitars. Thank you, game. I'm glad we were able to sell all of that. I don't think there's anything else. There's some alcohol, some rope. I don't want to sell anything that's in there. But... all right. There we go. A nice 6,000 gold basically made off of that little adventure.
Here we go.
And we're actually really close to level 7 too. Nice. Here, Beth, you have any more? No, you don't. Good. And now there's stuff over here too. There she is. Queen Galfrey nods to you cordially. Her armor is plain and unadorned. As promised, I entered the ranks incognito, along with a few bodyguards. My name is Train, an old friend of yours, a knight of a minor order, the Green Crows. We'll see how long it takes an Evia to sniff me out. The Queen chuckles. So you did decide to join us after all. I do have a curious mind, and I am unable to sit and do nothing for long. The Queen smiles, but then grows serious. You ask a difficult question. I must remain as safe as possible. My death or abduction would sow chaos among the forces of Mendev. However, I am not only a queen. I am a paladin of Iomade. It is not in my nature to sit in one place with my sword sheathed. In a manner of speaking, your request was a convenient excuse for me to be where I belong, crusading against the demon hordes. And I am curious to see my new knight commander in action. I do have questions for you as well. Why did you wish me to join you on the crusade? I believed your presence would boost the soldiers' morale, and having another capable combatant on our side certainly doesn't hurt either. A reasonable expectation. I like that you think of your warriors first. I must ask, my lady, since you're here, everyone knows quite a bit about you from the chronicles and the legends. But what about Queen Galfrey herself? The person, not the hero that the historians and the bards talk of. That Galfrey, the Queen smiles faintly, is an old woman, weighed down by a great burden. And though she has not lost her passion, that I don't quite believe, she will make the feathers fly when the time comes. Yeah. She is supposed to be like the lawful good romance option. Like, let's be honest. I think you can only get her if you're lawful good and you stick with everything she basically tells you to do. I suppose it is good that you're still so full of life, despite your advanced age, my lady. Galfrey's face freezes. Excuse me, I've lost any interest in continuing this conversation. Oh, okay. Guess she didn't like that answer. My apologies. Is she gonna tell me to piss off again if I ask again? Lawful and or good? I thought you have to be Angel Path, maybe Aeon 2. I think it has to be Angel. I don't remember. I think you can, if I remember correctly, it has to be Angel. But you can choose to go Gold Dragon later, and she's still okay with it, but the others don't work. You don't comment on a woman's age. What do you expect? Hey, I like asking questions. I really must ask, my queen, how it feels living for so long beyond natural limits. You're well over 100 by now. I shall answer thus. The decision to prolong my life was not mine. It was a decision of the Church of Iomade. The Sun Orchid elixirs that had been paid for by the church. The priests determined that I was needed in these dark times, both as a ruler and the chosen paladin of Iomade. I accept their decision and the great responsibility it entails. That is not really an answer. That sounds like a platitude, my lady, but I understand that you don't want to delve into this further. All right, I'll bite. Why did you entrust me with Darren? The Queen smiles. I saw a wonderful opportunity to teach our Count a lesson and couldn't resist. Honestly, I expected you to dismiss him forthwith. The Count would have been forced to return to the court a laughingstock. It may have been a truly sobering experience. There is nothing more disgraceful for a Mendevian nobleman than to be discharged in such a manner. Darren Arenday, the Queen shakes her head. He was such a lovely child. His mother, Lady Selena, was one of the most gracious people I had ever met. She was amiable, yet decorous, truly kind. The bonds of kinship among the nobility are, on the whole, highly practical, largely only useful for forming alliances, but Countess Arenday was a true member of my family. I suppose that is why I spent so much time believing that her son to be a better person than he actually was. His company, I know, is a heavy burden. Still, I must admit that I am quite pleased that you decided to keep him on as a companion. There is a small chance that once he has had a true taste of the Crusader's life, the Count will finally cease to mock the Crusaders as cynically as he is wont to do. I don't think that's the case at all. In fact, I think you pushing this on him is only going to make him worse. All right, you've given an army and a title of a knight commander to a total stranger. Why? Because for hundreds of years I have protected my lands. Trying to drive the demonic horde back into the abyss, I have tried every right and rational method. The Queen affords herself a brief, grim smirk. My armies have been led by grand generals, by Iomede's angels. My goddess's herald created the wardstones for us. We have tasted of victory more than once, but ever have we failed to close the world wound. As for you, do not call yourself a stranger. You are the savior of Canabris. Hundreds of its people saw the power that descended upon you and turned the demons to dust. It's the sign we've waited for decades. A sign for all loyal hearts and followers of Iomade. The time has come. Hope has been rekindled in the hearts of my subjects, thanks to you. And hope is a priceless resource. I had no choice but to give it wings. You called it the sign they've been waiting for. I take it you're reserving judgment. Your question seems to catch the Queen off balance, but a strange spark flashes in her eyes. When Aradin perished and Iomade took over his legacy, I was among the first to serve the new goddess. I helped to restore her church from the ashes left by the chaos of Aradin's death. Since then, I have served the inheritor loyally and faithfully, and I'd like to believe that I've earned the blessing of my goddess. The Queen's voice is surprisingly ardent. After I learned what had happened in Canabris, when I met you at the Defender's Heart, I had many questions. Is it true that what happened was Iomede's work? Why did she give this power to someone unknown rather than to one of her more loyal followers? Could it be that my faith has grown weak, and that I do not recognize the deeds of my goddess, even as they happen right in front of me? Is the goddess testing me? Those doubts are like poison. I refused to let them act on me. The Queen finishes strongly. I gave you an army, declared you knight commander, and accepted you as I would anyone chosen by the goddess. All right. Do not forget, here I am merely portraying the knight. Yeah. All right, all right. I guess we'll take a quick look around to see if Tyressa has shown. I don't think she has.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I don't see her anywhere. Wait. Inventory recruit. I swear there's more people around.
Let's see what we can do.
Campfire than there were before. Anybody in the field medic station? Nope, just you guys. Darren, Social, Brutes, Inquisitor.
Here we go.
Anybody in the chapel tent? Nope. I really don't like that you keep popping in and out like that. Nothing from Wenduog. Anything in the commanders?
I can handle it.
Where's Anevia? Huh. Wait, where is Anevia? Hanging out Tierbait's tent? Oh, there she is. Okay. I was wondering where you went. Alright, yeah. Doesn't look like there's any... I'm gonna check outside the camp real fast. I don't know where she's supposed to show up at some point. I just don't know where or when. Oh.
Beautiful.
But I know that as long as Forn is in the camp, she will show an interest in the area. She's just not here yet. Oh well. We check on you, Irabeth, Bert, Galfrey, Wilser, the blacksmith, Jesus, Bogus. There's some recruit encampment. Okay.
Let's see what we can
that's
do.
Everybody. Lord, do you have anything else to say? Oh. You've earned the title of Commander. Knobber still stands thanks to you, but you'll have to be doubly on your guard. Your Eminence places a target on your back and there are assassins about. Killing a high-ranking Crusader would bring the demons far more prestige than killing a common soldier. Not long ago, I stymied a few of the Spinner of Nightmare's attempts on the lives of influential Crusaders. I know what I'm talking about. And which ones were those? I'd been hunting the Spinner of Nightmares just over a year. My agents by that time, I'd created my own network, reported to me that she'd returned to Neurosia. I immediately suspected she was planning a great atrocity. By that time, I'd learned that all too well that the Spinner was a master of illusions and charms, and that's why I never left home without this. Elor takes the monocle from his pocket and puts it on carefully. This is an Eye of Truth. It allows me to see through nearly all illusions. My friend got it from the priest of Nethys. However, neither the monocle nor my network were adequate to prevent the attacks. We were nearly too late. The Spinner of Nightmares decided to strike at the Cruciform Cathedral. It gathered to celebrate the victory of the First Crusade, a grand holiday there in Neurosian, a lavish ceremony at the cathedral. An influential priest, Anthoclitus, was in charge of the festivities. They were intending to crown him with a tiara, a symbol of high stature, but the sacred tiara had been replaced. The Spinner had obtained an incutulus, a sentient, a rather ominous cephalopod from the other end of the world. She raised it from an elver? What? And trained it carefully. She cast an illusion on it so everyone would see it as a tiara. The moment its shell was placed on Anthoclitus' head, the cephalopod would release its tentacles and penetrate the priest's skull. Its poison would seep into his brain and seize control over Anthoclitus' dead body. Fortunately, we were able to stop this madness in time. I spotted the Spinner in the crowd, chased her down, and we ended up crossing swords on the roof of the cathedral. Nearly defeated her there, but she fled upon a giant stallion, which was able to run across the air as if it were the ground. I was so close to getting her. She'd suffered a setback, but I'd managed to let her escape. Elor's bitter and angry smile shows he has not made peace with his failure. Yeah, we've seen that one. Alright, so both of those, nothing else there. Alright, good.
Here we go.
Alright, we'll rest and continue. Again, we no longer really have to worry about time. I think you get a small reward for getting to Dresden quickly, but we're not in that much of a, like, time crunch as we were before. Why is it? I don't understand why it keeps erasing whoever's been here before. It's annoying. Alright, rest. Listen, Ember, I respect your passion for making the world a better place, but some of your ideas are far too radical, particularly the way you try to turn people away from worshipping the good deities. I simply say what's true. Are you upset that people are listening to me? Please don't be upset. I don't think anyone can be upset with Ember. Well, I mean, some people can be upset with Ember, but they're usually idiots and demons and morons.
I can handle it.
We like Ember. Ember is good. Ember is hilarious. Ember is adorable. We will never let anything bad happen. Ow, there she is. What the hell do you want from me? Was that elf talking to you? She didn't introduce herself, but she was greatly interested in the volunteers who joined the army. She thought I might know the elf who was looking for from my mercenary contacts, but I couldn't tell you any more than that. Never shared his name.
Can't make the demons wait.
See, I could have sworn. Does she start popping in and out now, or does she? I don't remember what the order of events is with her at all,
Beautiful.
And it's annoying. Regardless. Okay, so drop Social, take Darren back. That'll be our group for right now. We're a little heavy on martial characters. That's partially and ranged characters, but don't really have much of a choice. We really only have a slot for one full caster right now, and Darren's the better support caster. All right, let's head over. Oh. Magical anomalies are common in the world of Galarian, so common that the use of the word anomaly itself is questionable. A regular city dweller will encounter chaotic manifestations of supernatural power at least once in their life. One might naturally assume that the strange sky, the ghostly fire from rifts in the ground, the rain of eyeballs, all that the world wound is known for should find some purchase in the mortal mind. But even the most worldly of travelers feel unease at its borders. Why? Perhaps instinctively they understand that this place is not merely a magical wasteland, but a wound, an ulcer, through which the world itself bleeds into the abyss. The commander and his army walk on the high bank of the West Selland River, where it draws near the border of the world wound. The soldiers' feet halt unbidden. On the other bank rises a series of cliffs, too regular in shape to have been formed by wind or water. The sky hangs over the sharp edges, and the sickening bends, the shade of mercury upon the horizon, rising to dirty rust. As it arches above the soldiers' heads, it regains its familiar azure hue. Many of the soldiers whisper and grumble. The commander feels eyes upon his back. Somewhere among them, wearing simple armor and unrecognized by anyone, the ruler of Mendev is standing and watching the new commander closely. The commander gives a signal to wait and then climbs to the highest point along the bank, where he decides to address the soldiers and boost them around. Establishing a rapport with his soldiers is yet another battle that a leader must face. Through the subtle alchemy of words, one can win trust and raise morale, or lose face and authority. Addressing the army on the border of the world wound, the commander seeks to establish himself as a military leader on this new battleground. According to the book, full-on world wound weather in effect should be in full swing, but by default it ignores that in favor of just having the book go smoother. It does say you can input the effects if you want to challenge. Yeah. It also just kind of gives the DM fiat to come up with weird things that can happen, basically, because the weather is meant to be strange and unusual. I suddenly got a craving for beef tartare. Well, I can't help you there, Tenwin. His efforts prove fruitful. The soldiers listen dutifully. Smiles begin to appear on some of the faces. Someone in the rank jokes about the demons are growing tired of waiting for them, and the army eventually keeps moving. Lines of soldiers step warily beneath the shroud of low black clouds. It's like the whirlwind has reached out a finger to the lands of Mendev. The gesture seems eerily harmless, but then the clouds begin to come to life, shooting out howling tornadoes one after the other. Tornadoes coming from all sides, from ahead, behind, and to the right, above the soldiers' heads. The power of the elements on one side of the scales, the soldiers' faith and inspiration on the other. It's plain to see which is greater. The determined army runs the gauntlet of unnatural weather. The struggle lasts for nearly half an hour, but the army loses only a few bags of supplies and a dozen hats whipped off into the sky. After stopping to catch their breath, the soldiers continue on. Their first encounter with the whirlwind has ended in the army's favor. Get to the ship kitchen and make me some. Change of morale plus 10, gain 24 experience. Nice. Alright, let's go clear out the Houndheart campsite. Good stuff. Alright.
Let's see what we
Did
can
it put
do.
It put Darren in the front again. Stop doing that, game. If I just switch, does he... Yes, good. That's exactly what I want to see. Alright.
Here we go.
Ooh. What's this? Okay, so basic food. We're finally here. I bet Alan and Curl are around here somewhere, and Jana too, if they gave her permission to leave. Yes, there they are. Ah. Greetings, Sela. Greetings to you, Knight Commander. Sir Lon puts his hands behind his back and bows slightly. When he casts an inquisitive glance at you, he seems less friendly than he was the day you met at the Defender's Heart. Jana puts her hands on her hips. She looks more dashing than usual. Alon's feeling a little shy. I thought he asked for the help of a couple of nobodies, but now you've turned into the saviors of Canabras and Knights of the Fifth Crusade, marked by Iomede's blessing, and yet you still came to help him dig through a pile of junk. Sela frowns a little. Come on, let's not talk about it. I'm still the same Sela, your friend from the League of the Cart. We're here to help you look for Elon's ring. Where's Curl, by the way? He didn't come with us. Said an old wound was acting up. Alright, friends, since we're here, let's finish this mission quickly. I don't feel comfortable bothering the Knight Commander with my personal problems. Elon, is something wrong? Am I making you nervous? The young knight is obviously embarrassed. I apologize, but Jana is correct. Much has changed since we met in Canabras. Some things for the better, some not at all. He stopped short, apparently unwilling to elaborate. Alright, fine. What does the ring look like and where should we look for it? Last time I saw the ring, it was with my things in the traveling chest. Now the camp's in total disarray. I don't know how we'll even find it. The ring is made of shining silver with a deep blue-green jewel. You can't miss it once you see it. Master Derek's not just a jeweler, he's a true artist. There's no mistaking one of his creations. Alright, let's go. Jana and I will check the north side of the camp. We'll see when we find something or we give up trying.
I can handle it.
Oh, a deer.
Distract them from me.
Thank you. Oh, that caused us to be in combat with more things. How many deer are there? Oh. Send over to go hunt. There we go.
The light.
I mean, experience is experience. Wolf.
Time to share your treasures.
I'll rip you apart.
The other advantage with surprise rounds is Darren's Oracle Curse does not affect him as much when you actually get around to doing that. Okay. There we go.
Can't make the demons wait.
And
I am here all week.
Just gonna go ahead and
We're gonna rest after this fight.
goodbye. Who's up for venison? I can't make you beef tartare, but we could make some venison. Oh, corrupted animal meat. Never mind. Probably not the best thing to do then.
Beautiful.
I guess the animals are corrupted. That does make sense.
I see something over there.
What's that? Potions of mage armor? Okay.
Let's see what we can do.
You have a friend who complains that Oracle curses tend to be a bit too detrimental. Well, to be fair, they're kind of meant to be because oracles are the sorceress equivalent. They are to clerics what sorcerers are to wizards, pretty much. And I have seen some truly potent oracle builds. They are really much a case of, like, they do take a severe hampering in the beginning, only to get exceptionally strong by the end. And that's not even taking into account mythic paths, which make them some of the most broken classes in this game. Ground is trampled and there are signs of battle everywhere. The Hound Hearts were clearly attacked by demons. That open for me, would you, Woljeff?
Pretty good, aren't I?
Sweet. It's apparently something here. There's one called Poison Blood that makes you more vulnerable to poison attacks, but gives you a bunch of poison-based spells and abilities, which would be great as long as you have a way to get around demons' immunity to poison, which thankfully they did eventually add. Oh. What is that? Divine Protector, +2 Mithril Heavy Shield that gives its wielder a DR5 magic. Okay, well that's going right on Sela right now. It even looks cool too. Yeah, that gets her to a 32 armor class. That's what I'm talking about.
Beautiful.
Basic gear, some more basic gear. 10 has been cut open for the inside. The knights had to leave in a hurry. And that is the Hat of Heartening Song. Whenever the wearer of this hat uses any song, this song also grants fast healing 1 at first level 1, fast healing 2 at level 5, and increasing by 1 point every 4 levels thereafter. So 9, 13, 17. So fast healing 5 by level 17, which isn't the worst, but we don't have a bard, so it's probably getting sold for a whopping 375 gold. That's not very much. The tent is different from the rest. There's a strong burnt smell around it with a rustling sound coming from within. Oh, that's going to be an enemy, isn't it? Game, you know. Yeah, Brimarax. Fuck.
Cover me, all right?
Shank. Good shank. Oh my god, he's literally gonna point blank fireball all of us, you fucking assholes. Yeah, they're gonna fireball all of us. You sons of bitches. Well, I don't care about your immunity to fire. Get fucked, buddies. Let's go for... There we go.
The inheritor. Guide
And you
my
missed.
blade.
Oh, fuck you. Heal. There we go. Windowwalk.
They'll beg me to stop.
Good shot, good shot.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
Yep, and Olbrig. Perfect.
Oh,
All
the
right.
waiting's never fun.
Heal. Thank you. Let's see here. Just regular longswords, not even masterwork. Boomerangs have a retaliation fire ability that works even if you use a weapon. Babao, on the other hand, have to be hit by a natural attack for their retaliatory acid. Yes, but we didn't exactly have much of a choice, and also it did like 2 damage.
Can't make the demons wait.
It wasn't that bad. With an adventure ride, I wish doing our duty was always like that. Basic equipment. I think that's the box that it's in, so hold on a second. I'm still uneasy about dragging you into this. That's fine, buddy. Just helping you out. It's not that big a deal. Hey, piece of an antique ring. All right. That's also going to have to wait until we find the storyteller again.
Let's see what we can do.
And knowledge world.
Trivial.
Torn flag of the Hound Hearts, a small but noble order of crusaders. Yes, I believe that the progress happens here. There we go. Yep, a quasit. A small quasit demon bursts forth from the chest. It looks at you angrily, screwing up its ugly little face. It's holding a shiny object in its paws, a sparkling silver ring with a large blue-green jewel. Mine! Mine! Hey, Alon, look at that creepy thing. Look at what it's holding. I've seen one of those before. These small demons like to tease and bully, but it'll bolt if it senses a real threat. Surround it and attack it all together before it can figure out what the hell's happened. And then it hits them with a color spray. You piece of shit. Mine! The quasit throws its paws in the air and splashes the group with a beam of color. You hear insolent giggling. The demon is jumping up and down, throwing the ring into the air and catching it. Mine, mine, mine. Milan, Jenna! Sela glances at her friends and turns to you. Oh, they'll be all right. They'll come around soon. Quickly, let's catch this little rascal before it runs off with the ring.
Here we go.
Yep. Flies off here. We chase him.
The ring is mine. You can't catch me, silly Asimar.
So then he runs over here.
I can handle it.
Which would be a problem if we hadn't dealt with Brimarax.
Come and get me. You're too slow.
I wish I could just shoot you with my fireball. It'd be so easy. Give me the ring, you scoundrel. And Pearl grabbed the ring. Before Alon manages to get to the closet, the halfling Pearl suddenly appears right next to it, straight out of nowhere. He snatches the ring from the demon's paws. You mustn't get it! Curl, what are you... It's hard to tell, but Pearl casted a spell, and Sela blocked for him because she didn't know what was going on. Thrusting herself between Alon and Pearl, Sela barely manages to absorb the blow aimed at the halfling. Alon, stop! Have you gone mad? He's using a summoning spell. Why did you stop?
Right?
Lovely prey has stepped into trap.
Alon, Sela, I didn't sign up for this. And Janna bails on us, as of course she does.
We're on our own now.
Yes, we are. Well, Jiff, please stab this man.
Distract them for me.
Yep. Windowog. Oh, fuck. He gets the attacks of opportunity. What an idiot. All right. Well, at least he's dead. Darren, give me some... You know what? There we go. Animate dead. Let's put some body blockers on the right side. Thank you. Why? Why? Why would you trigger an attack of opportunity? Are you all going to do that? I've never understood the AI for some... Wow, so that was completely worthless. You were supposed to stand there and body block for me, game. You all ran off to go attack this guy. Why? Alright, he's going after the closet. Good. Closet's down. Ow. They're all going to attack me again, aren't they? Could you go over here and prevent him from running past? Thank you. Alright. I don't care that you're resistant to fire. Oh, he still got... And failed to overcome the spell resistance because we rolled a 1. I have a plus 12 against spell resistance, and you fuckers are still rolling 1s on it.
Time to share your treasures.
And you missed. Of course you did.
I'll rip you apart!
Thank you, Wendell. So nice of you. Darren, you're just kind of useless. Just that's fine. Well, at least they're blocking this guy, I suppose. It's not much, but... 1 and a 2. That is not doing very much damage at all to him. And he's still stabbing me over and over and over again.
Take you!
Alright, let's back up and actually hit him, please. Thank you! Overcomes the spell resistance, and we deal a lot of damage. Isn't that so nice?
Cover me, all right?
Shank. And
No
throw.
match for me.
Wow, missed 2 of those. Alright. Fully zap. Thank you. The undead are doing exactly what I need them to. Thank you. Ulbrig. Guess we'll just hurt him. There we go. Demons dealt with.
Ilan, what were you doing? You nearly cut down Curl without a second thought, without a trial, without even knowing if he was responsible. He might have been a victim himself. What am I doing? He clearly lured us into a trap. Curl was the only one who knew where we were going. He knew we thought there wouldn't be anyone else at the camp besides small harmless demons, so he set a trap. Wouldn't be surprised if his demon master had him targeting the commander from the start. Talk about believing in the redemption of scoundrels, Lon scowls. We barely know anything about what happened. Curl is a good lad. He's not a spy or a murderer. They might have threatened him, tricked him, or even bewitched him with demon magic. And now we'll never know because you let him escape. Better to let a thief escape than to cut down an innocent.
Lon thinks Sela was defending someone she thought was your friend, and she stopped you from doing something you might regret. You're willing to let a traitor bring demons down on our heads just to keep your conscience clean. Get serious, Sela. You two both need to calm down. You're both right, and also have your issues. Anything, what's been done can't be undone. We're lucky no one died today. But who knows where Sela's naivete might one day lead you, Commander. Do you hear me, sister? You're not just another knight. Whatever you do could have terrible consequences. You clearly have something to say. Spit it out. Sela, I didn't want to say this, but I think of you as a friend, so I'm going to warn you. After what happened at the Grey Garrison, you're all in serious danger. Not just you. You might like to ignore military hierarchy and the rules of the knightly order, but there is wisdom in them that has stood the test of time. A soldier rises from a private to an officer. A knight begins as a squire. Even Iomede's paladins gain their abilities gradually. But not with you, and not with the commander. You were both granted incredible powers, far surpassing seasoned paladins with experience and skill far beyond your years. You received this gift at just the right moment, saved a lot of lives across Mendevs. That's a great deed that will be remembered for ages to come. But what happened next was wrong. The people began to worship you. The Queen has given you even more power, all while you sidestepped everything, training, experience, hardship. This is not the first time Her Majesty has behaved rashly. And how much good has this brought Mendev? I'm frightened by what I see, especially by the way that you, Sela, trust people so easily and leap into adventures without looking. One day you'll lower your sword, and when you should have driven a blade home, just like thousands of bright-eyed youngsters will after you. Ilan pauses, as if reluctant to continue, then looks you in the eye. And I wanted to tell you the same thing, Commander. I won't say that you're wrong, Ilan, but I didn't choose this, and I am going to try and fulfill my duty as best I can. The knight lowers his head. I nonetheless apologize for my harsh words. I said it to Sela, so I'll say it again. This wasn't a reproach, sir, but I am warning you. The power you've been given may be your undoing, and the undoing of all the Crusades along with you. In any case, I apologize for wasting your time and subjecting you to danger here. At least now we know that Curl is a traitor, and Janna a coward ready to abandon her friends when the going gets tough. I hope we all learn some lessons from these mistakes. As for that blasted ring, to hell's with it. Kiana would love me solely for won't love me solely for the gifts that I can bring her. Ilan makes no attempt to conceal his disappointment, but nodding goodbye, he lowers his head and walks away. Sela watches him leave, her expressive eyes filled with sadness. Everything's become very complicated all of a sudden. Come on, let's head back to camp. I'd like to talk to you about it later. I've got a lot to think about. 1, 2, 3. Be able to grab some more. 4. And 5. There we go.
Can't make
That's
the demons wait.
All right, Darren, top us off, please.
Broken.
I'm gonna need more than just a top off, considering how much damage I took. Boy, it's a good thing I've been going out of my way to avoid burn damage, because otherwise I'd be dead most of the time with how the enemy likes to focus fire me. Alright, that is everything in here, though, so we've taken care of that. Small favors. Small favors. Alright. Keep moving for now. Can we recruit anything else? No. If that's the case, we're going to go after this army. We should be able to handle this. Alright, Brimarack moves up first. We've got cultists and cultist fighters. Go ahead and give me Scorching Ray. No, I don't want to auto battle game. That sounds like a horrible idea. Let's go ahead and hit the cultist fighters. Good. That took care of most of their strength. Target the Brimaracks. Good. That made them a lot easier to deal with now. Have our clerics move up. Have our warriors stand... Nope. Have them stay exactly where they're at. Good. Perfect. Now, we're going to have you target the cultists, weaken them. We're going to move... No, have the... let's go ahead and... No, that's not gonna work. Just hold fast. Let our fighters move up. Take down the Brimaracks. We're going to go ahead and finish off the cultist fighters. Going to smite evil on you. And then send in our infantry. Perfect. No casualties, 40 cultists, and 3 demons bite. You defeated your first, well, this is like our third enemy army, but okay. Received a number of finance points. You can use these points to hire a general, yada yada. Yep. Each general belongs to one of 3 classes: fighter, ranger, wizard. The wizards are better. That's just hands down. Generals cannot be killed. If the general's army is defeated, the general can be assigned to a new army after 3 days. General's attack and defense are added as a bonus to the attack and AC of all units in the army. Their powers affect the effectiveness of their abilities. Initially, an army can be composed of up to 3 units, but experienced generals who have mastered maneuvers feat can lead armies made up of large units. When the battle results in a victory, the general's infirmary brings back some of the less units. The infirmary size is limited, and thus it prioritizes restoring units of the highest value. Yep. We stumbled upon a ragged and exhausted scout group. They had been sent on a patrol mission deep into the whirlwind, but when Canabras was attacked, they found themselves cut off and surrounded by demons. Surviving in such hostile conditions was not easy, but the scout spirits were made high, and they've readily joined the commander's forces. Having defeated the army, the Crusaders scatter across the battlefield in search of trophies. The officers keep an eye on the process so that all the valuable trophies go to the treasury and do not end up in the pockets of lucky soldiers. Yep. I do believe that also got us a group of 7 rangers. Yes, favored enemy demons. Unfortunately, there's only 7 of them, so they're not really that useful right now, but we'll take what we can get. I don't want to engage this army just yet, because that's a lot of fucking flies. That scout is a named NPC on the tabletop, Camilo Don, a paladin of Sarenrae. Oh. I mean, you could always headcanon it as that was the leader, and these are the 7 rangers they were leading, but either way. Sounds good to me. Alright, we do need, so let me see here. Chili Creek, Heaven's Edge, Burn. Okay. Nameless Ruins, that's where Nenio wants us to go. The Conundrum Unsolved, which is the start of annoyances. She has a portrait, but honestly, she's not very important. Not surprised. Sounds like there were a lot of those. Sounds like there were a lot of those. Oh, we are actually almost leveled up. I love that. Oh, someone's on the road. Who's here? What's going on? Who's trying to get in my way?
Let's see what we can do.
Oh, I remember this event. We're probably going to fail the skill checks for this, which means we're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Welcome your company.
Don't you have Bless? Yes, there we go. Bless.
We will win this war.
That's not going to be of any use to me.
I'm here.
Woljif, please buff yourself. We're going to need it. I remember this place. It's a pain in the ass. Poison. When did he get poisoned? I don't remember him getting poisoned. Okay. Go ahead and give me bark skin. Actually, if you could put that on me, that would be great. And then... So the only thing he... Inherent bonus. Does that stack? Maybe? It's hard to tell. There we go. Why was his shifter clause not on? I didn't even realize that. No. Stay in that form. Don't change anything. Wait, is this the... Right, Shifter's Fury. That changes it. And still, he's better off using his full suite of melee attacks right now than anything else. Why does he have a -1? Size. Oh, right. Even though that doesn't make sense.
Who? Me?
All right. Muljif, you don't need to do anything else.
Miss me already?
I think I might have given that to somebody else. Yeah, we don't have protection from arrows, unfortunately. If you could give me that deflection bonus too, that would be really nice. Thank you. I already know this is going to go very badly.
Here we go.
Yeah, I remember you guys. Through the mist, you spot the flickering flames of a campfire. 3 figures wrapped in Crusader cloaks are held next to it. A stout, smiling dwarf, a brash, dark-haired halfling, and a delicate-looking woman who appears to be very young. The cackling campfire is driving away the bleak fog and promising warmth and rest for tired legs. Noticing you, the halfling's hand jerks towards his weapon, but then he relaxes. Hey, it's the commander himself. Don't just stand there, have a seat by the fire. It's a bit damp today, you may as well dry off at least. In an amicable gesture, he passes you a large mug that smells of freshly brewed tea. Who are you? Frontline scouting party. Our senior sent us ahead to look for ambushes. We've been walking all day, so we're making bivouac. Go ahead, help yourself to some tea. It's an honor for us to be sharing the campfire with the commander. And we failed the check. By 3. That's unfortunately. The dusty boots, the patch cloaks, and the mess kits lying around the campfire all mark these 3 as seasoned scouts. A broad smile blossoms on Sela's face. Oh, I never thought we'd run into a jovial company out here. I don't suppose you guys have something stronger than tea in those canteens. Catching the halfling's conspiratorial look, she smiles even brighter. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Woljif casts a hopeful look at the mug of tea, then at you. Ah, Chief, just so you know, walking away from a campfire where folks give you free food is a sin in the eyes of all the gods. And perception, check around. The location of the camp seems chosen wisely. It's safe and quiet here. No tracks in sight, the air is calm. But an odd feeling of wrongness lances through you like a sting from an angry wasp. Something simply isn't right. Sniffing loudly, Wendowog stares at all 3 of the Crusaders suspiciously. They look awfully laid back to me. They've made themselves a little too comfortable out here. There's a reek about this whole setup. What are your names? Proudly lifting his chin, and which bears a white scar, the halfling speaks first. Sergeant Belm, leader of this little gang of daredevils. You can tell by Delm's appearance that he's a fighter. He sports a nose that's been broken more than once, well-fitted gear, and a gutsy spark in his eyes, the hallmarks of a feisty and courageous warrior. The dwarf grunts next and grins. Why would you call our heroic squad a gang, Velm? Name's Tran. Foot soldier, cook, quartermaster, mother hen to this lot. And the one who sets up the tent for Asti, given that she doesn't even have the muscle to drive a stake into the ground. With a smirk, Tran glances at the woman, who immediately turns red in the face. Okay, we're gonna hold here. We've got our last commercial break, our last ad break. I'm gonna do some stretches, and we'll be right back in a moment.
Sorry about that. I'm back. Alright. The sweet and terribly young cleric opens her mouth as if to say something, but shuts it immediately and blushes even more. Finally, she mutters sheepishly, I'm Asti. Pleased to meet, at your service, Commander. You're not scared, camped out here near enemy territory? The dwarf gives you a disapproving and sidelong glance. You wound us, Commander. I've walked many roads, and I know a good spot for a camp when I see one. Even if a whole column of cultists marched by, they wouldn't think of checking this place. In the meantime, we can watch quietly and count every single one. Thoroughly embarrassed, Asti adopts a more serious tone and comments in Tran's direction. You and your boasting. Her two comrades greet her remark with a burst of laughter. Well, since you're offering... And here's where everything goes to hell. Or at least it will in a moment. You bet we're offering. The halfling moves with such deftness that you barely notice the warm mug of tea that appears in your hands. The tea's fragrance is gorgeous. Where did you get such an extraordinary tea? Of course we failed. We only needed an 8. God damn it, game. I could tell the commander knows more about cooking than some. Cran leans over to you and says, Wheelie, it's cat's holly. I bought it from a merchant from Absalom, worth every coin. Druids are not always particularly imaginative when it comes to naming plants. Frog's grass, bear moss, tiger's sundew. Looks like there's a cat's holly as well. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Like, I can't bullshit this. I know this event. I remember this event because this event fucked me over on at least 2 separate playthroughs of the beginning of this game. Something's not right. Smirking brazenly, the halfling licks his lip with a surprisingly long, pustule-covered red tongue. Would you look at that? He didn't buy it. Fine, enough of the masquerade. No more games. The figures by the fire ripple and transform. 3 gray-haired and dark-skinned elves watch you with mocking sneers. Their twisted, grimacing faces look demonic. From the haze, more previously unseen shadows materialize, every one of them is loathsome and unsettling. The campfire emits a sickly sweet, intoxicating smell. In the squat kettle, you see slimy mushrooms squirming in a disgusting, boiling slurry. What was the point of this charade? Lady Anamora desires your head, and we shall gladly deliver. The elf, whose voice's Tran was so convincing, now lets out a repulsive snicker. You monsters! How did I not see what you were from the start? You're a dumb paladin! You really think your ability to sense evil can't be fooled? Lady Anamora taught us long ago how to trick the likes of you. And who are you? You're the one who was pretending to be the halfling makes a face, mimicking you in an obnoxious voice. Who are you? We are servants of Lord Discari, and you the pitiful insect that has been caught in our web. The elf masquerading as the cleric, Asti, gives you a lecherous smile, enthusiastically dragging her tongue along the blade of a dagger. Did you like sweet little Asti? Did you want to play with her in your tent? If you think I am at your mercy, you will see who the real prey is.
They will break against our resolve.
Oh good, at least they didn't go first. Give me... Alright, so... Go ahead and walk forward 5 feet. Give me enemy dead. I really need the assistance. Thank you. Maybe don't run across the entire way when you try to help me, skeletons. There we go. That's fine. I would rather you kind of deal with all of these guys, but we're just going to have to deal with this, aren't we? Yep, he's coming right for me. Ow! This event would be more interesting if it actually has a chance of being genuine or not. Yeah. Like, it's literally your first time, and just passing the perception check alone already tells you that there's a problem. Alright, Woljif, I want you to move up. I want you to color spray them. Why does he do that? I did not tell you to move when you did that!
I'm getting my ass.
And I'm getting... Yeah, I'm out of the fight because sneak attack, sneak attack, sneak attack, sneak attack. Fuck you, game. Well, I'm out of the fight. And unfortunately, I need Ulbrig to do something other than be here because these fuckers are going to cause just as many problems. Wenduog, move up. Start with her. There we go. Yep, get attacked. They missed Sela. Good.
The inheritor.
Thank you. Yep, go ahead. Waste your turn on that. Sure. stabbed by some random guy on the road. Yeah, I know. It happens a lot. It's also annoying because I have shit tons of health, but it doesn't matter when you get hit for 30 damage a fucking hit. Darren, if you would please have any. Nope, you're out of those. You could be a deer and heal me. That'd be great. Why does it do that? He had more than enough movement to move forward and cast the spell. Why did he not? Fucking hell, whatever. Just do your job, guys. Thank you. Well, Jeff,
Why not both?
you missed. You missed again. God damn it. All right, go after this one. You. I'm still down. Wendawag, move forward. Take out that one in the back. There we go. Oh my god, that cleaving shot is so good. It's attack of opportunities, misses Woljif, good. Apparently that was... Did that end the fight? Apparently, but I am still down. I guess I'll take it. No, that didn't work.
Oh, the waiting's never fun.
Game? Heal me, please? Thank you. Second one. Thank you. That's still not a whole lot, but I'll take it. That's still really not a whole lot, but I'll take it. What did they drop? Quiver of cold iron ammunition, masterwork composite longbow. I'm guessing no, regular daggers. Not even good daggers. Just more quivers of that. Rapier. Right, basic shit. Thank you, Mr. Undead. You're very helpful. Grab all that. Ulbrig, don't move just yet, because we know for a damn fact there's more of them over there, so just hold fast for a moment, if you would, please.
Can't make the demons wait.
There we go. Drow Knife Masters. If you'd be so calm. Yeah, you can't even use it out of combat. That's annoying. That's annoying.
I feel like a chosen one.
All right, well, give me extended range. Let's zap these assholes. Yeah, get fucked. Get fucked. How many of them are there?
Distract them for me.
Baron, move up. Wolbrig, get down here. Get stabbed. Wendawag.
No match for me.
Seal up. Stab her.
Time to share your treasures.
Thank you. Oh, it's not over. There's definitely more of them. Where are they? Where are they? Oh, literally standing in front of us, apparently. Okay. I'll turn that off. Just shoot them normally. There we go. 20 damage. That's not bad. Good. Wendawag.
They'll beg me to stop.
Beautiful.
Okay, that's taken care of. Yeah, they're not even carrying masterwork equipment. They're carrying just regular equipment. God, the demons think so little of me. Nope. Okay.
Let's see what we can do.
Basic gold. I don't think there's any more.
I see something over there.
Because, like, that event can get you a little bit of extra experience and some world building if you pass all those skill checks, but apparently the game was like, no, you pass the perception check and nothing else. I hate getting loot edged. Yeah. It's one of the most annoying feelings in the world when it comes to this game is like, wow, that guy was tough. I bet he'll have some really cool stuff and nothing. In some ways, the humanoid enemies are even worse because it's like, wow, that was a tough fight. I bet he'll have something, and it's a regular sword. It's worth 2 gold. Like, wow. Wow, thanks, game. You kicked my ass for nothing. All right, let's go check out this grove. I don't even remember what it is. The inconspicuous grove near the border of the World Wound is nearly untouched by the foul energies of the abyss. The rare travelers who dare pass through here can enjoy the songs of the nightingales in the trees, only to remember all too late that the last birds fled this region long ago. How are you already tired, you sons of bitches? We've barely done anything!
They already have fatigued. Are you shitting me?
A bright future awaits us.
Just lay on hands and get this off of them. I can't believe I'm wasting this. There.
I can handle
We were
it.
gonna make camp after this, but apparently you guys can't be bothered to do anything. Get your hands off it. It's mine. Yours will watch me. Wait. Oh shit, someone's here. Run. Nobody's running. Draw your weapons and fight, you cowards, or I'll cut you down myself. I don't like it when the combat starts from this distance, because the enemy always gets advantage over us. Ah, great. And we can't even see them. That's peachy. Alright, move up. Water, you. That was not nearly enough damage. Let me guess, they're all targeting me. Who wants to bet? Yep. Yep, of course they are. Hell.
I'll rip you apart!
Yep, yeah, they are. They're all going to target me. They're all going to target me. Fuck. Hey.
Cover me, all right?
Thank you for killing one of them. Get me some cannon fodder, please. You know what? That's fine. Go distract them. That's perfectly fine. Well, maybe don't set off the attack of opportunity and thus become completely useless. Yep, they're targeting me. Oh, they blew themselves up. That's fun. Yes, go for the Marauder leader, please. And you missed. Of course you did. Let me guess, you're also targeting me.
Into the fray.
And you also missed. That's great. 5-foot step. Pull us back a little bit. Now, give me the empowered. That. Yes, target the leader. There we go. 33 damage. Fuck you. And they're all targeting me. Every enemy, no matter where we are, no matter what we're doing, they all have to target me. It's not like there's a giant fucking griffin standing in front of me. Thank you, Wenduwad. You are the commander. Yes, but at some point, when there are 5 other people standing in front of the melee enemy, between me and them, I would kind of like to think that the enemy isn't so stupid to charge through, take 5 attacks of opportunity just to attack me over and over and over again. It's kind of annoying after a while. Thank you.
Getting my
Ow! Ulbrig, come on, thank you. Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, he's actually shooting someone else for once. Thank you. No, she can't reach me. Just go.
Thank you.
Ugh. Vaporize you, I swear. And you missed. We target touch attack, and we just keep missing, and down I go again.
They'll beg me to stop.
What is the point of playing a class that stays in the back if every single enemy still says, fuck you, you die first?
This thing refuses to cooperate.
I put summons between me and the enemy, they target me. I stay in the back to stay away from the enemy, they target me. I do anything that involves anything, they target me. It starts to get annoying after a while. Ulbrig, go over there, fly over there, and tear that man apart.
The inheritor, guide my.
And then Sela can't do jack shit because she misses every hit. Thank you. We'll just
Time
go
to
there.
share your treasures.
Just finished Grand Gaming's video for CNC. Man, that was... Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Giant Grant video on Command & Conquer. Yeah. Glorious. Shame about the last 30 minutes being completely empty. I don't know why he chose to do that. Weird. Ulbrig, kill this man. Thank you. There we go. At least we leveled up.
the demons wait.
Price to pay, I suppose. God's above.
Use until fully healed. That only took 9 fucking potions to do. Alright, level 7 Kineticist. We get Expanded Element. Selective Kinesis. That's nice. I don't even... Oh, they must have... One of the mods must have added that, but that makes a lot of sense. I'm honestly surprised we never got that. We also hit our 4th level of Kinetic Blast. No wild talent this time, though. Go. Now. Whenever you damage a foe with a power attack, you make an immediate... Nope, that doesn't help us. Give us weapon focus. There should be... Where is it? There should be kinetic... There it is, Kinetic Blast. There we go. And then we're going to double down on the fire. Which also means we can get Eruption and finally start hitting things in an area. Thank God.
What's going on here?
Thank God. We can finally start hitting things in the area. We also have Blue Flame Blasts, which are more expensive, but deal a hell of a lot more damage. Yeah, it does take 2. Well, we can get away with 1 if we don't empower it. If we do empower it, it's 2. We can bring it down to a 1 with a move action. So that's not bad. Man, that game wasn't just shit gameplay-wise, but also story-wise. Oh, you have no idea, Tenwin. You have no idea. The game that shall not be named, it's even worse than you can imagine, trust me. It's worse. You wouldn't believe it, but it is. He was carrying Momentum, which is a light hammer. Whenever the wielder of this +2 light hammer confers a critical hit, all members of their party are affected with the equivalent of haste for 1d3 rounds. Thank God we didn't let him get that off. And a standard one, a chain shirt, and blood clarity. Whenever this wearer of this cloak of resistance of +2 lands a killing blow, they gain immunity to mind-affecting conditions for 3 rounds. Nice. We also have the moss pottage. Thank you.
Beautiful.
I own it. I played it like once and never again. Same. I cannot believe I was ever excited for the game that shall not be named. It definitely didn't happen. One day we will get an actual Command & Conquer for it. It'll be so nice. Letter to a noble crusader. I hope this letter finds you in good health, Sir William. I see now with great sadness that you've quite forgotten and abandoned us. It's been 3 years since you visited your native lands and your father at your family crypt. Last summer, some passersby broke the lock on it and spent the night inside. As steward, I installed a new lock and cleaned up the wreckage. Your servant who went missing, whom you inquired after in your previous letter, has indeed been seen, but at present his precise whereabouts are unknown. He came to us, looked at us with contempt, and said something through his teeth, gathered taxes for you, ate a whole goose for free at the tavern, jumped on his horse, and galloped off. If he went missing somewhere on the road, we wouldn't know anything about it. It's been a complete disaster here, even without missing strangers to account for it. 7 days ago, the cows gave black milk, and the milkman who tasted out of drunken stupidity died in the pain of twisted bowels. There is nothing wrong with the spring. The water stinks of rotten egg. There's something wrong with the spring. The water stinks of rotten eggs, and the cattle won't drink it. Besides, some scoundrel threw some dead dogs into the closest well, the one on the crossroads, so we filled it with soil. I expect the demons are giving us trouble any way they can. Our cattle are dying of thirst. The children have gone missing in the protected forest. The woodcutters saw some scarecrows, which they swore were alive. They spoke of angry faces, of barred teeth. They were afraid to get close and watch them from afar. Frightening things are going on in the woods, and I fear that witches and demons have settled in your protected forest to do their wicked mischief. They are probably the ones who picked the bones of your servant who's gone missing, and if you ask us, if you suspect us of being involved, as if we could kill and rob an honest man. It's upsetting, Sir William. We never touched your servant. If we did, he was a wretched man, smug and nasty. We have no food or water. Our children have gone missing. Instead of serving your Lady Galfrey, you should be home defending us and bringing us food. You must have some gold, lord that you are. There is no one to protect us beside you, and the city lads only come to find new recruits and take away our gold. They don't have the authority to do anything more, and the send-off we gave our lads and lasses they take, the whole village comes to say farewell, is more like a funeral. None of them have returned home to the village yet. We are dying. So I tell you the honest truth, Sir William, we cannot live like this anymore, but we cannot die in such terrible conditions either. So we've agreed with our neighbors to burn down your forest on the next new moon, your protected forest where the dark beasts live. We'll surround it, set it on fire from all sides, and hire a wizard to steer the wind. We won't be put off just because the forest is protected, or because no one may shoot game there, or enter therein, or cut down its trees. Of course, you'll be very angry at us for burning down your family forest, because we've already been cutting its wood and shooting game there, for there is nothing else to eat and no other wood. We won't let the forest beasts steal our children. If you wish, come and execute us, execute all of us. But we won't put up with it anymore, and that's that. Respectfully, the steward of Ixola Village, to Lord Sir William. Basically, Crusader done fucked up, stopped paying attention to his lands, and his people have had enough of it.
Here we go.
Understandable. Have a good day, good sir. All right, let's go ahead and... Ooh, he gets shifters. Their damage increases to 1d6. Nice. Let's go ahead and get him the rest of his stuff. Let's see. We can add his wisdom bonus to his minor forms, which are going to get better. That's the main thing. I don't know when they get... His next big upgrade is at level 10. Shifter's bonus increases to +4, and their aura now grants her and her allies immunity to fear. Admittedly, doesn't he get the... No, so the immunity to fear is only with the griffin aspect, not the griffin shape. Okay. Good to know. Trying to see what else he might be good at. Natural spell. He's not going to learn spells, so that's useless. Shifter multi-attack. Your secondary attacks with natural weapons take only a -2 penalty instead of -5. Yes. Absolutely. That'll make things more accurate for him. Go, Darren. We're going to go ahead and grab that. Give you some use medical advice. Let me see. What else is good for you right now? Extra channel isn't bad. Greater spell penetration is also good. I don't really think there's much else he can make use of at this point. Yeah. He already did take extra selective channel, extra channel, spell penetration. Let's get him greater spell penetration and cap that off. Where did it go? There it is. There we go. Animal Companion, I do believe, is what they suggest for his build, as for the builds that I saw of him as well. Let me double check. Not Ember. No. Where is it? Darren. Yes. Animal Companion Wolf. That's who we want to grab. Or no, wait. Yes. Animal. Right. Because we picked nature. Yes. Wolf. That way he gets that. He gets an additional level 1 spell. Let's go with... No, Divine Favor is personal, so you can't even cast that as a buff, so that's kind of useless. Protection from alignment isn't bad. That only works once. Let's go with Unbreakable Heart. It's useful in mid-combat in case we need to deal with that. As for level 2... Hero of Law, Blessing. I don't really like any of these. Let's go with... He's going to be mainly focused on offensive options anyway, so let's go with Hold Person. And as for level 3, we're also going to go with Archon's Aura there as well. 1st of December tomorrow. Yep, the year is almost over. There we go. We're going to go ahead and grab Bully, because the entire point of him is just to be able to trip things. It also gives us another person with Perception... And it'll give us another person with athletics. We'll go with that. What do they suggest for his pet build? Because that's something you actually do have to take into consideration with this. Fury's Fall is what they're suggesting. That makes sense. Yep. Trick attack, add your dex bonus, and that. What would be a good... What would Darren, of all people, name a pet wolf that he uses specifically to fuck people up in battle? Like, not even to kill them. Just to annoy the shit out of them. Do you think he'd name it Galfrey? Do you think he would name his pet Galfrey just so that he could say that he did? Daisy? That could work too. I do kind of like the idea that he would name it after his cousin. Just because, well, in Darren's mind, she is a bitch, so... But if you think Daisy works as well, we'll go with that, Deadwood. I'm fine with that. Going once, going twice. All right, we're going with that. There we go. Bull Rush, Trip, Fury's Fall. They got the whole rant thing of that there. Where is the Animal Companion? Ah, there it is. There. Oh, okay. So it keeps it. Oh, that's how they set it up. Interesting. Did not realize that was how they were setting it up. All right, let me take build. Right, they do give him that. There we go. We're not mounting him on it. That's for damn sure. And then level 3, right? Yes, they want. They suggest dodge, which makes sense. Natural armor on animals is actually pretty good, so they tend to have decent AC. Level 4, we give him an intellect +1 so that we can give him some other things. No. Oh, so that's why they do that. That actually makes a certain amount of sense. 5. Here, then grab. Is it improved unarmed, which will open up crane wing style, which does work with animals, surprisingly enough. Level 6. 7. Does that get us crane style? There it is. Takes a -2 penalty on attack rolls when fighting defensively, but using this style and fighting defensively, you gain an additional +1 bonus to armor class. It is a very fancy dog. Darren would be the kind of person to somehow teach martial arts to a dog. If only to piss people off. I do believe also... Did I drop that stuff off? I did drop that stuff off, so it's back in camp. So I'm getting that just... Alright, that's fine, though. Woljif, let's get you up and running. Level 7. Thank you. All of your abilities. You've learned how to cast spells while wearing armor. Reduce the arcane spell failure chance due to armor you are wearing by 10%. He's going to have Archmage armor, so it doesn't really matter. The Archmage armor is just straight up better than most armors you can get in the game anyways. Let me see here. Extra rogue talent, maybe? What does he get here? Any observer, perception check, combat trick, which is basically just another feat. Fast stealth, focusing attack confuse, shaken, sicken, iron guts, jump up, mystery seeker, skill focus, slow reactions. Opponents damaged by sneak attack cannot make attacks of opportunity for 1 round. Survivalist, trailblazer, unbalancing trick. The rogue gains trip as a bonus feat if they do not meet the prerequisites. Yes, but if I recall correctly, they can't naturally do it as part of an attack, so that doesn't really work. Means the dirty trick as a bonus feat, also not that good. I don't think there's anything really he needs right there just yet. He is dual wielding. Double slide. He does have 2 weapon fighting. Okay, okay. I think if that's the case, we give him more dagger weapon focus, because right now I think he's fine. And he can't get his sneak attack any higher. Your number of sneak attack dice cannot exceed half of your character level round. So yeah, no. He just got 3d6 sneak attack, so there's nothing that does. Let's go ahead and get him weapon focus daggers. Where are they at? There we go. Light blades. More undead is not the worst, but displacement is far better for point blank. And may as well grab protection from arrows communal is also not the worst either. For right now, we'll grab haste. Haste is good for him. Wendua. Go. Let's go ahead and grab Lord Nature and Perception. Thank you. Okay, she's got even more stuff now. Take a moment to carefully... When you use a full attack to make multiple ranged weapon attacks against the same opponent, total the damage from all hits before applying the opponent's damage reduction. I would like to get Point Blank Master because the enemy has been encroaching on our back line as quickly as they can. So having the ability to throw her full round attack without taking attack opportunity would be quite nice. She now has another armor training. Oh, right. I have to take that into account when I'm thinking of armor for her. Increase the maximum dexterity bonus allowed by the armor by 1. Every 4 levels thereafter, these bonuses increase by +1. Okay, that's good. That's good. I need to keep that in mind. I completely forgot about that. Level 7 Paladin. She gets another Smite Evil. And level 2 spells. Boom, boom, boom. Cornugan Smash. Unfortunately, I'm not really using her... That is still good. If we're going to be going down that line, we kind of need it now. Yeah, let's just grab it now. Start working on it. Veil of Heaven Swift. Smite Evil 2. She's got access to 2 spells. Nice. That's everybody? Yes, that's everybody.
I can handle it.
Are we good? There's no additional loot to be had here. We can't kill the horses for more experience either. This also means what we can do... pull you back, and you can join on the front lines.
Can't make the demons wait.
Go. All right. Nice. We've only got about 20 minutes left in the stream, but this has been good progress. Because we are now level 7. All right, good. So what have we got left? We have a ravaged campsite. We still need to head to do the assault. Oh, we should probably... I don't even remember how we... there is a camp. Aren't we supposed to be able to... We have to... Oh, no, wait. That's where the actual camp... Right, that camp does not move. We have to do all of this. Okay. So, yes, I will do protective rituals. He will do camouflage. Darren will do that. Nobody else can really scroll scribe. Olbrig. You and Wendua will be on Night Watch. We'll just go with the Hearty Meal for the additional skill checks. Nope. Thinking about the cultists hiding among the townsfolk has put me on edge. I don't want to suspect every single person we meet. If you usually trust everyone, so you usually trust everyone you meet. If I were a paladin... Ha! Ridiculous notion. I love how Wendua is just like, if I were a paladin... No, wait, I can't even finish that sentence. All right, impact of corruption weakened, chances of attack lowered, everybody's looking good. All right. We can make our way down to this ravaged campsite, collect those, thank you. Succeeded. God damn, the DC goes up fast. Holy shit. Based paladin hate. I mean, Sela doesn't fully deserve that. Sela doesn't fully deserve that. All right. Have new troops arrived? No. So what I'm thinking is we clear out this army. Because again, I'm worried about these guys because they can just bypass most of our front line and just rush our rear troops. And I don't want to lose too many men. Also... No, I didn't actually want to go that far, but fine. Conundrum unsolved. Oh, this is... I think I remember what this is. And I don't think I'm going to like it.
Beautiful.
If it's what I think it is. Dead Crusader. Fear. Dead Abercrombie with actual loot for once. Funny that. Demon who's actually carrying loot. It's the Dawn of War 3 crossover. Ugh. Why would Pathfinder do a crossover with 40k? That doesn't even make sense.
Here we go.
That doesn't even make sense. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what this is. I'm also pretty sure that I still don't know how these puzzles work. I don't think anyone really does. I think that people just data mined the answer and fucking went from there. These puzzles are some of the worst fucking things that Owlcat has ever made. And I am not even joking on that.
Can't make the demons wait.
Yep. Slab with white symbols. Yeah, I know. This place. Yep.
Beautiful.
Yep, it's this place. I solved them all at one point, but on any subsequent playthrough, I just look it up because at that point, I've earned it, right? Yeah. I mean, I vaguely remember doing, I think, the first two. It's
Here we go again.
It's just so fucking stupid. I don't even remember. Yeah, so only one thing can go in this slot. There's literally nothing else that can go in. So at least we know that.
Let's see what we can do.
Come on, put it in there. Thank you. Okay, so I think, if I recall, it means that these slots have to have these 3 symbols in them, I think. So, oh. So it needs to be... Select slab. I don't remember how exactly this shit works. I honestly don't. We'll fiddle with it for a little bit, and then I'll figure out what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Okay, so I think... I'm trying to remember in my head how the hell this works. I think it's that one and that one for this. No. Yes? No. Yes? No. Wait, what? Slap around. Is it I don't remember there being colors the last time I did this. Did they add that? Okay, what the fuck? You have to align the tablets to match at least one of the ones outside the square. Oh. Okay, so I don't remember this one at all. So that means this has to be these two symbols, right? Which is this one. The colors they added for some sort of clarity purpose to know which way they're facing. I guess, but that's not... But that's not the right one. But that's the only one that connects to this. Huh? That's the only one with that symbol on it. But then it doesn't line up with this one, and that's the only one that can go there. So, are you sure? Mixa, welcome. We're dealing with the stupidity of this fucking game series and its puzzles. I'm bored as hell. Well, I'm frustrated as hell because I hate this thing. I know how the puzzles work. I just have trouble articulating it. I'm sure you do, Lord Brown Bear. I'm sure there is a way to say it that makes perfect sense. But I'm also already, like, I remember distinctly hating these puzzles. So I'm just kind of in a position where I don't really care. Nothing scratches that in, say, for League of Legends. Oh, God. My sympathies if that's the only game that you can use to alleviate your boredom, because I have never understood people's obsession with that until I get the last PC parts. Oh, building a new PC. Hopefully you managed to order RAM before everything went to hell with the RAM prices. Sick, but I'm off work for like a week. Well, enjoy it while you can then and try to get some rest too. Yeah, I don't understand. If it's supposed to match, then it has to have these two. But if it doesn't, that doesn't make sense. If it has to match the ones that touch it, then it has to have these two, but there isn't one that has that. They left out the case, PCU, and cooler at the end on purpose. Ah, smart. Okay, so then it would have to be, it has to be one that has one or the other, right? So the only other one that has this is this one, right? Yeah, and then this would have to be the only other one that has that, which then attaches there. And then this one would have to be that one? No, those are different. Wait. Switch? Wait. Why are they different colors? They're the same shade. Why are they different colors? Huh?
I can handle it.
I'm confused. I hate this fucking thing. It's not intuitive in the slightest. So is it not supposed to match up? Is it supposed to be... Wait, is it supposed to... Wait, no, that wouldn't make sense. Because there's 3 on these sides. No, that doesn't make any sense. It would have to be... Huh? I'm just gonna look it up. I do not have the patience for this. I just don't. What is this area called? Conundrum Unsolved. Good lord. Conundrum unsolved, simple solution, view spoiler. Huh? Wait. Okay, hold on. Pull all these up. Pull all these up. Pull all these up. It does not help that their interface is not built for this, like, either. It really doesn't. Okay, so... that is this one? Yeah, okay. And then this one? Yeah. And then this one? Yeah. Right? And this one. That does not make any fucking sense. Also, why is the ghost in the middle of the wall? I'm going to install Linux on the PC. Good luck with that, and I hope it works. But yeah, don't need bloated windows. Good lord. It may make sense once you see the end version. You can apply that to later versions if you still want to try solving those. We can try. It wasn't easy, wasn't it? Simple puzzle, simple solution. It was just the beginning. Its purpose was to awaken curiosity. A translucent figure appears out of thin air, clad in a loose-fitting robe. Its face is hidden behind a simple, unadorned mask. Oh, there we go. Mortals are not meant to unveil the secrets of the universe and grasp the meaning of creations. But is this really so? The secrets of the universe will only be revealed to the most worthy. Prove yourself and be the first for whom the secrets of the world are revealed. The heart of mystery is located west of here. Solve the puzzle and you will comprehend the forbidden knowledge. The map of an area that looks vaguely like the world moon appears in the figure's hands, and a single dot shines brightly on the map. What are you? The translucent creature remains silent. Who are you? Simple puzzle, simple solution. The heart of mystery is located west of here. Comprehend the meaning of creation for the most worthy of mortal. The translucent figure vanishes. I'm looking at it because I'm trying to figure... Okay, so it's just matching the symbols around the border? Is that it? That doesn't... So then the stuff on the outer edges doesn't matter. The stuff on the outer edges doesn't matter. That just shows you what the 4 symbols are. They just wanted you to arrange it so that the matching symbols were all touching. That's it. That's it. It had nothing to do with the 4 symbols on the outside. That just shows you what symbols you have. So these are complete. You could have just done the puzzle without these being here. There's no point. They're there to distract you because they don't matter at all. The only thing that matters is pair the symbols in the fucking... the symbols on the inside of the shape need to be perpendicular to the ones outside. They serve a purpose. But they don't. Like, okay, maybe on the bigger ones they do, but for this one, it literally could have just been arrange it in such an order so that they match. That's all it did. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I'm looking at it and I don't get it. I'm not seeing what you guys are... I'm not seeing what you're seeing. And one of the symbols doesn't even correspond to these, so... I don't fucking know. Yeah, no, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Some dipshit wrote this whole puzzle and thought they were real clever. And then there's a reason that 99.9% of the player base has to go look up the answer because it doesn't make any fucking sense. Alright, we found more elven notes. That's good. We also found some hide barding. That is also good. Beautiful. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't see it. I don't get it. I'll try when we get to the next one, but I guarantee nothing. I do not understand these puzzles. I just don't. And I'm convinced that most of Alcat doesn't understand them either. They just let one person design all this and went up with it. So the column with the 3 shapes there needs both symbols of the outer shape, and you narrow down which of them is in the tablets in addition have to match. Yeah, okay, Lord Brownbear. I believe you. I don't know. Alright, where are we? We've got an army of cultists, we've got another army of cultists, we have more cultists, and elementals. All of which need to be dealt with. Well, let's try dealing with the demon army on this side of the river first. Before we try crossing. I mean, you guys don't really help much. Let's just go ahead and shoot those archers, because they can hit us from range. There's no reason to let them do anything. Goodbye. Play. You move right about here. Yep. Oh, I think they suffered a morale loss. Go ahead and shoot them. You still can't do anything. While you're, yep, just hold there. They're gonna move forward, shoot them. Again. Loose. Go, nice and weak. Let's go ahead and hit him with a Smite Evil. Do more damage against them. And move in. Good. Oh, and we got a second attack from a high morale, and they're down. No casualties. I do believe that got us a level up for our general, too. Nice. Crusaders duly punished a group of mercenaries who had become enticed by demonic gold and turned their blades against their former allies. Those who reject the blessing of the benevolent gods and succumb to the temptation of sin deserve not but death, and death they got. Justice has been served, and the clerics feel that the gods are satisfied with this outcome. Alright, and he leveled up. We can get... Let's see here. All units in the army gain +1 bonus to attack for 3 rounds. Bless dispels Bane. Target unit gains 3 plus power divided by 20 bonus to AC for 3 rounds. Bane gives a -1 penalty to attack. And cause fear penalty to morale. None of these are that good, but he is going to go up in power pretty quickly, which is nice. Infirmary size also goes up. Costs 3 energy, costs 2 energy, costs 3 energy, costs 3 energy. Bayless is probably the best. +1 bonus to attack for 3 rounds. Not the worst. Go ahead and take that. How much movement do we have? I think we can take care of the second army and then double back to deal with the army at the crossing, because that'll also move our camp forward, which I would like. Actually, let's just deal with them now. Alright, we get to go first. Cultist fighters, cultists. Let's just go ahead and shoot the better ones. Take them down. Alright, that's a little bit of damage. Then I want you to shoot them. Good. I'm gonna shoot them. Good. He's moving forward. Go ahead and give me Smite Bolt for them. Let's see here. What? How far can he move? Move there. So if we move here, we can be prepared for it. Alright, archers, inflict some casualties on them. Put some casualties on them. Good. They do have a lot of health, unfortunately. Yep, they're going to move up. That's fine. Send our infantry forward. Oh, they have a lot of health. Ow. Alright. Archers, engage them. Keep weakening them. Give me that fire spell. Zap them a second time. There we go. Now go ahead and weaken these guys. There's not going to be that many of them. Yep, they can barely do any damage now. Perfect. In fact, let's go ahead and top our guys off. Take them right back. Let's go ahead and finish off the cultists. Get rid of them. Ah! Sons of bitches. Shoot them. You shoot them as well. There we go. Cultists are down. Oh, wow. One dude. Thanks for that. You still can't do anything. And engage. Yep, there's almost nothing left. And the archers will finish them. There we go. We shouldn't have lost anybody. Yep, one injured man who was immediately... I'd like to imagine this is the same man getting injured over and over and over again in every fight. He's the only person who gets sent to the infirmary. Everybody else is fine. And we wiped out 70 cultists. Nice. A Crusader unit advancing north encountered a cultist band and eliminated. The servants of the Abyss had been transporting prisoners of war to Dresden and the remains of the garrison from the Villareth Ford, which had been captured by the demons. Exhausted and wounded, the warriors adamantly refused to depart from the safety of Canabras and instead asked to join the commander's forces. There was also a squad of Crusaders caught in a sudden storm from the west. It lasted only a few minutes, but the unnatural lighting made up of electricity, flames, acid, and ice. With several soldiers dead, eased with the forces of nature brutally claimed the lives of our comrades, has demoralized several Crusaders. Yep, the outpost at Villareth Ford, which straddles the West Selland crossing and is of strategic importance, has been retaken. The cultists are destroyed, and the commander's army is able to operate on both sides of the river. Oh, why are you guys up there? Let's get you down here. Good, a couple more scouts that can assist with ranged combat. Your military has moved to a new location as you progress through the story, completing one stage of the crusade after another. Your camp will occasionally be located along the road, getting closer to Dresden. Right. Mass combat's pretty easy earlier on. You're only limited by exactly how many troops you had. If you have enough high morale, you can just let troops refresh. You can wait it out. The merc troops get expensive. Yes, I do remember that. I also remember archers are pretty much unstoppable. Once you get enough archers, it's basically game over. You just riddle the enemy with bullets, essentially. There are very few enemies that can compete with the sheer quantity of what is my brain? My brain is just not thinking right now. The sheer quantity of ranged attacks. Commander, we caught a suspicious lad on the road. Says he's an ally and he's desperate to talk to you, but who knows who he really is. Mass combat's more about brute force and resource allocation. The only tactic is in making sure your armies are in the right place. Yeah. The young man before you is trembling from his wounds and exhaustion. His boots are in tatters as if he had any, and if he had any weapons or armor, he shed them along the way. His clothes are torn, his hair is wet, like he recently swam across the river, and blood oozes from several wounds on his chest and shoulders, where his skin is cracked and inflamed from the acrid blood of the whirlwind. Commander! The man breathes heavily, and the words emerge as a whisper from his dry throat. My squad! Ambushed! Beyond the river! Help! Get this man some water and something for his wounds. The knight's wounds heal with the help of a single magic potion. Taking a gulp of water along with it, he catches his breath and snaps to attention to begin anew. Yakar Ankele, Hell Knight of the Order of the Godclaw, under the command of Paralictor Dereg. Our squad is under attack by demons far surpassing our number. Without the assistance of the Crusade, we are lost. And there they are. The Order of the Godclaw, Hell Knight order that extols the virtues of 5 deities, distilling select tenets of their dogma into one god's faith. Not content with seeking divine approval for their knighthood's righteous path, the Order of the Godclaw members have sculpted their beliefs from the harshest, most exacting philosophies of 5 lawful deities: Abadar, Asmodeus, Iomade, Iori, and Torad. Remade as 5 stirred, armored paragons, the deities of the pantheon are known collectively as the Godclaw. The Hell Knights follow revised doctrines to stamp out disorder, in particular its divine embodiments and beings of absolute chaos with religious zeal. Rather than targeting the faiths of prominent religions, the Order sets its eyes on supporting lawful crusades, such as the wars fought by Malthun and Mendev, and being at the vanguard of battles against the forces of chaos. No land is beyond the law imposed by the Hell Knights, a fact that the Order of the Godclaw endlessly seeks to prove. Order of the Godclaw is 100% an Alcat thing. I figured, but at the same time, I will admit, I like them as a concept. Yes, unlike paladins that are they are less interested in social good and charity than in the foundation and stringent maintenance of order at all costs. If people cannot be trusted to obey the law out of their own sensibility and social righteousness, then Hell Knights provide the needed to obey out of fear for a master's stern hands. Hell Knights. They have supported the Crusades more than once in the battle against the demons, despite their, Irabeth cringes, questionable reputation. We cannot abandon such allies in trouble. If they really are our allies, of course, it's just, Anevia looks Yakar over closely from head to toe. I don't think this isn't a knight at all. Real Hell Knight would be skinned alive for losing their infamous black armor. What we see here is a stranger with no rank or insignia who wants us to march to God knows where. That sounds like a trap to me. Yakar, we need more information. Who's attacking you and why can't your forces handle it on their own? Several large creatures are attacking us from the air.
Some are fighters, others are, at a guess, clerics with dangerous divine magics. They look like stone come to life. We're almost certain they're gargoyles. They fell upon us from the sky while we were setting up camp at our most vulnerable, and they caught our forces at partial strength. The Paralictor has dispatched some of our troops out as scouting teams. This weird hesitant attitude towards Hell Knights only makes sense in places with cultural friction with Cheliax. Yep. The flying beasts didn't fight us. They just fell upon us from the sky, grabbed our best fighters, and either took them somewhere or threw them to their deaths. We were unprepared for such a strike. Where's your squad now? Not far from here, just beyond the river. Not far for a single fighter who abandoned arms and armor. If we can get across the river so easily, we'll have to take a detour. Even if we can save everyone, it'll be a serious delay on our offensive to Dresden. We'll give the enemy a chance to prepare. What does everyone think? Your companions look at their guests suspiciously. Hell Knights. With allies like them, we've no need for enemies. If it suited them, they'd abandon us to the demons without a second thought. But we're not like them, are we? I say we help them. Why should we help them? If they walked into an ambush, they can get themselves out of it. The Hell Knights are known as heartless executioners. Saving people from the claws of demons is a good cause, but these people are doing everything they can to become just like the devils they worship. Chellin, forgive me, I feel we should leave them to their fate and continue our offensive on Dresden. Do you recall Prelate Haroon? I picture an entire army just like him. Do we need allies like that? Oh, if they die, I shall not shed a tear. We should help them, if only if they join our forces in return and add some new blood. Oh, Hell Knights? No, not for all the gold in the world. Do you know what kind of people they are? 1 minute you're going about your business. The next you're locked in stock and there's a butcher in black standing above you. I don't know who these knights are, but if there are people suffering out there, then we have to help. It's what we came here to do, isn't it? The crow on her shoulder croaks resolutely, supporting her words. What knights are these? I've never heard of them, but the name sounds nasty. They may be ghouls or wargs or something. No, I would stay away from them if I were you. What? Nenio blinks a few times, baffled. The question has no scientific significance. What's interesting is how the water in the river poisoned by the whirlwind will affect this boy. With your permission, I'd like to examine him or his corpse in a few days' time. We don't really need to ask the question of why. We'll take the risk. Start moving our forces across the river and we'll see if we can assist them. Thank you, Commander. Our forces are located here. The knight points at the location of your map. The situation is critical. Please send the reinforcements as soon as possible. I will scout ahead and meet you there. Nenio's really bothering me. Point. Well, guess what? It's not gonna get any better. Oh, look. Oh, shit. I didn't realize I was gonna start a conversation. Fuck. I need to finish. A wounded elf, huh? Well, there's lots of wounded in Canabras. Who wounded him? In what way? Anevia appears relaxed and nonchalant, her eyes gleaming attentively, and by her hands, as if by coincidence, are resting on the belt next to her weapon. How should I know? It was demons. If the wound was serious, I doubt he's fully recovered. If you could point me towards a healer, I could... The woman, wrapped in rags all the way up to her eyes, turns around at the sound of your footsteps. Damn it! In a lightning-fast motion, Anevia knocks something from the woman's hand, an amulet that appeared seemingly from nowhere. Snooze the ad. We're almost done here. It falls to the ground and disappears in a flash of magic. What's the rush, sweetheart? Stay a while. The commander and me have got a few questions for you. Anevia, who's this with you? Oh, looks like a spy to me, Commander, but not my first time seeing her in camp. Just snooping around, asking the soldiers this or that, and if you try to tail her, whoop, she darts behind a tent, and then she's nowhere to be seen. I've been hanging around here for a few hours looking all bored, waiting for her to bite, and she did. Started asking questions, then you came by right on cue. With an unnerving smile, Anevia stares the woman who maintains her grim silence straight in the eye. I mean, say what you will, Anevia does know her job. All right, we're gonna make you talking now, darling. Who do you work for? What did she want? She's looking for an elf, tall, not from Mendev, wounded in Canabras, no idea who it might be. Don't have anyone like that in our ranks. Anevia maintains an impenetrable expression. You're not escaping this time. Who are you and why are you hiding your face? You hear a heavy sigh coming from under the shawl. Fine, you have me. We'll talk, but not here. Please, lead me away from prying eyes. She's all yours, Commander. I caught her and handed her over, and now, as they say, I washed my hands of the whole affair. Yeah, we can't save still. Ugh! For the record, the Measure and Chain are inspired by the hierarchy of Hell, but the Hell Knights were established before Cheliax's fall to Diablo. Yeah, I remember you mentioning it. What do you want, soldier? In an exasperated gesture, the woman rips the half-mask from her face, and you see black skin and crimson eyes. It's Kaelessa, the same elf you met in Canabras. Why'd you follow the army? To find someone. She lets out a resigned huff. His masters want me dead, which means I will die sooner or later. After a pause, she narrows her eyes and spits at you, but that doesn't mean I'll lie down and accept it. I am no lamb to the slaughter. I won't be waiting for a kindly executioner to come to me knife in hand again. Are you a spy? Her scarlet eyes flash defiantly, and she mutters through her teeth. I'm not going to hide it. I came here to commit violent and bloody acts, but I do not serve the demons, and I do not do you or your forces any harm. You can't be coy anymore. I need details. Why? Frowning skeptically, she gives you an appraising look. What will you do with my story, Take it into account and pass judgment? Kill me if you deem me a reprobate? Help the poor girl if you don't? Well, I haven't asked for your help, and your authority to judge me is dubious. She's clearly lying, but it doesn't feel like guile of someone plotting a crime. No, there is a hounded look to her eyes that makes her seem more like prey than hunter. Then I leave you be. Perhaps you should reconsider this path that you're on. She shrugs casually, as if her fate had not been hanging in the balance just a moment ago. How nice of you. I have met other elves who look like you, and they did serve demons. Amenora's minions. The words escape her lips before she's able to stop them, but she looks at you with a visible irritation. One of Discari's sworn servants, a powerful elf by the name of Anamora. And those corrupted elves are her lackeys. Don't ask me how I know this or why I am similar in appearance to them. I am not your enemy. But if you see them, kill them without remorse. I'm not just a soldier anymore, I'm the commander of this crusade. Everyone's a soldier in war, generals and privates alike. I look at you and I see someone whose life will know war and only war. That makes you a soldier. I suggest you leave. I need to go. My gut tells me it's time I was leaving too. Too dangerous. Farewell, soldier. All right, there we go. And now we're done for the day. We're a little bit over time. My apologies. I got to get going. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. We've made some lovely, lovely progress today, and we will be getting Best Boy Regil next. First thing tomorrow. Yes. I don't have any more room in my party for people that I want. We might have to drop Sela at some point because, quite frankly, she's okay, but Regil and Ulbrich do so much more damage than her. We'll have to figure out how things go from there, but thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. I will see you tomorrow for more Wrath of the Righteous, and hope you all have a lovely, lovely day and a glorious rest of your weekend. Have a good one, guys. I gotta get going. Bye-bye.